Good morning. On behalf of Sask Soil, I'd like to welcome everyone to the second day of our 33rd annual Soil Health Conference, Why Soil Matters, Why Carbon Matters. My name is Mark Heimer. I am the president of the Sask Soil Board of Directors. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that the land that we gather on is Treaty 6 territory, the traditional territory of the Cree people and the homeland of the Métis Nation. Whether you are joining us today virtually or attending in person, we'd like to thank you for your support and joining us today. We are continuing today's lineup with a bunch of great speakers. We're really happy that you've taken the time to come here, and we're excited to hear what they have to share with us. As everyone knows, we are still, COVID-19 mask mandate still applies. Everyone knows the rules, how to follow them. We've been living with them for 2 years. So when you're supposed to have a mask on, please do. When you're eating and drinking, please feel free to take it off. Continuing education credits are available for today's event. There is a sign up at the registration table and a QR code available as well, if that is something you need. There are still some water infiltration kits. When I say still some, I mean a big table of water infiltration kits behind the door there on the way out. If anyone's interested in a really good way to take a look at your soil and see kind of how the health of your soil is doing, please feel free to grab one on the way out today. I'd like to take a minute to recognize the Sask Soil Board of Directors and staff today. So Tanya Craddock is our Executive Director. Tanya, do you want to stand up? So yeah, we should probably give her a hand, please. Everyone has been on that board with a bunch of people with a bunch of crazy ideas, and Tanya herds us well, keeps us on track, and helps us put things on like today, and she just does a fantastic job, and we're really glad she's around to give us a hand. So the board of directors, let's start with Cody Straza. Cody? Derek Axton? Yes. Rob Wonder. So those three gentlemen are on our conference committee and have been instrumental in helping put everything together today as far as speakers and everything. So if you have a problem with anything about the way today went, those are the three that you should look up. And if you need their names again, I'd be happy to give them to you. Other board members today, Michael Brown. Are you Michael? Awesome. Michael's our Ministry of Environment rep. Ministry of Agriculture, sorry. Chuck DeChamps. Carl Strobel. Our newest board member, Carla Rudolph. She hasn't quite made it. Carla has a very little one here, so you'll be able to catch her later. She will also be probably wearing one of these very snazzy shirts, so she'll be easy to recognize. Tyler Wilson. And not available or not able to be with us here today was Angela Bedard-Hahn and Ray Lawrence. So yes, if you want to talk to the board of directors, that's what we're here for. Did you like the conference? What do you want to see coming forward from our board? Corner us and give us your ideas and your opinions. That's why we're here. We want to hear what you have to say. Before I go any further, I just wanted to announce Sask Soil has has secured funding for a new project. It's very, very beginning stages, early enough that we haven't actually come up with a good name for it yet. So that, as I was writing down on paper how I was going to announce that, that's the first thing we need, is a good name. But the project is going to help farmers take marginal areas in cropland that are flooding or prone to salinity or other damage, cropland that just isn't functioning well in the cropping system, and convert it to perennial forage. So if any of you think you've got some acres that might qualify for that, give us a shout, contact us. Tanya can take down some names and numbers, or corner a board member. We'd be happy to talk with you about that. Would like to once again take a moment to thank our sponsors. Events like this it's so important to find sponsors to back us, so we can put on an event and make the day not only possible, but put things together and make it a really good day. So I would like to thank A&W, the Water Security Agency, Myers Norris Penny, General Mills, Fertos International Organic Inc., Alice and their New Acre Project, Western Grains Research Foundation, Vivagro Sustainable Solutions Incorporated, Union Forage, Sask Wheat, Performance Seed, Imperial Seed, Shelburne Reynolds, Sask Pulse, Sask Canola, Sask Oats, Sask Mustard, the Saskatchewan Cattlemen Association, Grain Millers, Farm Credit Canada, Ducks Unlimited, Cows in Control, Angelic Land, Alfalfa Green, Aberhart's Ag Solution, Zach's Home Hardware, and Golden West. If it would be possible to get a round of applause for our sponsors once again. Some of our sponsors are here today and in the audience. If you get a chance, please visit with them. There's a few that have some trade show booths set up. They've got some interesting things out. Please take some time, have a chat with them. As well, any of you who've been using the Whova app, there is functionality to go in there and have a discussion with the sponsors online as well. If you've got any questions or anything like that, please hop on, and that's available for the people that are attending online today as well. The platform for today is a little bit different than our workshop yesterday. Yesterday was a little more interactive. Today the speakers are going to do a short burst, get their presentation in, and then we'll be fielding questions from the audience and from the online attendees. Would now like to ask the tech crew to queue up. We have an introduction video from our platinum sponsor, A&W, and Angela Griffiths is going to be giving the introduction.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angela Griffiths, and I'm the Vice President, Food Safety, Animal Welfare and Environment here in A&W. I'm sorry not to be there with you in person in sunny Saskatchewan, but we're pleased to be participating in the event from Vancouver. I'm also very pleased to be introducing Jay Fuhrer. I've been familiar with Jay Fuhrer's work since the 1990s, and it's great that he's still working in this field. Jay is a longtime conservationist who grew up in the Dakotas on a small grain and livestock farm. Jay built a career around taking care of the soil beginning in 1980 and working for 30 years with the Natural Resources Conservation Service and USDA. Jay particularly likes working in the field and conservation planning one field at a time. While much of Jay's work has been in the US, he's traveled and visited fields and farms extensively around the world, learning and sharing knowledge. Currently, Jay spends his time supporting soil health efforts through the Minokan Farm. The Minokan Farm is a conservation demonstration farm, and it's Jay's favorite place to work. And here, the 5 soil health principles can be applied while monitoring plants, animals, and soils. Jay continues to share the soil health principles and how healthy soil serves as a foundation for cropping systems, grazing systems, cover crops, the soil food web, and quality of life. His work in the field allows him and others to farm forever. So please join me in welcoming Jay Fuhrer. Thank you.
Testing, test. Can you hear me? Am I coming through? Too loud, right? Good morning. How's everyone? How's it feel to re-engage? That's weird, right? That's a strange feeling, you know, because we've been kind of isolated for so long, and now all of a sudden, here we are. So when this invite came through, I said to my wife, Kathy, I said, let's go to Canada. Everybody in North Dakota wants to go to Canada in the wintertime. So I said, let's go do it. So we did. And, you know, we've, like the intro said, I had spent 40 years with USDA, and they finally drove me out. You know, it took them 40 years to get rid of me, but they finally did it. And the interesting thing was we always had a good working relationship with Canada. And my supervisor always said, when you go to Canada, that's when I was working now, not like today, but previously though, during that 40-year period, Jay, if you're in Canada, don't bill the Canadians anything. We'll cover you because we share borders and we share tributaries and rivers and watersheds. That always made a lot of sense to me. So there was a lot of thought put into some of that, and it was good over the years. So the book says I should tell you something personal so that we connect, right? So I usually don't, and for 40 years I never did. But today I'll tell you a couple things. So my wife Kathy's in the background, and she grew up in Monahans, Texas initially, and then moved to Minnesota, and her more formative years were spent in Minnesota. So if you ever watch Garrison Keillor or listen to any of his podcasts, that's how she grew up. And so that was Minnesota. I grew up in between North Dakota, South Dakota state line. My dad's farm was on just in North Dakota, but he farmed in both states. And I grew up raising wire-checked corn. Anybody ever wire-checked corn? Anyone know what it is? There's some over here. Okay. So you would have a wire that ran the entire length of the field, and it would, as your planter would go down the field, the wire would feed through your planter, and there were knots on there. Okay. So every time it hit a knot, it dropped 2 or 3 seeds. All right. And it was 40-inch spacing. So the idea behind it was when you were done, if you did a good job on it, you could cultivate that cornfield 3 different directions if you did a good job on it. Make sense? So when you drove past a wire-checked field, I'm talking 1960s. So when you drove, you knew. That was a lot different than a field that wasn't. So you would cultivate it the long way and the short way, and you could cultivate it diagonally. Okay. So I grew up with that. That would be picked, and it would go into a cribbing on the yard in the fall or windrows. And then after that, there would be these 1.5 ton, 2-ton trucks with stock trailers on that would come, and my dad would take the loader tractor and load them. And then they would leave, and they would go to an elevator and weigh, and sometimes they even paid for it. Like my dad said, they might do that once, he said, but they were really good. And so then if you didn't sell all your ear corn that way, because this was all ear corn, okay? And so if you didn't sell it all that way, you brought a custom sheller in at the end, and you would shell it, and you would move your corn, whatever was left. So I kind of grew up in that environment. My mother ran the dairy. We also had hogs and a beef herd. And my mother also had chickens and turkeys. And then if you ran out of work, my dad would give you an anvil to carry back and forth across the yard, you know, just in case you ran out of work. So you get the idea. That's how I grew up. So what we're going to talk about today, if we maybe have a clicker or something somewheres, probably here. Let's see. Ah, good. Okay, so I worked at the Minokan farm part-time, and the Minokan farm is conservation demonstration farm. It's not research. Okay, it's conservation demonstration farm. And it's just east of Bismarck, about 20 minutes. So it's right in the south side of the interstate. Some of you have been there. So that was one of those evenings we were harvesting yellow pea. You can market your yellow pea in that area at Wilton, which is just north of Bismarck, about 25 minutes. And so it's a good market for it. It was one of those beautiful evenings. The moon was coming up, you know, and Kathy took that picture, and it kind of reminds you why you do what you do, right? Sometimes we forget because we get caught up in everything else. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this topic, farming forever, which has always been kind of my personal goal. Okay, I think we should have a work-related personal goal. Mine was farming forever. So I want to point out a few things to let you know what's happening to your neighbors to the south. And then you can go home sometime soon and think, my God, sure glad we live here. Okay, so here's what's going on. This is happening pretty fast. Okay, so first of all, our governor says we're going to be carbon neutral by 2030. That's soon. Okay, that's soon. So we've already started injecting carbon dioxide into deep wells with our first ethanol plant at Richardson, Red Trail Energy. And so that's started. Okay, that's quick. The national, President Biden, 2050. Okay, that's a little easier, a little more time. But 2030, how are you going to make that happen? Well, then the governor went on to say that, let's see if we get the third one here. I don't know if that's coming through very well for you. Anyway, we get into the governor's comment about the geological jackpot, third paragraph down. What's he talking about? We were all kind of wondering, and he's talking about a broom formation, geological formation to inject CO2 into the ground west of Bismarck about an hour. And that negotiation is now going on with landowners right now as we speak. And so that pipeline is going to be the bottom pipeline, the bottom paragraph, Summit Carbon Solutions. And they're going to take this carbon dioxide across the Dakotas, Minnesota, Nebraska, Iowa, or as the governor said, any other state. And the plan is to inject there. So that gives you a whole bunch of questions come to your mind, right? Tons of them. The first thing is, should you? Even if you can, should you? You know, maybe each state should take care of their own emissions. You know, there's countless items going on. And so we'll see how that plays out. But right now that pipeline's kind of in existence and it covers a pretty big area. So we'll see how that goes. And then you got somebody like Elon Musk coming along and saying, well, I'm going to take that carbon dioxide and I'll use it as rocket fuel. Okay. So all these things are bouncing, right? And so there's, the good news is we're talking about it. The bad news is it's going to get a little wonky, you know, right? So hang on for the ride. So these are things, I labeled that carbon comments. All right, so those are carbon comments. Well, then we have the carbon credit, the voluntary carbon credits bouncing through the US. So a farmer can sign up for carbon credits with all these different entities. These are voluntary. These are not government regulated or anything like that. Each one's different. Each one has their own criteria. Okay, I've monitored carbon in the soil for many years. It's kind of like predicting what the bison did. All we know is they did whatever they felt like, and it was probably a little different every year. But carbon can be a little tricky on that as well. So, but the fact that we're talking about is wonderful. So there's two documents for people in the US. And so the one on the left is from the UK. just on carbon itself. So read it. It's pretty good data. I mean, I wouldn't tell the UK people that if they were here, but it's pretty good. Since they're not here, it's pretty good data, really good. And the one on the right is it's the listing of all the companies offering carbon credits, okay? And then their sideboards and their criteria, length of term, all that. So I labeled that one voluntary carbon credits and the opportunity for co-benefits. It's not going to just be carbon. If you're actually able to improve your carbon, there's a plethora of things come along with this, and we should not discount those. Things like soil aggregation, things like infiltration that you could actually determine with your infiltration kits. All these things come along with this, okay? So in my new stage of life, I've tried to do more of this type of thing. So Environmental Protection Agency in the US, you know, they're charged with things like air quality, water quality, those type things. And they're a pretty good sized player in our country. So they're coming to North Dakota to talk about WOTUS, and WOTUS is Waters of the US, and who controls them and who says what. Okay, so they're coming to North Dakota to have that meeting because we're a prairie pothole region, a lot of water, a lot of open water, Missouri River and all the streams. Day 2, they want to come to the Minokan farm. All right, I'm good with that. Well, then as we got closer, all of a sudden, every commodity group in North Dakota invited themselves to the same meeting, to which we said, you're welcome, come on over. And so the morning of, I'm having coffee with Kathy and I'm just pissy. And I'm like, you know, I think we're just gonna probably get into a lot of confrontation. There's a lot of disagreement within all these groups. And I said, they're all professional, well-organized, well-represented groups with money. And I said, I just think this thing could get a little wonky and I'm concerned about it. I don't want to go. And it's at the Minokan farm. I still don't want to go, but I went. Okay, so I got there and we decided we got to go around the room, right? And everybody gets a few minutes to introduce who they are, who they represent. Okay, make a comment or two. Every one of them said something positive about cover crops. We had the corn people, we had the soybean people, we had the grain growers, Farm Bureau, we had Farmers Union, the Ag Commissioner from North Dakota. We had a lot of representation. Every one of them got up and said something positive about cover crops because EPA, we access grants through them indirectly through state government, and they can access the EPA federal grants. They call them water quality grants, 319 water quality grants, okay? And we've had them at the Minokan farm since the Minokan farm started in 2009. So the assistant administrator looked at us and said, what have you done with them? That's a fair question, right? Money's never free, right? Even a grant, it's never really free. So what have you done to them? So that's when I did my thing and got up and talked about them. And we had videos of farmer testimonials. We went into the plant physiology. We went into our resource concerns of what we're trying to address, erosion, salinity, water management, all these things. Inorganic, organic nutrient, place for that makes a big difference in the whole water quality scheme. So this was going on. Every group there supported it. We all got behind him. We need it that day. We need it that day. So I'm driving home and I'm just talking to myself that, man, I was so wrong. I should have been so eager to go, but I wasn't that morning. But on the way home, I was like, man, that was a great day for North Dakota. I mean, a great day. So that's my new stage in life, is try to do a better job with these type things. So this is my replacement at the Minokan farm. And I am not kidding. This is the brains that will be our new sensors that are going in this summer. This is the brains that they will transmit to, and there'll be 2 cameras on top of that pole. at a pretty high area. There's a fiber optics line now that runs out of there. So it can go, Beck Communications, we are partnering with them, each paying about half the bill. And we are partnering with them, so this is going to be carbon data transport. We're going to start with the easy things that we know we can get done, like the water sensors, humidity, temperature. You know, we know some of that, so we're going to start with that. And then there's a whole bunch of sensors that are being worked at for the future. And I made the comment to the group, the only thing scarier than stepping into this is not stepping into it. That's scary too. So we stepped into it. So that's carbon transfer. Now it could go directly to the Beck Communications television cable, their channel. So here we go. So then this is our video library impacts, and I just call that one the analytical data, carbon impacts. And so we ran the last 3 years because we have a YouTube channel. It's called Minokan Farm. And so we went ahead and ran the analytics on it the other day. So there's 500,000 views around the world in the last 3 years. The average view time was 21 minutes. You know how long 21 minutes is in today's world? Just about an eternity, right? 21 minutes. So carbon impacts. So you can set something up like this. We've created this video library over the last 3 years. Every speaker that comes in, we videotape and gets edited, posted, credited. Away you go. So that's kind of what's happening in carbon in North Dakota a little bit. Okay. So in the air, we have this, don't we? We have this carbon dioxide in the air right there, really small. And anyone in here admit to talking to plants? This guy or this guy's spouse? Anyone talk to plants? Yeah, you see an impact from it? Okay, so if you are talking CO2 produced when people breathe, there's a lot of parts per million, especially if you kind of coddle the plant a little bit and now you're talking to it, you know, it would be a little overwhelming, right? If you're talking to a person, especially early in the morning. So a lot of CO2. And then also on CO2, we should have some idea, what does it take to kill a plant? How high? Well, best data I could find, you know, you're probably looking at about 2,000 parts per million, somewhere's in that area. The plant's going to go a little wonky at that point, probably a little before that point. And then what's the low end? Well, if you get below 250 to 150, that plant's not doing well. So it kind of gives us some idea. Well, then what are we today? So I've got a little CO2 meter at the farm. So I can walk outside. I can do that. Okay, that's a wintertime reading, 457. Okay, be a little different than the summer. If I'd have went out 5 minutes later, it'll be a little different. Okay, because it's moving. And so it kind of gives us some idea. So we can probably still maintain some pretty good plants as you rise. If we fall significantly, pretty difficult. Okay, gives you some idea. Landscape simplification, Darren Qualman wrote a good book. Some of you know Dwayne Beck at the Pierre Dakota Lakes Research Farm, or you might have been there. So Dwayne called me one day and he says, civilization critical, read it. So those of you that know Dwayne, my answer to him was, I will. And I did. Good book. And just something I want to spin off of. I want to give him credit for writing a good book, but agriculture used to be more of a loop. Then one day it wasn't, it was more linear, okay? And so what I want to propose to you today, the interesting thing is when you talk like soil health principles, I always think of 5 soil health principles. When you put the soil health principles into play, you take the linear and you start to bend it a bit. It starts to bend up a bit. So you can start to get a bit of a recycle through it, okay? And so I thought his analogy in the book was so good and it really puts some things in perspective, okay? So what are these concerns? Well, in North Dakota, I can tell you what they are. Wind erosion, that's our big phosphorus loss. Yeah, wind erosion, there goes your phosphorus. So why are you so concerned about, you know, we get real concerned about buying it and placement of it and that type of thing. We need to secure it too. We got to bend it so that it's not linear, okay? Water erosion, we've had this in North Dakota. Salinity is eating our lunch. We've got such salinity. So where does salinity come from? When you were underwater, geologically, those are geological salts. If you transpire water out of the soil profile through a plant, transpiration through a plant, no problem. But if the water comes out as evaporation out of a bare soil, you will leave a little salt behind on the surface of the soil. So you do this 1 year, that's not an issue. But now we've done it 125 years because we've managed our water with tillage. And it's a bare soil. It's going to evaporate. Will it lose that water they're trying to get rid of in eastern half of the state? Absolutely. Will there be salts left? Absolutely. We need to change that if we're going to farm forever. That's kind of a deal breaker. So salinity is really a big item. Water quality and quantity, lack of plant diversity. So the simplified rotations come at a cost eventually. And season-long grazing on our grasslands, drought and flood in the same year. We've had that a number of times. Get them both in the same year. Makes a lot of sense when you think through it. And then exporting carbon. We're in agriculture, so we know that's an extraction business. What are we willing to do to offset the extraction? What are we willing to do? Okay. And then carbon deficient soils, which I'm here to tell you, it's worldwide. So we're all, every country is in the same tussle. Okay. I've used this for a planning tool for many years on the end gate at the end of a pickup with the end gate open and with spade. I'll go through a checklist with the client, those that would still talk to me. And so we would go ahead and go through these and we would look at them because there's factors that promote gains of carbon in the soil and there's factors that promote losses. Okay, that's broad. Those are broad statements. But when you look at those, you start to figure out some things. And so there are things that we kind of know, but when we apply them to a particular field, I think that's when it gets much more intimate. That's when it really hits home more, okay? And so even things like, just take for instance, excessive mineral nitrogen versus appropriate. The fact that you applied some nitrogen is not such a negative item, but how did you apply, you know, the volumes that you apply because there's such inefficiencies in it. Did you address the pools of N that aren't going to go into the plant? Joel probably talked about some of that. There's all kinds of data on it. So if you have a cover crop in, you have a green plant for the inorganic plant available nutrient to go into. That's different. Now you're bending that linear pipe more circular and you're recycling more. So these are ones I've always used for many years. So which of these farms are yours? This is Minokan Farm. That's us. We're cold, sometimes wet, but cold, sometimes dry, but cold. So we'll either be cold and dry or cold and wet. Okay, that's how we'll start. So, and we're in the flyway. So you're gonna find a lot of geese coming through early. Is this you? That's another North Dakota. That's one I failed on over the years. Is that you? Hot and dry? Until we hydrated our soils, we couldn't do much. And you can't hydrate a soil if you don't have cover on it. So the cover is always where I start out of the 5 soil health principles. Start with cover. Because once you hydrate your soils, you got to have cover to do that. That's a game changer. Or is this you? Now you're losing a lot of nitrogen because you get the denitrification. Okay, So all these things, you know, which one are you? Hopefully you're maybe not any of them, right? All right. So let's talk a little bit about carbon. Out of the 5 principles, I use 5. When they were first put together, the intent was that they would operate as a suite. They would be a combination. Okay, they were meant to be applied together. The other thing about them is they were meant for a starting point. But that's a principle. Then your job, my job, is to take practices to make one of these work, or 2, or 3, or 4. Okay. And then for that whole carbon thing, for, you know, so you get a grasp on this, I just want to briefly walk through these 4 parts of carbon. If we take a corn, every crop type's a little different, but corn, mathematically, 1/3 of the carbon's in the grain, 1/3 is in the residue, above ground residue, and 1/3 is in the root mass. Okay, there's pretty good data on this. So it's 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. We're an extraction business, so the grain's probably going to get tires under it, and it's going to go somewheres. If the residue is taken off, there's your second third. If you till it after that, pretty tough year for carbon. So we start looking at that whole scenario. So those 3, we kind of know what we got to do there. The above ground residue part, we're going to get about 15% of that into the soil as carbon. The root mass, we're going to get about 30%. Okay, the grain's already left, right? So we get a little bit of that into the soil, not a lot. That's your armor, that's your cover. It's the exudates that we probably are much better with because they go directly to the microbes. So 30 to 40% of the fixed carbon goes out to the plant as an exudate. Joel probably talked about that, but the take-home message is this. When there's a new green plant, first 1 to 2 months, you're going to get your exudates. So if you grow a cash crop and you're still able to put a cover crop in that fall or during the year, you get a new set of exudates. That's what makes a difference. First time I looked at cover crops, this a lot of years ago, I said to myself, why would anybody do that? Why would I spend the money for that cover crop? Why would I spend the time, the equipment, the labor, the fuel? Why would I do that? I had to get my head wrapped around what the cover crop did. I had to start understanding the plant physiology of it. I had to understand that if you want to farm forever, figure it out. So, been working on it. So, I want to show you 11 years of data here in one slide. And Cody assured me that everybody in the room is quick grasp on everything. So we're going to just really, no, I'm just joking. All right. So the blue is what the carbon levels were in 2009 when the farm started, baseline, the blue. Okay. Then the one that's next to it that I'll call orange, this kind of burnt orange one here, that's what the same 0 to 4 inches was in 2020. Okay, so we're just going to take field 6 here. Roughly 3.2, 3.3 is what the carbon started at. 11 years later, it's just a little over 5. Some of these went the other way, right? Some of these went the other way. So this field 3, very little change. This field here was 11 years of no-till wheat, no cover crop, no livestock. After 11 years, we had a small little bump. Okay, not much to hang your hat on, but a little bump. Then we had some that actually went the other way. Okay, so when I look at something like this, carbon went down. Every field is handled differently. Every field has a different scheme. Some of them have a lot of low carbon plants in them, like a lot of flax, canola, pea, soybean. They're not evil, but they don't have a lot of carbon in them. Then there's the higher carbon plants with more food in them. Those are the ones like wheat or any of the small grains, even corn. Okay, they're much higher CN ratios. So if I look at 6, why did 6 take that jump? So there, I have the data on the next slide, but it's too small for you to read, so I'm just going to tell you. Field 6 was corn 1 year, cover crop for managed grazing the 2nd year, or if you want to call it a forage, multi-species forage for managed grazing the 2nd year, then back to corn, then back to that full season for managed grazing again. So field 6, if I summarize it, it had the most crop diversity. It had a good smattering of the higher carbon crops, and it had the most livestock grazing days. So that said to me, going forward, 60-inch corn is probably what we'll look at with the covers already in them. So I'm taking 2 years and I'm combining them into one. So instead of just growing 30-inch corn with no covers, followed by a year for managed grazing, put them together. Make sense? So that's what that data told me. So every field, it would take us a while to go through, but every field tells a little different story. But at the end of the day, the ones with the bump upward in carbon levels, if you will, they have more diversity, more plant diversity, more animal days, but also more higher carbon plants in, but not all high carbon, because you have to have a balance. You need these lower carbon plants too. So if we look at this one, we're just going to briefly talk covers after harvest, covers with 60-inch corn, and covers with soybean and canola. Okay, so that's the Minokan farm, planting a little bit of green right there. So let's just walk into these. So this is us this summer. Everything got chopped off by the end of July. These 2 row strips that are left in virtually every field, you really can't see them anymore. I mean, they just went down, totally laid down. So this is us. So we were roughly 40% of precip, maybe less. This is our 2nd year of our drought. The 1st year you can kind of get through because you got some fuel in the tank yet. 2nd year is a little tougher, right? A little tougher. So our big concern is wind erosion this spring. We are really worried about it. I think we could have a lot of phosphorus loss coming up. So this is us, summer of 21. Corn. So let's start with this. So covers after harvest, that's the easy one. But we don't have a whole lot of after harvest anymore. We used to be the big wheat area. Now we're the big soybean area. So not as much opportunity, right? Okay. But when you do have the dry, dead residue, that gives off CO2. That CO2 is going to the atmosphere mostly. Whereas the green, that's going to take CO2 in, right? So you got both of them happening simultaneously. This is the wheat field from this fall. We got some rain late after harvest. We picked up a couple rains, didn't help our harvest any, but the cover crops looked fantastic. And so if you want to put your spade in that field, which I would encourage you to, you're going to find a lot of earthworms. That's a nice environment. When they're green, you got exudates. The biology is doing really well. It grows. Then you got enough food for the earthworms. Earthworms have to have a little more food, right? Okay. Covers with 60-inch corn. This is our drought year. I'm just going to kind of give you an idea. Yeah, I took every picture from the same location. So I'm going to show you about 3 slides here, but they're all from the same location. All right. This is with no rain. So we underseeded them with a drill this year. There's different ways to put a cover in. That's 60-inch corn. The one on the right, it's just emerging. So here the covers are just emerging that were planted here, okay? So this is what it looked like a little bit later. And my spade kind of shows you can see the rows coming up. That's no rain on those covers. So they emerged, they're there, but they had residue in the ground. This is what they looked like as they got a bit more mature. That was September 21st. And that becomes your refuge area because I can have pollinating plants in there for the pollinators. If I have pollinators, I have insects. If I have insects, I have birds. All of a sudden you have an ecosystem. Does that sound strange? First half of my career, I'd have killed it all. Right? That's what I was trained to do. I was good at it. Death and destruction, I could bring it. Yeah. Then one day you look at that and you go, we're not going to farm forever this way. That's going to be a little blip in the geological time factor. Okay. So with that environment, you kind of can do your own cooking and figure out what you want to put in there. So we're starting a 2-year study, starting this coming summer with Jonathan Lundgren. So I'm going to take a few fields, 60-inch corn with covers. The second year, we're going to shift the corn onto the covers onto the corn. Okay. And so this is the mix I used. I don't have the percents on there because I don't want to. I want you to think about those. But what I am going to do, I am going to lower the CN ratio a little bit because my fields haven't seen this before. The first year you do something in the field, your biology has to look at it. Back in the 70s when I was at university, they would call that a correction. We didn't know what drove the correction. We had no idea. But they said there might be a change here. There'll be a correction. Okay, who's correcting what? I mean, what's going on? But it's the shift in biology. Okay, so it's a shift in biology. If you have been growing the same crops for a number of years in your fields, kind of the same sequence, your biology is probably a bit planed out, static, because they got you figured out. They know how much food is coming. They know what they can support, and that's what they do. It goes static, basically. Okay, so I'm going to throw a new curve at some of these, and they're going to have to ramp up a little bit. That'll be the correction, right? Okay. When it rains, 2019 it actually rained, 60-inch corn looks a little different, right? So I still remember the rain days, but the last 2 years, they've been tough. But that's why we do some of these things for resiliency. So 19 was the wettest year we probably ever had. We had no standing water in our fields. We had no water in the wetlands. It was all in the profile. Okay. So wet year, dry year. We also did the perennial strips for 60-inch corn, where I don't have to plant a cover crop. That works. Did that a couple of years. Corn with soybean and canola. We've also done pinto beans. And so it'll look like this in the spring. My farmer buddies from Pennsylvania will send me their pictures of 6-foot rye that their crimper rolling down. That's not us. That's not us. This is us. Okay. We look like this in the spring. They're different environment, much warmer, much longer season. So we'll go ahead and plant into it. It's the easiest no-till planting I've ever done because it closes. You can almost always open, but it closes so nice. Usually closing is a little harder, seed soil contact. Okay. The smart seed firmers are on there. So it tells you what your soil organic matter is, tells you if the trench is clean, tells you the temperature, tells you all that stuff. Okay. If you want it, right? I still use my spade, but that works. So in 2020, we still had pretty decent crops because we had some fuel in the tank yet in the profile. 21 is about half of this. Okay, so the second year, always a little tougher. So just a little bit on who's the timekeeper? Who's the timekeeper? You tell me when I should stop because I'm just going to go sit down then and drink coffee because I don't want to take from somebody else's time. So just give me an idea where I'm at on time. Tell me. So this is the Minokan Farm scale. This is a new addition 2 years ago. And now we weigh our yearlings after every forage change. They get weighed individually. And so each yearling gets weighed. This coming year, we're going to also weigh the ewes. And so this gives us good data. And when they went through here 7 times the last 2 summers, they go through and get weighed 7 times, they get a treat when they come out. And they don't object to being weighed. They get in line. So every green plant is a carbon inlet. If you remember nothing else today, remember that. You're not going to fix your environment without a green plant. Somebody asked the question yesterday at the end of the day about should he spend money on a bioinoculant or something else. If I got an extra $1 in the budget, I put it into a green plant. That's just me, but that's what I do with it. Green plants, they fix the soil. So every green plant. So I was just clipping here. I got my 1.99 ring here, 2 square feet, and clip it, get it in and spread it out so it can dry. And then we'll get a dry weight, and then we can go ahead and do some things from that good data. So the livestock integration thing at the Minokan farm, it's a big item. And we try to do them multi-species. So the sheep and the yearlings get introduced to each other in a small pasture. I guarantee you the yearlings are going to run the hell out of them around the perimeter that first day until those sheep can't run anymore. And then all of a sudden the yearlings get tired of it and say, I don't do that anymore. And then they get along just fine. And so we feed them together for about 3 days. The first day, they're a little wary of each other. But we feed them together for about 3 days before they go out into the grazing system. They get to know each other. If we do it right, a lot of times we see this, and this is just my personal feeling, I could be wrong, but we see the sheep, the ewes, these are dry ewes, we see them more inside the herd. Just a thought. All right. So we grazed them on, this is planting green, this is going to go to beans. But first I'm going to graze it. Okay, so grazed it about 14 days. It's going to go to beans. All right, on May 20th. And then also the weight gives us good things like this. When they're in the 60-inch corn and covers, we had an average daily gain of 2.8. The low end was 1.3 and the high end was 3.9. So there's a big difference in these, right? And so the question I usually ask my rancher buddies, if you looked at that pen of heifers, they're open heifers, if you looked at them and selected what you want for replacements, and after you did that, then you went and looked at the data on how their gains were over 7 different forages, would you change your mind on a few of them afterwards? I think you probably would. So it just gives you some really good information. Okay, so pounds of beef. Pounds of beef. So on the cereal rye, I was able to take about 100 pounds of beef off of there. Then we let a little bit of regrowth. Keep in mind, salinity. I want to manage my water that way. If it's a dry year, I terminate it early. If it's a wet year, I let it go a little longer. This is an interesting one. I had a failed pea canola field right here. They gained very little, didn't want those peas at all. They ate the canola and they ate anything that looked like a grass plant. But the peas, they weren't too interested. There was a gain, but really small. What happened here? We got a little wetland pasture close by. It's got upland acres and wetland acres. And the wetland acres are dry, okay? They lost, excuse me. So they lost weight, but not all of them. Some of them gained, even in that field. Some of them gained, most of them lost. The average was they dropped pretty significantly. Okay, and then the 60-inch corn, we took a little over 200 pounds off of that, 200 pounds of beef. So just moving along here, we look at yearling daily gains. So where did they gain? Well, obviously in the wetland, they lost 1.5 pounds a day. Should have left them in there longer, right? That's what you call taking a real kicking. And then there was less than 1 pound a day on the pea canola. But you get into all the other forages and they were doing much more respectable. The cereal rye, they did quite well in the spring on. And then at the end of the year, they were right around 2 pounds. Average daily gain for the second year. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Went from 1.5 and then a high again on the 60-inch corn. You can have this data. If you talk to Tanya, she'll give you this PowerPoint, right? So you can look at it at your leisure then, all right, if you choose to. But again, right around 2 pounds. So in the drought years, 2 drought years back to back, they gained about 2 pounds a day in some really tough heat. So interesting how and no shade. Interesting that they were able to do that. Yearling pounds of beef per acre, again, are high. 60-inch corn. 60-inch corn was about 135 or so pounds of beef per acre. Everything else quite a bit smaller. Second year of the drought, a little tougher environment. So this is when we have a full season cover. You kind of have some idea here of what it can look like. Their job is to eat the top half, trample the bottom half. And so when we do that, I'll cut out a few plants right at the ground level and I'll lay them across my hand to balance them. Why do I do that? Then you know what half by weight is. Then you got your eye. I got a good idea how long, when it is I want to take them out of there. Okay. Where's the most energy and protein? Top half. Okay. I've sent every plant in we have over the years and cut them in half and sent in the bottom and the top. And that's what you do in North Dakota when you have no life. You do those type things. Okay. Also, I like to get them grouped up pretty good because then they're pretty non-selective in terms of what they will or won't eat. So if you get them grouped up a bit, they always got their eye looking at their neighbor and they usually graze what's in front of them. So it kind of gives you some idea, but ultimately they play a fit. I brought them into fields like this before. That corn's pretty soft. They'll walk down the row and just take the ears the first time through. Just eat the cob and all. They eat the cob and all. And I learned from my dad a long time ago, the cob is your friend. Because, you know, it's kind of a buffer in the rumen, you know, so back in the day on the farm, we used a lot of it. If I still have time, I'll talk a little bit about a bioinoculant. You tell me. I'll quit whenever you want. I'm just going to drink coffee and hang out, and I'll be talking smart to my wife back there. So, yeah. Okay, so I started using a bioinoculant on the garden because we do an indoor garden, outdoor garden. All right. So a couple winters ago, I did a three garden series for Alberta, and in the evening, and that was an interesting event. And so, so I got a little gardening history as well. If it has soil, I kind of like it. So I started using it in the garden because I thought that's a good place to start. Because if I fail there, I can make up some story, right? Okay, aphids took me out, or you know how that goes. Okay, so I sent in the DNA. So this is leachate. You know, I don't have my glasses on. I have no idea, Tanya. What's that? Oh, I'm good. You just give me a certain signal that I would understand in the US, and then I'll stop. Okay, so I sent the DNA analysis in, and the interesting thing was 370 species. There's no fertilizer in it. You know, don't think in terms of fertilizer. Think in terms of biology. So this is the leachate out of vermicompost, right? So it's the liquid extracted out of the pile, if you will. So I sent it into the molecular research DNA lab, and you give them a month and a lot of money, and they will give you a printout of all the DNA that's in that liquid. So I sent them 6 samples, and then I think they charged me $1,000, and money well spent in this case. And you get the printout of every bit of DNA that's in there. And if you have nothing else to do in life, you can click on all 370 and read about them. All right, so there's a start. 370 species that weren't there otherwise. So I would coat the seed. I think that's the deal breaker. If I had limited amount that I could do, I'd coat the seed. That's where I'd start. And then because I have it right there, I also put on a foliar 2 different times during the growing season. Okay, because plant leaves have biology, right? Yeah, so I also did the dry inoculant. I got that from Dale Overton, Overton something in Winnipeg. Some of you maybe know him, okay? And he gave me some dry inoculant. I gave him an obscene amount of money, and then he sent it to me. And then it took 3 weeks to come from Winnipeg to Bismarck because it had to go to Minneapolis and they had to analyze it. And then it finally got sent. It took 3 weeks. I could have drove to Winnipeg and got home that night yet. But anyway, so from my spade to the right has the dry inoculant, and my spade to the left, no dry inoculant. Yeah, I could visually see that. So these things kind of said to me, maybe there's something to this. Maybe I'll take a look at it, but I don't want to buy it. I want to make it. I'm not going to put the cost of it onto a bushel of grain or a pound of beef. I'm going to make it from the waste, out of all waste products. So it was a Canadian who said to me, we usually waste the waste. That's a Canadian quote. And I agreed with him. That's what we usually do with it. So these things in the garden got me interested. All right. So we started putting it in at the rate of 4 gallons an acre directly into the seed trench with naked seed. We've always used naked seed, so that was no change to us. Okay, there's no fungicide on it, there's no insecticide on it. And you don't know why, and you want to know why we used 4 gallons. That's how much we had. Okay, so we had enough to put 4 gallons on the entire farm, so maybe 120 acres times 4 gallons. Okay, it was easy to extract. All right, no seed coating. So here goes the beans. Also, we never plugged ever. That extract, it's never plugged. So it's an easy deal that way. Okay, so I monitored the wheat because I put it on the wheat and I put it on the beans. So I monitored the wheat. Okay, I put the wheat in 15-inch rows with the planter. Really like that. So this is what it looked like. Then we did the analysis, and I know you can't read that, but if you get the PowerPoint, you can. So this particular one had the leach shade put on it. That shows adequate amount, sufficient, right at the sufficient boundary for nitrogen, okay? This one doesn't. This is the control area. It's short on N. So it doesn't create nitrogen, but it can transport it. It can unlock it and transport. Okay, can do some of those type things. And this was my wheat field forever field, fully fertilized. Actually showed that I was low in nitrogen in my fully fertilized field. That one really made me think. And then I went ahead and I did the biology on that field, and I had no mycorrhizal fungi in there. Well, if you don't have any mycorrhizal fungi, you can't move it to the plant. Remember all the work that was done, especially years ago, about banding so many inches away from a plant row? That's why we need it that close. We've been a little tough on the mycorrhizal fungi over the years. And so you got to have it. You know, if you're going to spoon feed the plant, you got to have it pretty close, right? Made a lot of sense to me. So where I put on the extract, total fungi, did it bump this? No, this is just in the seed trench, okay? Because that's where it went with naked seed, right in the seed trench, okay? So then I do the follow-up in the seed trench, in the control, non-control. Yeah, nice bit of a bump. The saprophytic, that's the decomposer, our buscular mycorrhizal. This is the one that moves water and nutrient to and from the plant in exchange for the exudates. Now you're sequestering carbon, right? Because it's giving the exudate directly into the biology. All right. Corn. This is a picture of my dad, old man. That was a joke, a little fast for you maybe. Okay, I'll slow it down. All right, so this is me, and this is the area that has the leachate on. This does not, okay? Plants don't look bad. There's no fertilizer on that field, but that's 11 years of soil health principle application too, okay? So then I started noticing as the year went on, the vigor on this side was fatter, little more vigor, okay? Then I started saying, well, we better do some analysis. So we started getting the tissue analysis, soil analysis. And again, now here's the tissue analysis. This side had the nutrient on it. I'm into the high category on nitrogen on both sides. The ones that got more vigor. And then I looked at the biology, again, in the row, okay? So this is the field that had the leachate on, this kind of purplish color. Was there a change? Yeah. There was, there had more fungal community. So this is what I've done last couple of years. These are the Johnson Sues. This is my rainwater. When this static is done, it goes into this area here with the worms, and then I extract it out of there. So it's pretty simple. There's no money changing hands. I just use what I have, okay? And I gather up a few, like on the left side, you can see them here. I put on a pumpkin or a watermelon. They're hopeless addicts. So if you put a watermelon down, they know they're going to get caught, but they can't help themselves. They're going to come under that melon. And then I'll harvest them out and I'll reset the melon. Even though the rest know what happened to their kin, they're going to go underneath the melon, and then you harvest them out. Okay. And then I store them in here over the winter at the Minokan farm in a Johnson Sioux for static. Put a little cover on so it doesn't evaporate so bad. And that gives me some for the next year. And then we started to put it on as a foliar also, not just in the trench. Okay, now we started to add it as a foliar. If you choose to, you can do the fish emulsion, the concentrate, real easy to do. Didn't plug anything. It was ridiculously simple. But this is the new part now I wanted to kind of share with you. So this is 120 feet long, 12 feet wide, and it slopes to the center. And then it slopes all the way to the end, 2% grade both ways. 2% grade every 4 feet, that's an inch a drop. Okay. And so I told the neighbors that's going to be the new runway for the drones and the model planes. But that's not what it's really for, but that was a lot easier to say that. And hooks on the side, okay? You can see this is the low spot running right down the middle here. And then to this drain, and from there into a insulated livestock tank, mostly underground. Keeps really well if you keep it out of sunlight. Then I went to Menards and I got corrugated pipe, drainage pipe that you'd put around a new construction of a basement in Bismarck. Okay. And I laid 3 of those down, laid one in the center further up, okay, for aeration, because you can't let it go anaerobic, makes alcohol. There's one thing we know, microbes in alcohol, Canadians in alcohol. You get the picture, you get the picture. Nothing good's gonna happen, right? All right, so then I took the static. This is the turned. I was just looking at compost comparison, turned versus static. Total biomass. So this is the turned, this is the static. So the total biomass, big change when you have static compost. This is the fungal community, not mycorrhizal fungi. Okay, that takes a green plant. So this is the total fungi. And again, big change. So that's what it looked like at the end. This is for the aeration. Put a cover on it in the spring. This was November. Put a cover on it in the spring with the worms and a little sprinkler. And that'll be my extractor. That'll give me a lot of, way more than I need. So I'm trying to make some extra for some farmers that are interested as well. So I hope that wasn't too long for you. Thanks for your patience. Couple comments. The Buffalo Harvest by Frank Mayer. Great read. So this is the guy that shot more buffalo in the US than anyone else. So it's a bit of a brutal read, but it's a good read. And he talks about the groups that came in after him, you know, the woofers with the cyanide on the carcasses, took out all the wolves, coyotes, etc. And then the bone collectors that came in after that. And out of the 3 groups, you know, which one made the money? The bone collectors made the money. Yeah, yeah. So that's a good read if you get a chance. They're all good books. Go ahead and this is our website, our YouTube channel. Just really appreciate visiting with you today. I hope we're okay time-wise. If you don't want to do Q&A now, Tanya, I'm going to be here all day.
Sure, we have 15 minutes for Q&A.
Okay.
I just ask if you have a question, please raise your hand and we'll bring you a mic so that the people that are joining us virtually can hear your question. Mark and I both have mics.
Yeah, so if you have a question, I won't hesitate to say I don't know.
I do have 3 questions online, Jay.
Okay.
The first one is, Jay discussed the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 distribution of carbon in a grain crop.
Right.
What would the ratios be for 1 cut hay? you would have whole removal of immature stalks, but then regrowth and no removal.
Yeah, hayland's a tough deal on carbon, because why? What do you do with the first cutting? You windrow it, you bale it, you take it off, right? To some location. You either sell it as cash crop or may go to a feeding area. Okay, what do you do with the second crop? You windrow it, bale it, take it off. If there's a third one, what do you do with that one? You windrow it, you bale it. So it's a lot of extraction. When I run the rainfall simulator, or better yet, your rainfall kits, put one in your hayland. That's a tough environment because there's really very little armor on the soil because you took that off. Okay. So it's not evil to make a bale, but we got to give some thought to where we feed the bale, because then we can bend that linear pipe back up if we feed it in the right environments. So that, yeah, that's a good question. But hayland, when I run them in my rainfall simulator at the Minokan farm, hayland's a tough deal. We don't think it is normally because it's a perennial, and I get that, but because of the nature of extracting on it, we're taking it all.
You talked about a biology correction if there's a drastic shift in seed to N ratio in your cover crops. Does that affect our traditional rotational cropping? Is there big adjustments from year to year on, for example, a wheat canola, wheat pea rotation?
Okay, so if you got wheat canola, you've got a high carbon crop and a low carbon crop, right? Yeah. So if you're going to bring a cover crop in and it's never seen this cover crop before, I would start with a little bit more of a maybe a CN ratio, maybe in the 30s. If you want to have a negative impact for you, dad, and grandpa, who are all watching this, then go in there with the highest possible carbon crops you can find, because you're going to take all the nitrogen to decompose them, right? So the next year, you're going to have this yield drag. If you want a better experience, come down a little bit the first year. Don't have such a high CN ratio, and come in a little lower. So instead of a 60 or 70 to 1, maybe a 30 to 1 is going to be a little better experience. You can raise it once you're in it. You can do almost anything eventually, but that first year, yeah, give dad a better experience.
And the last one online right now is for the 60-inch corn with covers between, would you be combining, chopping, or grazing that corn?
Yeah, we didn't this past year. We just went in and did the yield on it, and it actually produced 40 bushels of grain, which in our area was pretty good. And but our goal is to combine and then graze afterwards. So combine and graze. So everything stays there but the grain. And then with the livestock, I can recycle. I can run it through the ruminant instead of it oxidizing off. I can run it through the ruminant, and I can get the biology of the ruminant. Yeah.
Just two questions. On the slide with all the fields, number 10 seemed like a real outlier. And so I'm curious about that one.
Yeah.
And then on the slide about the compost, is the general takeaway static is superior to turned, or?
Okay, good question. So field 10, when the initial data was done in 2009, we didn't know how many fields there would be. So we did 9 sites. Then one day, a month or 2 or 3 later, they said, well, we're going to have 10 fields. Oh, we already did all the soil analysis on 9 sites. So that last one is kind of foundationless, if you will. I have the new data there, but there's no old data there. And the reason is because we did initially 9 sites. The scientists from ARS, Ag Research Service, and NRCS through USDA all came and did it. And the interesting thing is 11 years later, there were still some of the original people, some that were available. So it was pretty exciting. So that's why that happened. Then compost. So I make turned compost, big old windrow. And when that's done, that's going to go onto the pad then, because that's done. And then it's going to have the worms added, become vermicompost. Okay, so we do turned. We do static, the Johnson Sioux static. And so I try to get 2-3 different scenarios because we're a demonstration farm and there's pros and cons, and no better way to discuss it than when you can just look at it and put your spade in it. So there's a little bit of everything there. We try to have a little bit of everything, but that's why. Yeah. Yeah. The static does have a little more biology in it, which makes sense. I can hear you.
I guess they got to hear me
There
online.
you are. There you are.
In your opinion, can we do live or farming forever without livestock? And I'm talking about macro livestock like cows and sheep and goats.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think anytime we can bring, you know, why are the livestock so important? Well, I think they're so important because it's what built our soils. So in the plains, geologically, after the last glacier came through, what, 10, 12,000 years ago, and we populated with perennials and then large ruminants and predators. So this is how these mollisol soils in our environment were built. Okay, so now you want to take the cropland scenario and you want it as good as that or better. Okay, as good or better, you know, a high goal. Okay, so trying to do that without the livestock component, I wouldn't say impossible, because as soon as you say that, someone's gonna do it, which is good. But I think it makes it much more difficult, because the reason I like the biology, I like the livestock, is because they have aerobic and anaerobic biology on them, you know, inside the ruminant and outside. They're walking, talking populators. And when you can group them up a little bit, you don't necessarily have to mob graze, but when you can group them up a little bit, you get a little more even distribution of these type things. I think we got a real challenge without them. You know, at one time I thought, well, maybe that vermicompost liquid extract, because in USDA I wasn't allowed to say worm juice. So the vermicompost liquid extract, I think that's maybe as close as I'm going to get to the biology of livestock. Give me the livestock. I mean, it wouldn't stop me from moving into all the other principles, for sure. You know, they're all important, but the livestock that's a good one.
Jay, on your Johnson Sioux bioreactors, what was your base ingredient, and how did you get the proper moisture content in it, and how did you maintain that? Yep. And then how do you keep it from freezing in the wintertime? Okay, so let's start in reverse order. In the wintertime, we take the forklift and put them inside. So I only have like 3 of them, so they're on a pallet already. So I put them into our cold storage area over the winter. So it stays about 50 some in there. And that takes care of that portion of it. So I like to use, if you listen to David Johnson, we've had him to the farm and he helped us get started. And his brilliant mind when it comes to compost and static compost, all these type things, and Wei Chen, his wife. And so they've been there. Where we probably don't see maybe in total alignment is the diversity of products. I like to use the diversity of products, and I like it all to be local. So we just use what's in our landscape, what's kind of home in there, okay? So we have wood shavings, because I can get those for free from the landfill. I just have to pay transportation if you bring in a side dump load or something. So I like the wood shavings. I like some straw from rye, wheat, oats, barley. I don't take anything off our fields, but I'll take it off of yours if you're our neighbor. Okay, so we'll buy it from you if you want to sell it. And so we'll use those products. And then US Fish and Wildlife nets out carp in the fall around Bismarck, and they'll have some pickup loads. And I'll talk to those guys and they'll drop them off at the farm. So you bring in a pickup load of carp, you know how big some of those are? They're enormous. And so we'll have some carp as well. And then we'll have a manure source. So there's one dairy farm left, I think, in Burleigh County, and it's down the road a little ways from us. So I'll get some manure from either a dairy farm or some old manure from
a feeding area that's a few years old. Sometimes that's safer. And so it'd be a multitude of products. And then I also, at the landfill, I can get all the grass clipping leaves I want, but we got to be a little selective there because there's such a big herbicide load in those. Gotta be a little careful on what you take. Time is your friend, you know, over time, those products get better. If I don't use them right away, sometimes I stockpile them. But I use a multitude of products. David uses a lot fewer, and he said it's more in the process than it is in the product, but I like to use a little diversity of products.
Get the moisture content right in your.
Those are the circular ones. You saw them there, right? Okay, so I have my rainwater right there. So I just water them a bit, maybe a couple times a week. Yeah, we just water them. Just with a garden hose. Now, when we get the pad, the concrete pad, that's going to have a little sprinkler on top. It'd be a lot easier. That'll be hooked into our rainfall because we got chlorine and chloramine in our water. So I don't want that running in there. So it'll be the rainfall water. Last summer, I had to use the city water because guess what? When it doesn't rain, you don't have anything coming off that roof either. Yeah. Good questions.
I have a couple questions online, Jay. Can you elaborate more about the smart seed firmers that they have on, or that you have on your planter?
Yep.
And what data are they collecting?
What was the last question?
What data are they collecting?
What data? What data are they planting?
Collecting.
Oh, collecting. I'm sorry. Okay, I got you. All right. So they're smart seed firmers. So if you want to, you can take, and you guys know this, you can take your soil organic matter as it's reading it live. And if you're applying, let's just say you were applying liquid in or anything, even vermicompost liquid extract, and you can set it to your soil organic matter to fluctuate with it. Okay. And then, you know, your temperature, your carbon, it does that based on color. Okay. And it's as good as the company that sells it ground truthed it. It's no better, no worse, but color has been used by soil scientists forever. Okay. So if you have your locale, your area, you're part of the state, and they did ground truthing in it, it's reasonably good. I've taken the information and compared it to my soil actual walking out and taking the sample with 15 cores. I've compared them before. They're reasonably close, okay. So it tells you those type information, that type of data. Soil temperature as well. You can see on the map where you worked in the morning. I can see where I took my nap around noon, you know, or it's not, no, just joking. And then you can see later in the day as it warmed up. So all those things show on there. So there's a lot of data on temperature and moisture, and soil organic matter and clean trench and all that. Yeah, we don't have all of them as smart. We have I think it's every other one. So, but it's plenty to give you some data.
Great. When you talk about long-term rotations being disrupted by new plants and diversity, what kind of timeframes have you saw affect this?
Yeah, I think the first year is the biggest change for the biology. I'm going to give you an example too. Water. If you don't have rainfall, there's very little soil functioning occurring. So this change doesn't really occur so much. So I'm going to give you an example. When I put the bioinoculant on in a year with average moisture, and I do the follow-up analysis, I can pick something up. If I do it on a drought year, no rain, there's no function, there's no movement of this. You're not going to pick it up. Okay. So this past year, I picked up very little change on a bioinoculant. When I have water, I can pick it up, but I gotta have some water. And so I think these changes are always dependent on water. And when you're going to make a change in your cropping system, especially with plant diversity or cover crops, I like to err a little bit on the side of caution and come in with a little bit lower CN ratio. Then I don't need as much yield drag, or I don't need as much nitrogen that was in the system that normally went to where? It normally went to the plant. But then instead it went into decomposition. That's different. So it's a balance. Once you're through that correction period, you can get away with almost anything. But initially that's there.
Jay, I think we'll go with one more question here, and then we'll maybe break for refreshment.
Perfect.
You talked about the benefits of livestock in agriculture and the biology of the soil. And this is kind of just a curiosity thing. It probably doesn't make any difference to anybody, but how much of the biology in the soil from livestock comes from the saliva of the cow grazing versus through the manure?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Have you seen that data? And I wish I could recite it to you, but I can't. I've read it before, but it was data that had the saliva on plants that were bitten, and it had plants then that were like tore or cut, okay? And then they observed the growth rates, and everything with the saliva recovered at a little faster rate. And so those biological impacts, they're all there. And you know how it works in agriculture? It's usually not one item. There's just such a balance of multiple things occurring at one time. That's one small factor. You know, it's like Brix levels, photosynthetic rates being higher when you get more toward noon than they are at 7 a.m., you know? So you like to move your livestock a little later, you know, kind of hitting that window. You know, all these, you know, they're little things. But the same way with the biology, I think there hasn't perceived to be enough money in it to study it. But I think there's some significant impacts there. Did I dance around that one okay? That's a tough one. You knew that before you asked.
All right, I think.
Thank you so much. Appreciate being with you today. Looking forward to the rest of the day. I think I mentioned to Blain, I said the farmer panels, to me, they're the highlight of any group. And I want to take them all in. So visit with you anytime today. Thank you very much. Well, Kathy, I don't know what we're going to do with this tonight, but I don't even know what it is.
I'm going to leave Kathy to deal with yeah.
Certainly not with you.
So we're going to take a short break, grab a coffee, and a cookie. I believe it's cookie, maybe it's muffins. I'm not sure. You'll figure it out when you get there. We'll get back at it at about 10:15, so 10:15, and we'll jump into the next presentation. So grab a coffee and stretch your legs. All right, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. So make your way back to your chairs. So our next speaker is sure to have some real thought-provoking ideas for you. Aldyen Donnelly is currently acting market advisor for Alice Canada and Terramare Incorporated out of Vancouver. She's also the co-founder and advisor to Seattle-based Nori Inc., a blockchain carbon removal marketplace that started up in 2018. She was the founding president of Greenhouse Emissions Management Consortium from 96 to 2012, and acting on behalf of the consortium members, executed the world's first long-term emission reduction credit purchase agreement to compensate farmers and ranchers who reduced on-farm greenhouse gas emissions that built up carbon stocks in the soils and root systems through the adoption of the new soil treatment, cropping systems, and livestock management practices. From 98 through 2004, she was part owner in Harlem Fairbanks, then the largest wholesale popcorn seed distributor and custom brander in Western Canada. Aldyen studied economics and epidemiology at the University of British Columbia. And on a note that's a little closer to home, Aldyen was involved in the very beginning of the Prairie Carbon Soil Balance Project that our organization has spent so much time on over the years. So could I get you to give Aldyen a nice warm welcome, please?
Hi, can you hear me? So I have a kind of a bizarre presentation process I like to follow, which is I'm going to try to get through not very many slides quite quickly, and then sit down and try to make this dominantly Q&A. And then my commitment to the group is we're recording this, and we will keep a record of all of the questions that come in online and are answered here and don't get to be answered here. And then we're giving everybody who cares to a week to think about stuff and hit Tanya with more questions. And then give me a couple of weeks after the end of that week, and I will produce and distribute as comprehensive a slide deck and background material as I can to respond to all your questions. So I found over time when I create a presentation, guessing at what you want to talk about, I get it wrong. So what my initial slide deck is just to spawn ideas, and your output, your slide deck, the resource I want to supply to you is the one that you're going to get in a month after that process. Does that sound okay to you guys? Okay. You've heard a bit about my background, and I think anybody who knows me knows that I've been promising you that you'd have a vibrant and robust carbon market and revenues and compensation for adopting better best management practices since 1999. So obviously you better put a little question on whether or not you can believe me this time, but I think it's actually going to happen now. I also think it's going to be essential for not just farmers and ranchers, but Canadian farmers and ranchers to step up and take more control over the policy that's going to define your future in this new world where addressing climate change risk is going to be a top priority. And the reason is, and I think some of my slides will say in a nutshell, a lot of really, really, really well-intended, smart people have ideas about how the market's going to work for you that don't make any sense. And it's because you're not at the table. So all I want out of this presentation is a bunch of people talking to each other, getting together, talking to the board of SSCA and say, how do we get together, duke out our disagreements, come up with some recommendations so that we've got a shot at making this work. I want to put my comments in context. The government of Canada has both internationally committed and how do I get this? And in domestic law said we are going to cut Canada's nationwide emissions to at least 40% below 2005 levels by 2030. What does that mean? If we are to keep that commitment under the law, we have to reduce absolutely our nationwide greenhouse gas emissions across all sectors by 40%. That's before accounting for any additional reduction we have to add to that to offset the emissions growth that come with population growth between now. So we got 118 months to cut, think of it as just arbitrary, to cut our fossil energy use and our greenhouse gas emissions from natural systems by 50%. And in that context, if you look at the numbers, the electricity sector, which everybody's agreed we're going to regulate to zero, currently discharges 61 million tons a year. And the ag sector, if I'm only accounting for enteric emissions, on-farm energy use, I'm not accounting for soil carbon losses, discharges 75 million tons a year. So I think the sector needs to come up with your own position on whether this is a future in which you are ready to be a regulated entity, because why does it make sense to regulate electricity and not you, given those numbers? And if regulated, how that should work, or whether you want to be part of the formation of the first and most robust and trustworthy ag carbon market in the world. And I'm going to tell you why nobody is better positioned to do the latter than the people in this room. And I'm also going to say, I don't think the first task is to form a final opinion and consensus on whether you want to go the regulated route or the market route, because the challenge you have to work on together is what is the information your community should be reporting? How should that information data be handled? How should your ownership and your control of your data be guaranteed? There's a whole bunch of questions. You have to come up with a solid position on all of those questions. And I'm going to go through a question list, whether the final route is regulatory or free market. So don't feel like you've got to resolve that dispute now. You've got to start taking positions on how things are traced, what you have to report, what happens to the information you report, because the right answer to those questions is the same right answer, whichever policy route ends up playing out. Why is Canada so important? This is not a perfect proxy for credit value or anything like that, but the general consensus among soil scientists is globally, and it's always going to be different from location to location, through industrial ag and forest activities, we have globally depleted soil carbon stocks in the top 30 centimeters by 50%. Theoretically, that means the existing soil carbon stock levels is a pretty good proxy for the potential to rebuild back soil carbon stocks. And in that context, 6 countries are sitting on 60% of the global potential, and Canada ranks number 2 after Russia, which means we shouldn't be sitting around waiting for other countries to figure out how to get this right. This is our prime commodity. This is our next generation critical part of our value chain. So we shouldn't be waiting for countries that don't have much in the game, both absolutely or as a percentage of their total national reductions. We should be taking control of our future. You're number 2. That's a big number. That's why we need to take a lead. Does that make sense? When we start talking about taking the lead, I'm going to touch base before I go into the questions I think you should be asking, and I'll tell you my punchline. We should be mobilizing to take the lead in the definition of what that path forward needs to look like in terms of the details. And you know what? I'm a co-founder of the Nori Market. I'd love you guys all to jump into my market tomorrow afternoon. Don't. Take your time, step back. You're not too late. Wait till you can answer all your questions and you're comfortable with the path forward before you jump into anything. When you go to jump, I just wanted a quick definition. We use the term market in the carbon space to describe a bunch of initiatives that aren't markets. So I use the term registry to describe the place where a methodology gets approved that tells you how you might quantify and get audited or verified credits that you might sell. Those registries are valuable resources. Each different registry, Verra, Climate Action Reserve, Gold Standard, American Carbon Registry, the CDMJI Registry, are really standard certification bodies. So they're saying, this is our way of estimating changes in emissions and changes in carbon stocks, setting baseline. When we register your project, approve your project for registration, we've agreed that you've put this stuff in place you need to put in place to report to us to show that you're complying with your standard. And when we issue a credit, that's us saying, so far you've complied with our standard. None of those registries host or facilitate any form of true price discovery or even sales transactions. 100% of the market activity in the established registries happens what we call over the counter. in my world, it ain't a market unless until a supplier sets price and a buyer decides what price they're willing to pay. And there's some capacity for the community to see the bid and ask. So a market has to be a market has to facilitate some form of price discovery and education. And you should be able to see trading volumes and prices and clearing prices and bid and ask. So in that context, almost none of the things we're in the habit of calling markets are markets. They are interesting standard setting bodies that have taught us a lot. And in that context, what has emerged lately is a number of what I call market makers, entities who have decided for good reasons that the role they want to play in this future, whatever it looks like, is they want to be buyers and resellers of credits. And those groups include in the private sector, Indigo Ag, the Indigo Carbon Initiative. And soon, if things play out the way the Biden administration imagines, in fact, the US Commodity Credit Corporation is planning on entering the market as a market maker. And that's really interesting. I want to give you a context when we're talking about markets or registries. I'm showing you the numbers, and this Carl Strobel made this for me, so thank you. And I'm showing you one registry and a couple of slides, which is called the Vera registry. And the reason I'm showing you the Vera registry is one of the difficulties in figuring out what is happening out there is that there are a whole bunch of registries: Gold Standard, ACR, CAR, the California Air Resource Board registry. Almost all of the projects that are listed in the Gold Standard registry are also listed in the Vera registry. Almost all, but not all of the projects listed in the Climate Action registry are also listed in the Vera registry. So for me, it would take me hours to go through those data sets and give you an accurate estimate of how many projects are out there, what kinds of projects got what kinds of credits, because there's so much overlap, it's a huge piece of work. The Vera registry does not account for all of the projects out there, but it accounts for most of them. So I'm just using Vera as an indicator of what's out there. In the Vera registry, today actively, they have 1,857 active projects. And to date, to those projects covering all sectors, they have issued 853 million carbon credits. And essentially the carbon emission reduction or credit value for those projects can be reported as used, retired, on a whole bunch of different registries. The registries are doing a good job of making sure you don't see the credit available for sale in two places at the same time. But the effective credit that's available for the sale can transfer back and forth between registries. So it's kind of really hard to figure out what's going on. But overall, of the 853 million credits that have been issued to project owners across all sectors since the beginning, 54% have never been bought by anybody once. So we're not talking about a great market right now, because it's a space where I think I'm of the view, and this is a personal opinion, that demand for credits exceeds supply. But the market is too hard to work with. And there's other reasons why more than 50% of the credits that have ever been issued to anybody have never been bought. So one of the things we want to do as a group is create that marketplace where things that you make and offer for sale actually get bought. I said they're overlapping, but I wanted to create a little table to tell you the reality. There are worldwide, and you're going to notice, and I'm going to get back to it, I don't include the Alberta offset mark it here for a reason. It'll be part of a punchline. We go to meetings, international meetings, where we regularly hear that these are the registry operators who really understand the marketplace. In the whole suite of projects, and they've approved and registered and credits they've issued, going back to 2003, if you look at protocols and methodologies that create the opportunity for a farmer or rancher to earn credit for drawing down and sequestering incremental carbon in soils and root systems, since 2011, more than 30 protocols across the registries have been approved that in theory create that opportunity for you to earn credits. And to date, most of those 30 protocols are outside these three market leaders, and I've added Nori just to put it in context. The market leaders have not yet got a protocol, have 5 active protocols, and CAR has 2. And to date, the Vera's oldest one of those 5 protocols was approved in 2011, and no credits have been issued to any farmer for sequestering soil in any of those protocols. Of course, none have been used. The Nori marketplace, which I co-founded, is still in pilot phase, so I'm proud of our numbers, but they're really small, obviously, because it's still a market in development. In these marketplaces, and this is maybe anecdotal evidence, I spend a lot of time on the phone, and these are numbers I gather from interviewing proponents who have projects that have been registered. This is what the typical upfront costs are that you incur in these registries before you get your first marketable credit in your account, which probably explains this. So there are inefficiencies in the system that make it a market you have no interest in participating in, and hardly anybody else has decided they're interested in participating. There are a couple of big aggregator pools of projects that we expect to be listed very soon in this marketplace. But that pool of projects that'll show up and get credits in this marketplace, we expect by the end of this year, we'll end up getting about 1 million credits after having paid hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of fees for 3 years. Been waiting for 3 years. So I'm saying these are not standards we want to replicate because they don't work. And we don't have to. And the other thing I just want to say up front, these are the fees you pay up front before accounting for soil sampling and testing costs, where all the protocols require you to do soil sampling and testing. These fees are mostly collected by the registry operators. So you know what I'm going to say when we get to the punchline? Why don't Canadian farmers own their own registry? Right? I've never seen a place where a co-op should be launched so clearly as this space. If all the money is going to the registry and the registry is serving you, why don't you own the registry in Canada, farmers and ranchers? Those are the kinds of discussions I want you to have. You don't have to go with my recommendations. I want you to be in meetings where you're asking these questions and thinking this stuff through. I wanted to show you in the grand picture scheme of things where I'm going beyond soil carbon and saying, well, farmers could also get credit for planting trees and to protect riparian zones and wetlands. So going beyond soil carbon. To date, after all of this, the credits in the international context that have gone to farmers and ranchers amount to less than 1% of all of the credits these registries have issued around the world to all sectors. And if I just look at the credits that are issued to projects that reforest or get paid for not cutting down forests and get paid for not converting grasslands to cropland. There's a theme here. Get paid for not making food. The total pool of credits that have made it to people who actually produce food, where they're mostly getting paid to take croplands out of crop production and plant trees and stop producing food on the acreage, is less than 10% of the total pool of credits that have ever been issued. So it's not a market, not working. Please, 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 when we have this discussion in Canada, free yourself up to start at square zero. Don't go to meetings where saying, these guys know what we should do, because they don't. Now, have they tried a whole bunch of things that don't work and done a bunch of things wrong that we would do wrong if we weren't paying attention to their experience? We'd make the same mistakes. So we got to learn what they did, why it didn't work, and come up with a better idea. Now, beyond it being a really, really, really big part of Canada's economy, which is why we need to lead, I haven't shown you anything about Alberta. So what's the only market in the world that has issued ever in its history more than 1 million credits to farmers and ranchers? You get my punchline, right? It's Alberta, the Alberta offset system. Between 2007 and 2014, the Alberta offset system issued 13 to 14 million credits, which got purchased by emitters in Alberta. To put that in context, that is, I'm going to get this number wrong, 7 times the total number of credits that have been issued to farmers and ranchers in the Australian soil carbon market after the Australian government spent $2 billion to make it work. So your starting place, again, I've got strong opinions about what's not working and hasn't worked in the Alberta marketplace, but by every possible text, it's the best model to start with and fix. And I go to meetings in Canada and we keep looking outside to figure out what to do. Why don't we fix the Alberta design? Because it's already the best performing in the world by miles. I'm just going to run through these questions instead of trying to, or even more say you're there. No matter what we do, when you're thinking about entering a market, please ask at a minimum all these questions. And I got a rule for you. When you're talking to anybody about carbon markets, including me, give me 3 shots at answering your question in a way that you'll understand my response. You know, I'm one of those policy wonky people in the middle of this whole thing. I speak a different language. I don't always understand what you're saying. So I might kind of screw it up the first 2 times. Here's your operating rule. If what I'm saying to you doesn't make sense the 3rd time, it's not because you don't get what's going on. It's because what I'm saying doesn't make sense. So these are your questions. Do not jump in till you are okay with the answers and it made sense to you. And don't think you don't understand it because you don't understand. You don't understand it probably because it doesn't make sense. Give yourself that confidence as a starting place. I just wanted to hit a couple other things. There's this myth in the marketplace that 1 credit is 1 ton and it's fungible. And I won't go into this in detail unless you want to talk about it. But I took 1 project and I fixed 511 acres, soy corn. This is actually in Nebraska. Worked through Comet Farm in the NRCS model. And these, you know, I can't prove these, but this is a reasonable projection of the incremental annual change in soil carbon stocks that might occur if they adopted certain practices. So I'm just using that as an example. So take the acreage and these numbers, incremental soil organic carbon stock change rate per acre as pretend we're in 2031 and we've got perfect estimation methods now, we can look back and those numbers are right. We're in agreement that those numbers are right. Right now, if you took that project with these agreed estimates into, and for example, I gave examples of NORI and Climate Action Registry, CAR, which will be the first registry where that next big project will get registered. Actually, in their methodologies, gives you multiple options, 3 different ways you can estimate your soil carbon credit gains, which I have taken that risk out by just setting them here. And 2 different paths you can pursue to credit issuance. And that same project, if it started getting verified last year, would get this many credits under Climate Action Reserve approach number 1, and this many credits under Climate Action Reserve approach number 2, same project, same registry, and this many credits in the NORI marketplace. There's no way those credits have the same value. And in the marketplace, the buyer thinks this is the same as this. We don't have to do that. So let's not. I won't go over this unless it comes up. One of the things, but I'll just say in summary, one of the things I worry about is a whole bunch of the approaches to estimating what's happening in your soil, as dictated in methodologies, are basically saying, do soil sampling and testing in a base year and do it again 5 years later. And the difference is the difference between your estimated soil carbon stocks at 2 different points in time. Obviously, if the base year ends up being a drought year and your 5th year ends up being a perfect year, it's going to look like it's sequestered a bunch of carbon, or vice versa. In the NORI marketplace, we elected to use the USDA Comet Farm model to estimate carbon stocks, because in that model, it compares a counterfactual soil organic carbon stock trend that reflects the assumption that you didn't change practices to the estimated actual. And when we go talking about how we would build our market, people will, if you're still listening to me, or hear me argue that do not settle for an estimate that's based on the difference between 2 point-in-time estimates for your land. Sit down and say, how do we define that benchmark or baseline for my region for managed grazing lands and croplands with this kind of crop mix, so that we've got a standard that's a reasonable standard for credit generation. It's actually not that hard to do, but we're not doing it in the traditional marketplaces. And I put this in just to show, there's an Australian project that Microsoft bought credits from, and they've, in retrospect, discovered they bought too many credits. And basically what happened is they took a point-in-time estimate that was there, and there, and there, and said, this is the trend. In a field where it's most reasonable to anticipate that at best case scenario, this is the trend, and it's likely this. So this is me just trying to say, don't do point in time to point in time for each farm. It's a disaster. We don't need to go there. We can be the first to get it right. Canada should be the first to get it right. Canada introduced the world to the Montreal Protocol. We have a history of being the first to get it right. We won't get it right unless people in this room are at the table working out the details. Maybe I'll stop and Q&A for now. Wait a sec, there's an important thing I have to do here. 20 years.
It has. As Aldyen said, it's
Aldyen said, it's been 20 years. We actually did have the first producer-owned registry, and it was created by SSCA 25 years ago. So you're absolutely right on that one. It's interesting that history kind of repeats itself. When we were first engaged in this a long time ago.
1997, we started fighting, you and I.
Yeah. Our first battle was to get recognition that the carbon offsets belong to farmers.
Yeah.
And at that time, some bureaucrats in Ottawa had put the math together and said that there was great potential here for the country and it would be a national treasure and it would work into that process. And at that time, the figure was 2.some million metric tons. Today, it's recognized as more like 10 or 12 million metric tons.
And that's wrong. It's probably more like 70 to 80 when people get down to the farm.
I would agree. But we have always worked on conservative numbers.
Yeah.
Because if you work on optimistic numbers, you can be defeated by the numbers and not the concept. But at the moment, Canada has rolled sequestered carbon into the national inventory. So it's basically the provincial government and the federal government are both claiming these offsets. Yeah. And farmers aren't getting any credit for it. But at any rate, it has been interesting. But the key on this thing for everybody, and everybody in this room really has to remember this, is unless farmers speak collectively on this with a kind of a unified message, simple approach, it will be defeated. As farmers, we always defeat ourselves by squabbling. And in an issue like this, there's no place for that at all. We have a bunch of people who have interesting notions and they want to pursue it, and the politicians will pick whoever in that mix suits their purposes. So we need, in this whole issue, we kind of need, shall we say, a carbon central controlled by farmers that everybody will support. So with that, I'll quit. And you're absolutely right. I don't give this to you, do I, Aldyen?
Could I follow that up a bit? Canadians don't know this history. SSCA and the group I was working with at the time did a lot of work, 1996, 97, 95, around there, and worked with scientists, paid to bring scientists into room and fight. And at the time, the consensus was that if we wanted to have a robust carbon market that served farmers, the first thing we had to do is set up our goal was 130, but we set up the first 88, what we called demonstration sites or reference sites, where the idea was that we would collect data, and SSCA was involved in that. And that initially was funded through something then called the Matching and Investment Initiative. Under that program, the federal participation and funding would not continue unless the private sector funding that in that day I brought to the table would continue, which I loved about that program because it forced a partnership. I disappeared from the scene for various reasons, and after a while, everybody got convinced that this could keep on going without that private sector energy sector funding contribution. And as soon as it became totally dependent on government funding, it started to fall apart. That's not just a Canadian story. What Canadians don't know is the Comet Farm, the NRCS program. You know what that was? That was Dr. Ratan Lal, Keith Postian, and Cesar Izerode, who'd been sitting in those meetings with us for 3 years, went to the US Congress and said, give us a budget allocation to build what the Canadians are building in the Prairie Soils Carbon Balance Project. They thought we got it right. And in the 2002 US Farm Bill, they got an allocation. Their analysis said they had to set up and maintain 3,500 reference sites to do the same thing in the US, more diversified ag economy. The numbers made sense. And they got all of the funding in place they needed. in the 2002 Farm Bill to do that. And then when the financial crisis happened in 2009, their funding got cut when they had less than 1,200 of the required reference sites up in place. I'm still of the view our idea was the right idea in the first place. And everybody who's in the USDA also is of the view it was the right idea in the first place. But in both cases, when we said this is going to be, we're okay with it being 100% government funded, that was the wrong decision we made. So how do we build a market that is mobilizing that private capital into our market so that in some future, when we have a robust market and 20 to 30% of the carbon sequestration potential you guys have is trading, if we have to tax each trade to maintain the infrastructure, that tax is a tolerable number. And I want to give you a comparison. I'm sorry, I don't know the numbers for Canada because I've been working too much in the States lately. But right now, to fully comply with the Vera and CAR protocols, given their prescription about soil sampling and testing and verification. Now, Terramera, one of the groups I'm working for, is developing a technology that's going to break through this. I'm really excited about it. But right now, if you're complying with that prescription, your cost of soil sampling and testing and verification eat the first $15 US a ton that any credit buyer pays for the credit. There's hardly anything left for the farmer when you're also paying those registry fees and other things on top. If, for example, 20% of the US credit trading potential was in the market and we had to pay twice what it's costing right now to maintain the existing reference sites in the United States, so double that cost per reference site. And let's say, you know, things have changed, so you need 7,000 reference sites in the US, not 3,500. If I had to recover the cost of maintaining that infrastructure to have the robust carbon market, the tax on the carbon credits would be 81 cents a ton. Why are we saying we have to replicate the 15 buck a ton option when we know what the 81 cent a ton option looks like? We know how to do this. Come on, let's get going.
Alden, we have a couple of online questions. The first one is, what happens to governments or public and private companies if they do not make their commitments? How does this affect producers?
So I'm gonna introduce a caveat. I'm an economist, I'm not a lawyer. And I often sound like I think I'm a lawyer. My lawyers warn me against this all of the time. So with that caveat, we're in a very interesting time. So the Paris Accord agreement is not in and of itself legally binding. And we live in a country where we've had many governments make commitments to targets that then we've missed without any recourse or consequences. And other countries have done that before. Under GATT World Trade Rules, and here I'm going to use my language, a lawyer who's competent would be upset with my oversimplification. Under GATT World Trade Rules, essentially, our trading partners have the right to expect us to comply with our own laws. We're in a different situation right now because our 2030 target is now embedded in federal legislation. So if we hit 2030 and it's still embedded in federal legislation, or it's embedded in federal legislation most of the time between now and 2030, if we fail to keep our commitment, our trading partners have the right under World Trade Rules to hit all of our exports with tariffs until they recover their estimate of how much money our economy saved by failing to keep our commitment. So we're in a completely different world right now in that we are vulnerable to a new set of tariffs in this situation that was never part of the story in the past. And here's the irony of the situation. Under the World Trade Rules, the other countries that can hit us with tariffs don't have to have made comparable commitments to us or be in compliance with their commitments. The rules say they can hit us with tariffs if we don't abide by our own laws, and we can hit them with tariffs if they don't abide by their own laws. It's not like they can hit us only if they do better than us. So guess what? We got to do it. And guess what? The least cost, best investment anybody in any country managing their greenhouse gas inventory can make is investment in activities that build a healthier, more resilient, productive soil system. There's only one investment we can make that both mitigates climate risk by drawing extra CO2 out of the atmosphere and store it in the soils, and is building a topsoil layer that is likely to be resilient and productive in the event of climate change. There's no other investment that's a twofer. So it's irrational for it not to be our first choice. And it's even more irrational for it not to be our first choice because our national potential is so huge compared to everybody else.
The next one is, do you feel that carbon or ESG commitments will be a line on the balance sheet for everyone, including governments, publicly traded companies, and even producers?
Yes, but I would argue, and those who know me know that I'm controversial anyway, sorry about that, in a very different way from how they are right now. At this point in time, in every even regulated in the marketplace, no matter what they say, every credit or allowance is credited twice. When we get serious, that will end. What do I mean? Let's say you emit 10 and I emit 10. And whether it's voluntary or under regulation, I've made a commitment to go down to 8, but we agree you could take off to cheaper. So I agree I'm going to pay you to do the -2, and I'm going to take ownership of the -2. So before we met, our total was 20. After we did our transaction and it was successful, our total was 18. In every carbon market in the world, including the California regulated marketplace, you report 8 and I report 8. So the first thing that has to happen is we have to introduce that new tradition called double entry bookkeeping into the carbon markets. And once for the first time, every corporation and country has to add 1 ton to their inventory for each -1 they export, you're going to see a discipline and a behavior that's completely different from what you're seeing today.
Good morning. You covered a lot of ground in your presentation. I'm not sure where to start because it touched on so many things that I've worked on along with John over the last 15 years or so. But I'll just start off by just asking you to check all the facts on the Alberta market and how the fact that until 2014, it may have looked like it was also successful, but it has not been successful since then. And it has undergone a number of changes, and that's why it's also being phased out as far as the soil sequestration part of it goes. It's been as much a disaster for farmers as anything else.
Could I say, I totally agree with you, but it's still a better thing to try to fix than the other ones.
It's possible.
Yeah.
But on the call it my cynical side or the devil's advocate side, from all the work I've done on this, the 25, 30 year ago initiatives that helped create the concept of carbon credits in any of the fields of especially biological sinks and so on, was to provide an incentive for change. Farmers in Saskatchewan, most particularly, have been noted to have changed. I've been part of that industry throughout that time. And so the policy initiative and the policy resistance now is to say, as the business as usual.
Yeah.
And so why should we be rewarded for just doing what we're doing? It's not going to create more credits. The credits are going to be used, as John said, on the inventory anyway. That's what will be help to bring down the the national inventory or the national emissions.
Mhm.
Because we are also now in the science in the last 10 years seems to have coalesced around the others part of the equation on farms is emissions, not just what we can do for sequestration. And between emissions that were often known before because of conversion in Canada, we still are converting something like 50,000 acres of wetlands and forestry to agriculture use creates a lot of emissions. But the NOx part has been sort of documented. It's not as nearly as refined and measured, but it's a counterbalance to the arguments that we're good guys by sequestering. And that is a much more difficult policy one to work with. It's made the news in too many other different ways in the last few months. And we hope to be able to provide incentives for change that will be a benefit, and maybe we can be rewarded for it. I noticed on your list of companies or organizations doing credits, the farming I should say the farm input suppliers who are involved in farming between suppliers and markets between Cargill and Nutrien and those, they're also involved, whether they're linked up with those other entities you mentioned, I'm not sure, but I'm trying to participate in that, but it's difficult to even see the incentive, whether it's there or not, because the policies still are very weak and the science seems to be fairly weak as to what I will benefit NOx emissions if I do change this or that. There's no good science to tell me what farming practice I might change to reduce those emissions and then be credited for that. But the sequestration part seems to be, we were at the table, farm groups were at the table as much as possible. And the part that would be very difficult to get any consensus on among farm groups would be, if we're going to get sequestration credits, would we give up the exemption of the tax? Because we can't be seen as coming at it from both sides.
So I just heard, maybe there were more, but I just heard 4 discrete questions there. And so I'm going to try to respond with some, quick responses to at least 2 of them. And that's one of the questions that will get more comprehensive response in my follow-up slide deck for sure. First thing, credit for early adoption. The good news is that the USDA has announced and launched a regulation-based thing called the Climate Smart Program. And the Climate Smart Program exists because early in January, the Biden administration basically authorized the Commodity Credit Corporation to enter the carbon market as a buyer. And then they looked at the credit supply situation that I just showed you and realized 2 things. The credit supply that they thought was there wasn't there. And probably there were issues they had with the traditional protocol way of dealing with early adopters. So right now, the USDA has a mandate to redefine credit, a new standard. And if you read the notice in the US Federal Registry, one of the 8 criteria the new credit in the US has to meet is early adopters get credited, qualify for credits. So that's great. So at the USDA level, that first thing you raised is it's already at least in the works. The second or the other parts is, and I'm going to be controversial here, and honest to goodness, this would be way easier if everybody on this file was a bad guy, and they aren't. Everybody I know in this file has highest integrity, is working hard. But the interesting thing is, in Canada, we now have 2 draft regulations, one for the regulated pool, it's called OBPS, Output-Based Performance System, and one for the voluntary market, and that's going to be rules for the offset system. In the OBPS, if you pull oil and gas out of the land, the government sets a benchmark, which is greenhouse gas emissions per barrel of oil output. And if you emit more than that benchmark, you have a liability. And if you emit less than that benchmark, you probably have credits, they're called allowances in the RIC to sell. You don't have to prove additionality. You don't have to prove that the carbon you didn't use stayed in the ground, let alone that it was permanently sequestered in the ground. Why aren't we negotiating a standard for, and I'm going to do NOx separately, for food producers that's similar? What's the right benchmark carbon intensity per unit? Others have heard me say this. I'm struggling with what's the right denominator. Is it unit of protein delivered to market, unit of, pound of, I don't know what the denominator is, but what's the food and fiber industry's comparable to greenhouse gases per barrel of oil equivalent? We're in a world where somehow we are creating this very complicated standard for farmers that we don't even think we have to create for oil producers. I don't think they got the thing on the oil producers wrong. Why are we being held to something that is completely unrelated? And I'll tell you what the outcome of that is. The Federal Registry draft regulation says that these are the industries or activities that are regulated and anybody can opt in. You know where the punchline is? If in effort to make a rational voluntary market work in Canada, you fail, you opt into the regulated pool and say, treat me the same way as an oil producer. Does that make sense? So, like, we shouldn't be talking about all these subjective tests if you make food and fuel and biofuel and fiber that we're not applying if you make oil and gas or electricity. But we're not having that conversation. I want the ag sector to bring that forward. On NOx, you're not going to like this answer. I'm as clear as anybody that there's a huge gap between what we know in the science and where we can get to. And I think there's a way to create a credit issuance strategy that kind of looks like this. Given what we know, if you did this or doing this, and we're confident you're doing that, it's reasonable to expect, even including some accounting for NOx, that you're sequestering, let's just say for illustrations, between 0.3 and 0.75 tons per acre per year. So maybe we build a market where basically everybody enters into a contract that has a 10-year term, where the contract says, if you provide evidence that you've done the right things, you will automatically be issued 1/10, a credit equal to 1/10 of a ton per acre per year. But the contract creates the obligation for the buyer, and set aside the question of how we define buyer for now, says that at any time over the next 10 years, you produce evidence that you did better than that, I have to pay you for the difference. So you get a whole bunch of contracts in play that all of a sudden the banks are looking at and saying, oh my God, if that technology was commercialized and we got our head wrapped around the NOx, the dollars left on the table that we could pull in is the difference between 0.1 and 0.75. If we get that first issuance conservative and reasonable. So for me, part of getting the science right is getting the commercial play right, so that it's not compelling or picking technologies, but creating, by definition, demand for investment in the science and the new technologies. Does that make any sense the way I said it? No. We're gonna have to have a beer together tonight then, I guess. Okay.
Aldyen, we have one question from online. I'd like to understand more about what happened in Alberta around 2014 that made that carbon market ineffective. Can you or others comment?
You know what, I think that's more for others to comment on, but I would suggest that for all of the right reasons, there was a point in time when a lot of parties with all of the best intent decided that the market was not as efficient as it could be. And they modified the methodology to make it more efficient. And my view is that they did all of the wrong things for the right reasons. So what they did to make the market more efficient made it not worth any farmer's time to stay involved. So wrong outcome, right reasons. Is that vague enough that I'm not going to get into too much trouble?
Thank you for the presentation. I have to admit that I find these carbon pricing and markets very confusing. And I certainly appreciate the comment for the first farmer that if we don't all get together, that I'm sure this isn't going to go the way we want it to. But I also recognize that we want to farm forever, as the previous speaker talked about. And so I guess I'm confused conceptually, and I'm hoping you can help me here in that I understand that from many of our soil discussions about biology and what happens is that the carbon is mobile. And so our carbon can move from the soils to the atmosphere and back and forth. This is in the biosphere, it moves back and forth. So when I understand the Pollution Pricing Act, it's about pricing pollution carbon that is coming from the lithosphere, deep geological storage that's from millions of years ago. And so we would only be theoretically then giving credits or paying somebody to sequester that pollution if it's going to be put back somewhere where it stays sequestered for millions of years. So how does that apply to farmers in our dirt, where our soil, where it can be moving back and forth?
So another one with a bunch of answers. Yes, that's the theory of what we're trying to do. And so the goal is permanent carbon storage. And I totally agree with the goal of permanent carbon storage. But the reality is that, and we're still not sure, but if you're injecting CO2 into a deep saline reserve, and that reserve is not basalt lined, that supercritical CO2 typically doesn't mineralize for 1,000 years and can still make its way as methane into the water system in the interim. So first of all, the idea that we've got a solution that's permanent storage is not quite right in the first place. And when I started to struggle with that, I thought, how do we actually get over time to the equivalent of permanence? And the reason I was struggling with that is because I don't agree with the idea that this is a market that ends up with liens on people's lands, restricting the land use for 100 years to achieve that goal of permanence. You've got to, if you're going to get a credit for storing carbon, you have to prove you've retained it for 100 years. And my big opposition to that is we have a lot of experience with long-term contracts that oblige operators who are delivering a good or service to maintain or pay for the recovery of something. And most of those long-term contracts we're familiar with turn into things we know as orphan wells and abandoned mines. So like, even if everybody agreed to put the lien on the land, why are we going to repeat that history, which is inevitably the outcome? I got to the place where, and everybody can disagree with this, this is just me, but I think we should be trafficking in a certificate that's called ton years. So somebody doing something can reasonably, given the activity, the science that Joel did a great job of displaying yesterday, I think somebody can reasonably say, I'm willing, I can, with reasonable confidence, say I drew an incremental ton of CO2 out of the atmosphere in the last year because of how I changed my practices, and I'm willing to commit to retain that with somebody backing me with a warranty for 5 years. Somebody else might say, I'm willing to make a 30-ton-year commitment. Somebody else might say, I'm comfortable making a 20-ton-year commitment. The guy's going into deep saline reserves, as long as it's backed by a warranty. To get to permanence, I think we need to be in a marketplace where the currency isn't 1 ton. It's a currency denominated in 10 years. And if a buyer or a government wants to decide that permanent is 100 years, then every time they want to declare 100 years worth of carbon removal and retention. They buy 110 years worth of certificates and let the market create that new currency that is denominated in 10 years. And maybe that's a stupid idea, but it's the best I could come up with. And if we start debating that stuff, somebody will come up with better ideas than my 10-year idea. But I know we can make 10 years work.
Expanding on the comment about banks getting on supporting the industry and technology, do you feel that the banking industry would also recognize the investment producers are making for reducing their carbon footprint?
I think if we can get some early contracts in play that do a better job than I just suggested, like get it right, but send that signal. If we could get some major emitters who are inclined to agree this is a good objective, and I think there's quite a few of them around, to sign some upfront offtake agreements that are very strict. They're not committing to do anything that would be compromising anything. They're saying, if you do this, this, and this, and this, and this, I agree you can put to me that 1/10 of a ton, and I'm going to commit this floor price. And if over an agreed term, evolution and Terramera's technology shows that you really did 5/10, I'm on the hook for that. If we could get some initial upfront buyers to our table with us, building that initial upfront offtake agreement that is has them totally engaged in the process of setting the standard we're trying to set for ourselves, I think the banks will just love it. It's establishing the value up front.
So I agreed with the comment earlier that this can be very confusing. I've got a master's in economics and this still just boggles my mind. But your comment about, can we do short-term projects rather than long-term? I think that sometimes that makes sense. It would sure help this process go a lot faster if everybody kind of got on that page. But on the other hand, I think a lot of producers are thinking it's not only the carbon that needs permanence, it's also our programs that need permanence so that we don't have to figure all of this out 20 years down the line. But I guess I'm also thinking when it comes to, the people that are going to be willing to buy the carbon in 10, 20, 30 years. I mean, everybody wants to get to carbon zero, and some of that is going to be by converting from, the kind of carbon intensive industries to, solar power, wind power. And I think that's going to become more efficient. And there's a variety of other projects that are trying to make that happen. So my question would be, 20 years from now, are there still going to be people that are willing to pay for carbon? Is there going to be a carbon market if there aren't going to be very many carbon purchasers?
So I'll give you my forecast, and those who know me know that whenever I make a forecast, I'm usually proved wrong. So anyway, first of all, I just want to say, if I was a government person right now sitting in the audience and heard Aldyen say the 10 years thing, even if I was like really inclined to accept that as an idea, the voice in my head would be saying, no certificates less than 10 years. Like the debate would really go to what's the shortest term that's acceptable. And that to me is the debate I'd love to be in. So I'm not sort of trying to win something absolutely. In terms of, is there going to be a market in the future? My guess is if we did everything right as societies around the world, that market, I would operate on the assumption that that market is going to be live for 50 years. And if I'm wrong, then it's more like 100 years. It's not 20 years. And I can, in my slide deck, sort of explain the rationale for that. What does that mean? I'm going to grossly exaggerate here because you guys know the facts better than I do. But when I've been in the field for 30 years, this is a generalization, which means it's not true most of the time. But if an operator is doing everything perfectly and managing that transition from what some call extractive to regenerative or whatever the next word is we're supposed to be using for that. As a rule of thumb, what I see is if everything's done perfectly, which is hard to do, a 7 to 15-year payback on the upfront investment, but an operator who's in financial distress between years 3 and 6 or 7. So I see people who start, 50% of the people who start bail in year 3 when the weeds have just got them, or 4 or 5. But if you can get them through past year 7 to 15, they're more productive, they're more profitable, and potentially are going to maintain the better practices in the absence of the carbon credit revenues. So for now, how do we design the market that gets everybody to year 15? How do we design a market that frees up everybody to make their own decisions about what they do in the land? Because the right answer is a different answer for every different piece of land, that pays for performance and has a shot at getting you through to year 15. There's another thing I wanted to say with that, and it's just pure business. I don't know any farmer or rancher who has the financial capacity to tolerate an investment that has a 7 to 15-year payback. But accepting 15 to 18-year payback periods is really normal for an electric or gas utility. So there's a buyer-supplier match in there, if we get it right. Is that a useful response, or I guess I don't know.
Can you please comment on expected maximum levels of soil carbon that can be sequestered, and how can these be determined?
There's 2 approaches, and I totally agree with John. We shouldn't talk in terms of high numbers, because in my view, the small numbers are potentially still big numbers. I'll share. I tried to. I've got a lot more data in the United States, so I'm more comfortable saying that U.S. crop producers, and this isn't counting livestock producers and grazing lands, just crop, have the theoretical potential capacity to generate about 430 million tons a year of credits for at least 30 years. So they have the capacity to offset 100% of US natural gas-fired electricity emissions for the transition period. In Canada, even though we've got more acreage, we have a lot more highly organic soils, peatlands, and your opportunity to build up soil carbon is greater in the less healthy soils, and we have the disadvantage of having more healthy soils. If I don't count for now, just because we're talking because of who we are, if I don't count the significant crediting potential in planting woody biomass in riparian zones and shelter belts and wetlands pockets, which I want us to be crediting in our system, and we're just looking at soil carbon, I officially estimate our starting potential ranges between 20 and 40 million tons a year. And off the record, nobody quote me on this. I'm pretty comfortable that number is more like 70 to 80. I'm just saying, let's start with, 20 to 40. How I get that potential is we look at the existing soil map and the existing estimates of background soil organic carbon stocks and historical land use, and just say, what's the theoretical incremental carbon sequestration potential given that information that we have? So my estimate isn't, I know if you do this, you'll get this. It's more like, hey, John, how much do you weigh? Yeah. So that's, yeah. I totally agree with that, but there's two things. There's how much gain can we chart per year? And then how far can we go before we hit what they call the saturation level? In Canada, our saturation level is way up there compared to other nations. But the capacity of any soil to grow its carbon stock is a function of the existing carbon stock. There's a limit. So if I take that limit and just say, if all of the dehydrated land in Canada, the dry land, and I'm saying I also want us to be doing the recovery of the wetlands and riparian reserve, but not counting that, is being managed to get a reasonable per year gain, I get 20 to 40 million per year easily. But if we're only doing 20 to 40 million per year, we could be building up those carbon stocks for 200 years. If we could get more per year, but there is an upper limit to how much you could get per year, no matter what the total capacity is. So when I said, how much do you weigh? My analysis is more, I weigh, I'm not going to tell you how much, X. My ideal weight, which is the carbon stock potential, is Y. What's the difference? And what's a reasonable rate of weight loss for me? So I'm kind of doing that analysis for each county. And the numbers look really interesting. And so it isn't saying, now there's a different way of doing it, which is saying, if we looked at all of the counties and said, what would be the carbon stock gain if everybody adopted cover crops, or every canola producer went from a monoculture or crop wheat rotation to crop wheat pulse wheat? I'm not doing that. That's sort of saying, if you know you've got that potential, I want each of you landowners to decide what the right, whether you're going to go in the Noom diet or somebody else's diet. You choose the path, but you want tools like Terramera is going to build to tell you what your potential is. Set your target. Now, how are each of you going to go for your target? And how are Terramera and others going to develop the tools that work best for most of you to reach that target? So my numbers are that kind of a number, not a prescribe the practice and assign a number to it. So how much weight are you going to lose?
Yeah, so I have a question specific to Nori and how that applies to cattle ranchers. So just so I can kind of understand how that works. So essentially there's a supplier of NRTs, which is the carbon sequestration, and then they can sell that on the market to buyers who want to offset their carbon emissions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so at Ducks Unlimited, we sign conservation easements, which essentially ask producers to leave their wetlands and native grass in perpetuity, so forever.
Yeah.
So how can somebody who has conservation easements get involved with this market? And if it's for perpetuity, and I know you want to do it in 10-year increments, how can their carbon sequestration rate be calculated? And can they sign these agreements over and over and over again if they're legally obliged to keep those lands protected forever?
I'll do the last part first. And so first of all, Nori is unique in a couple of ways. One, it only has one methodology in its croplands, because we're not satisfied anybody's giving us a methodology that's reliable for grazing lands yet. Now in a different project, I'm working on that, and I'm really optimistic something's going to come out soon. But the reason there isn't a grazing lands methodology in Nori is because we're not comfortable with the numbers yet, the quantification approach yet. The other principle in Nori is we decided to set up a market that only pays for net carbon removal and retention, not avoided emissions. Not because we think there's anything wrong with avoided emissions, but we think in a rational world, all other things being equal, a buyer should pay more for net removal and retention than an avoided emissions. So we want both of those currencies in play, but we want them to be seen as different and exchangeable. So NORI doesn't credit avoided emissions, even though we think somebody should. In terms of the tenure, we got to the point where we're saying, you know what, you're asking farmers and ranchers and landowners to provide the service of retaining carbon in a warehouse. It just happens to be a natural system. So when's the last time you handed over some furniture to a warehouse operator and said, I'm going to pay you for 3 years and you got to hold on to my furniture and keep it stable for 100 years? So all we're saying in our model is, if I want you to hold on to that carbon for me for 100 years, I probably have to pay you at least once every 5 years to maintain. And maybe 30 years from now, there won't be any demand, and I'm not interested in paying you for it anymore because we got room. You know, that's what a real market might look like, I think. Does that answer your question at all?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I've got a couple of questions. The first one, I guess, is Canada signed on in Paris to the 4 for 1,000 initiative of the French government. So one, how does that play in? Two, with all the research and the size of their ag research division or ministry in France and the work they're doing there, how much should we be working with them if we're looking at developing policy in Canada and tying into that initiative? So that's the one piece. And then the second one is when you look at rented land, short-term rental contracts, mid-term rental contracts, all of that kind of thing. You know, who's getting the carbon credits? Is it the farmer? Is it the landowner? How do you account for that when practices may change as rental agreements change, all that kind of thing?
So the last one, the second question I'll answer, and that's really hard from a NORI perspective. Again, in NORI contracts, nobody commits to or binds to any practices. You're committed to reporting data, which enables us to use a model we've found acceptable in croplands to estimate your change in carbon stock over time relative to that dynamic baseline. So a project is defined as something that has a start date where you executed a change in practices with a reasonable expectation that you would be drawing down and storing incremental carbon. But your contractual obligation is to make best efforts to maintain that improved carbon stock over the 10-year term, however you go about doing it. So we're really adamant that we're not holding you to any practices. We're holding you to try to maintain and improve the performance. And there's a force majeure clause in there, so you're not off the hook if nature has the better of you. And I'm sort of getting lost, forgetting the end of the question a bit, but I think that's the right way to go. Now, when it comes to rental land, we decided that if you lease or rent land, you cannot register your project or get NRTs in the NORI marketplace unless you have an assignment of authority to register the project and control the distribution of the credits from everybody who has a real interest in the property. So bane of my existence, I probably spent the single largest portion of my time in NORI when I was in an operating role was helping operators figure out how to negotiate that assignment of authority with their landowners. And if we started to build something together, I would love us to be really thinking that one through and not dictating what that agreement, what the terms of that agreement should look like. But one of the artifacts we could build is a acceptable standard assignment of authority agreement that allows the operator and the landowner to helps them get through that negotiation. There are a lot of projects in the NORI marketplace where not all of the operators' fields are registered because they're still trying to get that assignment of authority from the landowner. But I think you have to. I think you have to. And it's, you know, life ain't fair and then you die, I'm afraid. And your first question was different. I can't remember what it was.
It was to do with the 4 for 1,000 and the French government and their
you know,
research.
Yeah, so I have an extreme, and I'm not going to say France in particular. We are going into a future, I hate to say it, but I feel quite certain, a new era of tariffs. And getting this right, again, once we introduce double entry bookkeeping, getting this right will look very, very different to net exporters of energy building product and food than it looks to net importers of any of those 3 commodities. So my opinion is we got to look around the globe and say, we're in the net exporters club. We're not just in the net exporters club. Canada exports more energy building products and food per capita than any other nation in the world. So if we're going to align our policy and procedures, we got to be doing that in the net exporters club. Which doesn't exist yet, but I think Saskatchewan can launch it. Especially, think about this. That matters for uranium. We live in a world right now that when we export uranium, it adds greenhouse gases to our inventory, and the importer of the uranium is getting credit for a 0 emission kilowatt hour. Why are we saying yes to that? We don't have to. We just have to get on top of it.
Aldyen, one person online is asking if there will be a review of existing programs. Is that something that you could include in your follow-up?
Yeah, if you give me 1 more week to, okay, yeah. Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Is there any of your presentation left, Aldyen?
No, I hope that helped. I don't, and please, what I'm appealing for is somebody, SSCA, including bring that community together, farmers and ranchers, even if it doesn't work out where you own your future, you own your aggregator, you own your registry, get some like-minded large emitters in the room so that as you're building something, you're checking all of the time, and are you creating a credit they want to buy? And if they don't, what do you have to change? And let's get on it now. And everything we can do, if we do it right, will create financial incentive, will attract the banks into financing not only the investment you have to make to improve your practices, but also wanting to give Terramera $1 bazillion to quickly commercialize the technology that's going to make your life way easier. We can do that. Those aren't hard tests to meet if we all sit in the room and just work at it. Okay.
All right, well, if there's no other questions, join me in thanking Aldyen for her presentation. All right, and Derek has stepped away, hasn't he? Yeah, he snuck away for a minute. That's too bad. In just a few minutes, Derek is going to step up and kind of outline a little bit about a program that we're going to be administering through SAS Soil. Until then, I am going to kill a few seconds and try to, yeah, purposely did not bring any jokes with me today, just because. Just a reminder of Aldyen's offer. If you have questions about any of the stuff, and who doesn't? That was a lot of information. Questions about anything that she talked about or discussed, she'll put some stuff together and probably include some of the slides in her presentation. And we'll get that out to anyone who is interested. So if you are interested in that kind of information, just get in contact with us and we'll get that out to everyone. Yep, and now we're gonna get Derek Axton up here.
Sorry for the delay. Thanks, Aldyen. Is she still in here? That was really good. So this is just, it's not nearly as formal as it seems, but like as well as sitting on the board for SSCA, I also have been asked to sit on an advisory committee for Farmers for Climate Solutions. And I'm just going to read it because I'll get lost and forget something if I don't. So Farmers for Climate Solutions officially launched in February 2020, and it's a national coalition of farmer-led and farmer-supporting organizations advancing policies and programming that support, excuse me, farmers to reduce emissions and build resilience. So with this, Farmers for Climate Solutions is launching a 4-year peer-to-peer training program that aims to train 10,000 farmers on 2 million acres in 3 key climate-friendly farming practices. The first one is advancing nitrogen management reduction, cover cropping, and advanced grazing systems and rotational grazing. SAS Soil is going to be responsible for implementing the nitrogen management and the cover cropping streams. CFGA will be looking after the grazing streams, so they're going to completely do all the grazing stuff, but the first 2 streams will be flowing through SAS Soil. The first year is basically going to be kind of a pilot to float and see how it goes, because it's like we're starting from ground zero, and this is kind of learning as we go, and the schedule is very aggressive because they want to get this out and functioning this year. So FCS has asked SAS Soil to join on a 1-year contract as an implementation partner for this farmer-to-farmer program with the intent to renew for the next 4 years. SAS Soil will be responsible for sourcing and supporting 8 farmer mentors in the first year, and each farmer mentor will train 10 farmers 2 times, so 20 total, but it'll be 2 like separate training sessions through an online learning portal. And so that'll work out to like 160 trainees per year. The mentors are a paid position, and so you're not going to get rich, but you're going to get paid for your time. So it's going to be a really good, exciting position. I think it's going to fit guys who are doing practices already or are really want to be doing practices, and this training will help you get there. And then obviously the trainees have no cost to participate, and then or for support. So and the trainees can also participate in multiple streams. So if that makes any sense. So the reason this is the SAS Soil will be we're kind of the first implementing partner who has agreed. We haven't signed the contract yet. We're really close, but we wanted to make this announcement sort of to gauge what everyone's thinking, and also we're looking for mentors. This program is happening. It's private money. The funding is in place and it's happening. So there are curriculum developers working on curriculum now. The LMS has been selected. They're building the program. We're hoping to be rolling by April, at the latest in the fall. And yeah, it's going to be super exciting. If all goes well in year 1, we're going to double the numbers for year 2. So then it'll be 320 trainees. And the idea is that it will just grow from there. I don't know what else to say because I quit writing notes, but if anybody has any questions, I can answer sort of vaguely. But we're hoping that there's interest. You can contact, I'm going to be sort of the liaison between FCS and SAS Soil, but anybody on the SAS Soil board you can contact, you can email Tanya. yeah, we're going to be sort of like an administration body, I guess, for it. So we're going to help organize extra events and facilitate the training sessions between FCS and just because it's way too much for FCS to do it all. So they've basically split it into provinces, for me to say it loosey goosey, but yeah, so we're the first one to announce. They're not going to make an official media rollout till the fall, till it's all until all the regions have signed, so they can say who's who. But if you have any questions about what's going on in this province, let me know. Anybody? Any interest? If not, see me after. Yeah, we're looking for, it's 8, and then we can go from there. But so yeah, basically it'll be 4 people in cover cropping, 4 people in nitrogen management, and yeah, with that, I'm standing between you and lunch. So think about it while you eat, and yeah, thanks for listening.
All right, thank you, Derek. Yes, and we did, like Derek said, first to announce that's just some preliminary information that I forced him to come up with on a very, very, very short timeline. So if you're interested in something like that, he's your best guy to talk to. Corner him, but definitely we'll have more information about that out and coming up soon. So. We are just a little bit early for dinner, but I have never had a problem with that. And I'm assuming no one else here does either. So assuming that the wait staff is ready, we will just jump right into lunch and we'll continue. When do we get going again, Tanya? When do we start again after lunch? We start again at 1 o'clock. So all right, thank you everyone, and enjoy your meal.
We thought it would make sense to play that video so everyone can get a rough idea of what those bags in the corner are for. So now you can all go home and do water infiltration tests. We've done them on our farm, and we've seen variations from 30 seconds to some of our best for an inch to poorly managed ground or ground we've just taken on that takes well over 10. So help yourself to an infiltration test and do some testing at home. So with that, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. So our next speaker is Kelly Dobson, and he's the founder and performance coach of Leadership Inc., a leader support and development firm specializing in equipping and supporting owners and managers of mostly family-run enterprises on the human side of business and a 4th generation farm at Fairfax, Manitoba. Kelly has served agriculture for over a decade, chairing groups previously at both the provincial and federal level. Kelly is a certified executive coach and holds an MA in leadership from Royal Roads University, and has also been personally involved in my life as I took Kelly's course the last go around, and I can without a doubt say it's the best time I have invested in myself and in our farm business over anything I've done. And with that, Kelly Dobson.
How's everybody doing? So if I click the slide, I'm not seeing it come up. There it is. So thank you a lot for Derek. Why is partnership so damn hard? And I'm thinking about maybe inside of your own farm business, maybe you're in your own community, maybe with your external stakeholders, maybe right inside of Saskatchewan Soil Conservation Association. Over the last 2 years, one of the benefits of COVID for leadership was that I spent no time traveling like all of you. And it seemed, and one of the upsides of that is that I had a lot of time to have some pretty extraordinary conversations, both with clients and farmers, many of whom I would say are on the whole, very, very successful farms. They've got big dreams, and every day they're making those dreams come true. Except many of them realize that something might be at risk, and if they don't play this right, it might all go away. And they're also concerned because they're starting to feel the incredible burden of trying to make that dream come true. And it's showing up in all sorts of physiological symptoms and relationships. And that can show up in all manner. We call it in leadership a way of showing up that is neither scalable nor sustainable. And at the same time, I've had advisors actually call up and want to have conversations. And it's led to some presentations at large advisory firms in Canada, and some smaller. And their interest is different. Their interest is, why can't we get clients to listen to us? Why won't they take the help? And some of them know exactly what your bottom line is. And in some cases, that is tremendous opportunity that they want you to see. And in other cases, it's a looming iceberg that they can't get you to acknowledge. And they can provide a lot of value, and they can't figure out why they won't take the help. So what we know about people who are in conflict in the technical $25 term, and I'll try to keep those to an absolute minimum here today, is what we call optimal conflict, which is where most of us will try absolutely anything we can to move past a challenge. And when none of that works, then maybe we'll look at ourselves, and maybe we're the change that has to show up. And I think that's starting to show up here both in agriculture, both from an advisory services side and also from the farm side. So what I want to talk about here in the next few minutes is I want to hit this challenge head on. So in about 30 minutes, I want to talk about this challenge of partnership. What's really going on? And I'm going to show you exactly some of the very basic psychology that we've reduced down that makes it very, very accessible to farmers, just like a really good, like who here runs a versatile or an old John Deere tractor? Yeah. Do you own the service manual for a John Deere tractor? And you see how amazing those manuals are? Like you could know nothing about an internal combustion engine, and you could do almost anything other than set the valves on it. Incredible compared to today, where it's just you get the code and it just says call your service representative. The thing is, and that applies because what's happening is that today that they call your service representative. Who is that when it talks about relationships in agriculture? Well, it's largely no one. Being able to provide plans and maps so that people can understand what's going on in real time, and being able to troubleshoot their own drama inside of their organizations, inside of their farms, inside of their communities, in the relationship with their advisors. As it turns out, that's what leadership is actually doing. And so what we actually do is we equip and support clients to create a possibility where at some point what they previously thought was impossible or unthinkable might actually be possible. And so I'm going to give a few recommendations at the time I have left to talk about finding your top gear and what that might look like. So here's the problem in a nutshell. And this came up, this is a summary slide that came up from Farm Management Canada with a lot of industry partners talking about this connection of, is there a connection between the mental health challenges that everybody's talking about in agriculture and farm business management? And what do you know? It's true. So on the one hand, we've got 3 out of 4 farmers reporting moderate to very high levels of stress. And on the other hand, when we actually survey them, only 1 out of 5 is using best farm management practices. And I'm talking about using a slate of advisors and getting good results from them, written business plans, and making decisions based on facts, but also taking those emotions into account, but not being driven by them. That's a challenge. They're working against one another. So as I was asked to do this presentation for an organization, I was spending one hot Saturday as my canola was burning up, surfing around YouTube, which some people do. And I stumbled across this Jordan Peterson video. And I think it was one of those mic drop moments for me. So I'm just going to click it. Hope it works and everybody hears. And it doesn't. No audio.
And one of the things that's very interesting about being a psychologist is that what you learn if you're going to be a psychologist is that people come to you with mental illnesses, and that's almost never true. People come to you because their lives are so damn complicated, they cannot stay on top of them in any way that doesn't make it look like they're just going to get more complicated. And so then that causes symptoms. It's like there's this old idea, sort of a metaphor for genetic susceptibility. Take a balloon and blow it up until it's beyond its tolerance, it's going to blow out at the weakest point. Well, that's sort of what a genetic susceptibility is. If I just keep adding complexity on top of you, at some point you'll blow out at your weakest point. Maybe you'll get physiologically ill, maybe you'll start drinking, maybe you'll develop an anxiety disorder, maybe you'll get OCD, maybe you'll get depressed, whatever. There'll be something about you that's the weakest point. And if I just push, that's where you'll blow out. So that's a mental illness, but those things almost never just happen. Sometimes, but not very often. Usually people have just been hammered like 2 or 3 different ways, and then they collapse in the direction of their biological weakness, and then maybe you put them back together, but it's almost always a complexity related phenomena rather than a mental illness related phenomena. Not always, but almost always.
It's almost always a complexity related phenomenon. No truer words. The way I had a graph and I put it up, but it's super busy, so I'll just give it to you by arm movements. Basically what's going on is that we've got a very, very complex environment called agriculture, and you're in a conference largely to try and make some sense out of a lot of complex systems that are going on, whether it be soil, whether it be management, whether it be the large geopolitical forces that are going on that are driving markets in ways that we've never seen before, at least not in our living time. And on the other hand, we have development of ourselves. And so the brutal truth is that the complexity of ag is here, and our capacity to handle it is here. And there's really only 2 ways to fix that. And one is either it's a Ritchie Brothers sale, or it's development. And this hasn't been popular for me to say, because what I've been saying is that farm business management has been around for almost 40 years. Like since the really high double-digit interest rates in the 1980s. And yet by the numbers, the uptake of farm business management skills has not paced with that. It's still back at this 1 out of 5. And it's not a cognitive thing. It's not that we're not smart enough. It's that when we start confronting issues head on, it creates an incredible level of anxiety. But we can do something about this. So if you remember one thing I said out of this presentation today, remember this. This is the lowest resolution map of human behavior that's basically ever been devised. Started off in the early 20th century. It wasn't called FISB back then. Abraham Maslow just described it as a quote, but it works like this. What I focus on triggers an inner state. And an inner state is an agnostic term for feelings or emotions. Now, I like emotions because if you think of the word emotion, the back end of that word is motion. In other words, it's strong physiological sensations that are driving us to do something. And if you put enough of those together, you get behaviors. I cannot underestimate the power of this model. So of course, there's extremes in this. And so this is my busiest slide of the presentation, and I'll try and take my time through it. So on the one end, we have the problem orientation. And of course, in the problem orientation, we're focused on problems. And problems generate what we'll call anxiety, or basically negative emotions. And these negative emotions, they feel awful, and we've all had them. And they drive us, or what we do is react to whatever's going on. Now here's the dirty secret, is that most of us think that triggers us to start problem solving. And on the one side, it's true, we are problem solving. What we don't want to acknowledge is that the problem that we're really trying to solve for, what our nervous system has been evolutionarily built to do, is to solve for not feeling so crappy. So we'll do just about anything to not feel this way. So we'll start taking action and the problem will go away. That could be anything, including calling your accountant, calling your advisor, solving it out and initiating a conversation. I mean, who hasn't heard someone who picked up the phone and wanted to initiate a farm transition conversation with their accountant, and the first meeting went great, and then it just went cold after that, and it petered off? Yeah, I'm seeing a few smiles. As soon as we start feeling better, because that was the thing that we were looking for, our anxiety reduces. Good thing. Except given it's anxiety that's driving the bus here, our actions also reduce. So we stop doing the thing that was helping. And of course, if you give that long enough, the problem just comes back again. So if you measure this as an actual, how does this impact results? It looks like that. And if you stretch it out long enough, that's a flat curve. That's no change. That's every productivity or dynamic issue or change management issue that ever hit any organization, from a mom and pop shop all the way to a multinational. On the opposite end is we call an outcome orientation, where if we're focusing on the things that matter most to us, in other words, what we want, what we know is that it drives positive emotion, which we'll just call it a big box, call it passion. Now, the research says, believe this, that almost all positive emotion is generated by us noticing ourselves, getting clear about or closer to what matters most to us. So for those, you're probably seeing this is a positive feedback loop. And if we do it right, and the doing it right part is where all the awesome sauce is made, in taking small increment, I mean the tiniest small steps that you can take, which often, almost always, involves picking up a phone or walking across the yard and confronting someone about a situation or a pattern that is unsatisfactory and wanting to discuss why that's going on and what might be happening. If we can do that every day in the small instances, what we know is we get clear about or closer to what matters most to us. And by the numbers, results get better over time. Now, I only wish it looked like that. That's a nice curve that gets people excited. It kind of looks a lot more like that. Mostly when the hardcore research is that it looks like a step. There's plateaus and we get better. But here's the tough part. We have to be consciously choose to be in that other orientation, and that's super hard. And I didn't really get in and start leadership to do this, but it turns out that's what leadership was designed to do. Is help people move from a problem orientation to an outcome orientation. Now, if we live our life, and we all have the problem orientation, that's given to us right from birth. As we say in an audio cast, basically that's a hard set in from the time that we shifted out of diapers to pull-ups. That was already locking in. And what we know is that it sets up some pretty predictable patterns of interaction with each other and within ourselves. And so the lowest resolution map of problem-oriented relationships is called the dreaded drama triangle by Dr. David Cartman. And so I'm going to go through this quite quick, but the primary role here is the victim. And a victim is somebody, and this situation doesn't set up unless there is someone who's claiming a victim stance. And I want to be really clear about this. I'm not talking about someone who's been victimized, because we're all victimized. If you were part of the drought this year, you were victimized by climate. You could also get your door scratched at Safeway. Same thing. I'm not talking, and that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is someone who holds a victim identity. In other words, we feel powerless to do anything. It's us against the world, and that we view everyone and everything as either responsible for how I feel or responsible to make me feel better. And we get up every day and pull our pants on and show up in the world like that. We can also hold these other roles of rescuer and persecutor. Now, a persecutor can be the thing that is ruining our day, that we're holding responsible for how we feel. But some of the best victims as we grow older, we make this choice that it's probably better to be at the top of the pile than the bottom of the pile. And so either directly or indirectly, we interact with other people and make ourselves look taller by making other people look shorter. We don't mean to, it just happens. And that, of course, turns someone else into a victim. And by the numbers, and if we did a show of hands, most of us would likely show up as a rescuer. And this is someone who sees the situation, sees the problem, know they can do something about it, and is either impatient or, even worse, sees that person as being incapable and just takes over. We get a lot of value out of being a rescuer. Most of us, when we intervene when things aren't moving quick enough, we saw that someone comes in and takes over. That inadvertently reinforces this victim stance. And it can be really, really hard to train for responsibility and partnership in a farm operation where we're constantly taking over the minute that things get difficult. And we don't know we're doing it. And it works. We wouldn't do it if it didn't work. The problem, it doesn't work in complexity. It doesn't work for multi-generational key business decisions or in real complex environments about what are we going to do about what happened last year. The other big challenge when we're persecutors, and I'm a recovering persecutor myself, is that in this process of trying to solve our way out of it, we almost always overestimate our ability and we underestimate how damn hard it is. And that's really not the best place to build a plan off of. Which is why so many strategic plans, how many farm business plans last almost not at all. They'll end up being either partially completed or stuck in the bottom of a drawer or a shelf somewhere. But there is a difference. There is a shift we can make. And as it turns out, the person who came up with TED, the empowerment dynamic, for which Leadership has licensed the intellectual property, spent most of his career doing leader assessment debriefs, the very same leader assessment that we use within the National Farm Leadership Program. And he spent a decade and a half wondering how he was going to support people who showed up with low leader effectiveness scores and how they were going to get them to change, to make a shift. And because that's what he's paid to do. And so over a long period of time, he came up with counter roles to the drama triangle. And it starts with a creator. And a creator is just someone who simply decides that they do have agency, and they're very clear, and this is the most important part, is that they're very clear about what they want. And what I know about many of the people that I work with, and not all, but many of the people I work with, is that if you ask them what they want, mostly what they can tell you is what they don't want, which means it's not a creator stance at all, it's a victim stance. Because what we know about victims is that they spend all of their time focusing on what they don't have, don't want, and don't like. And they tell and interact everybody about what they don't want, but spend almost no time telling what they do want. What could go wrong? Once we have that orientation within us, we see everyone and everything as either just a challenge or as a coach. And when we can do that, particularly learning this idea of being a challenger, is that if we can show up in every conversation with intent to learn, whether it's for ourselves or to provide learning for the other, as opposed to this idea of criticism, which can be very, very difficult, good things start to happen. The coach, on the other hand, is one who doesn't fix problems and doesn't tell people what to do. They just encourage them that they can do it, and we'd like to know what you've tried. What haven't you tried? What might you try next? This is the path to having a business that runs itself. Is that if you can actually coach people, you actually get to go to the lake, you get to do something, and you get to do it guilt-free. And it's one of those things where good things continue to happen even if you're not there. I spent a lot of time in the first few weeks of the National Farm Leadership Program working on people's mindsets to believe, to break this idea that people can't change. And that this whole development stuff is nice, but we can't do anything about it. What we do know is that really depends on you. This idea of shifting, it doesn't work for other people. In other words, it doesn't have any success whatsoever in trying to get someone else to shift. It works if we want to shift and we're willing to start with ourselves. And the evidence around this idea of being able to change our nervous systems, if you went to school, who here went and took some sort of an undergraduate psychology or high school psychology course back in the 90s? Handful, 1, 2. When you went through that course, they told you that whatever intelligence you had or whatever habits and behaviors you had about the time you were 20, that was locked in and there was no hope. Whatever you were, that was it. And I can tell you, as someone who went through university at that time, that was really underwhelming, because if you hadn't quite figured it out yet, it kind of felt like your life was already made up, was already fixed. Turns out it's complete nonsense. Neuroplasticity, which is our nervous system's capacity to adapt to experience, is with us our entire lives. Yes, it's much more, our nervous systems are much more plastic when we're teenagers. I used to teach 16-year-olds aquatics through the National Lifeguard Service Program. And I loved having 16-year-olds because you could bring them on a Sunday and you do I do it fast, I do it slow, you do it with me, off you go. And you wouldn't believe the results you could get showing them a basic skill. And if you've ever had a young adult on the farm, it's amazing how fast, if you show them, take the time to show them how fast they'll pick it up. Adults, on the other hand, I used to cringe at adults because they always want to know why. What was this all about? And I'm not sure. And of course, you've got all this background of prehistory of all this stuff nattering in the back of your head, like, I'm not sure I can really do this. And you got to unpack all of that and get it moving forward. But yet what we know is that it's possible if we want to. And the experts and even some of the biggest industry players in Canada know that we have to. Royal Bank of Canada a few years ago did a white paper called RBC Farmer 4.0. And it was really about what's the kind of training and skills development that's going to be required, as we enter into the mid-21st century in agriculture. So they didn't call it leadership, they call it deciders. But they can see that the skills gap and the actual leadership gap that exists inside of agriculture is going to have to be addressed if we are going to make the kinds of changes and the kinds of changes you're talking about inside of this room a reality. And the other one I just want to debunk here is that most people still think this is soft, that this is about touchy-feely. So I got some bad news for you, good news and bad news. The good news is it's actually quite hard. This has been well studied for decades now. There are large 100,000 leader assessment data sets that have been generated. And as data analytics has been able to be applied to them, they're actually sifting through this, and we know exactly what behaviors are strongly correlated to personal effectiveness and bottom line business results. And we can measure you against a global data set, like a normed number. And eventually, they're going to be able to do it by sector. So we can measure your leader effectiveness against a global standard of agriculture. Two graphs on the right, by the way. That's the lowest resolution map we use for leader assessment. You can see the dark shaded on the top there. That's what the top 10% within the current data set looks like now. And that's what the bottom percentage point looks like. And as you can see, they looked exactly opposite to one another. And that's not accidental. We can measure this, and if we can measure it just like in management, we can manage for it. So what are we talking about? Finding top gear. Well, right off the top, you got to believe it's possible. And more importantly, we got to believe it's possible for you. Once that happens, almost nobody does this by themselves. In fact, I'm here to tell you that some of the most successful farmers you know are absolutely not doing it by themselves. They have any number of advisors and any number of external either coaches or whether part of peer groups or entrepreneurial groups that are supporting this up. And they're spending their winters doing things that you may not be aware of. And if they're into a program that's dead serious, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to find out what you need to do for you. In other words, it's not this neck up. What's the term I use? Basically where we are, how do I put it? We're basically tourists of knowledge, that we're looking at it from standing on the outside. And we actually see this when we run our residency programs. We'll invite people to step on a map and talk their way through an actual situation. And we want them to, and we use it through something called the experience cube, which is divides it out to tell me what you're observing, tell me what you're thinking, tell me what you're feeling, tell me what you're wanting. And for many of them, and I hate to say it, it's mostly guys, we'll approach them, and they're not all of them, but some, and they'll fold their arms, and they'll stand to the side, and then out comes the finger. And they go like that. What we know about that is that we can't develop leaders like that. We actually have to give you skills, and you have to practice them. And what we do is we figure out what is the skills that you need for you, because there are dozens of skills we can teach you, but because we're adult learners, we need to figure out what you need right now. And we lock that in as fast as we can. And as I mentioned, nobody gets better without practice. I think one of the biggest mistakes that's going on that's actually making this gap endure longer than it needs to is that most people think that you can watch a YouTube video or you can read a book And by the way, there are over 100,000 books on leadership on Amazon. And I think we're well over 1 billion hits on Google if you type in the word leadership. You can no more read a book on leadership and be a better leader than you can read a book on swimming and learn how to swim. And that's just the truth. You have to practice it, and you have to practice it in real time. And if we practice it, people get better. So I just want to thank you for your time. And I'm not sure how much time we have. We do have a little bit of time. We could take a question or two. Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience that has any questions?
Could you elaborate on what the National Farm Leadership Program is?
Sure. The National Farm Leadership Program is a partner program between Leadership and Farm Management Canada. And it's our flagship leader development program. And it starts, and Derek is an alumnus. He's actually going to join us for his residency that he missed last year. It's an 11-month program. So it's a dead serious program where people get in by invitation. You have a right fit right now conversation, determine if this program is what you're looking for, and that we can help you. It's a 6-week online intensive and then a 3-day residency. We assess your leadership and then we challenge every person in the program and support them to develop 2 plans. One is a personal development plan, and the other one is an individual action plan. One is how I'm going to develop myself to be the person I need to be to show up the way I need to show up. And then how am I going to deploy myself about where I want to have the most impact. And then we provide, so that gets you to about the end of March. Then we provide right till the end of the year, December, we provide an unlimited coaching offering. So in other words, we know that we keep people in community because we know that's required, because everybody falls out of practice. That's okay. It's whether or not we get back into it or not that matters. So that's where the real support. So we provide like a monthly group coaching, as well as I say an unlimited one-on-one coaching offering. So for me, sometimes that means that the tractor has to pull up at the end of the field or whatever, and we have some conversations late at night. All the details for the program, and I'm not here to sell anybody on anything, but it's leadership.ca if you're interested in what we do. But
I have a question for you, Kelly.
Sure.
We just visiting with this over lunch at our table. So many of the big management changes in ag that we see tend to happen after, we'll call it a breaking point or a pivot point, where we couldn't afford to farm the way we were, or just things were broken until that's the point in which change started to get started looking for a different approach. Do you find that the people that seek you out are they just looking to improve upon skills, or have they reached that same sort of point where they know that they need to change something, otherwise things are going to fall apart?
Leadership only has 2 kinds of clients, to be really blunt. And I would say the first client is one who is already high performing and doing really well, and they're in an active development program. We're just one of the stops along the way of all the things that they want to do. So they're very clear. They've got a background of doing different things. And so I'd say that's maybe 1 out of 5 clients. And then I would say, quite frankly, 4 out of 5 are people who have, and again, I don't want to lump it in a block, because we have people as young as 24 all the way to 65. So it's quite interesting when we try and do some activities that, just the real diverse experience, and men and women. Yeah, a lot of people think the $25 term is optimal conflict. Like, most people will come to us when they've had a persistent problem or challenge going on in their operation. They've tried a bunch of different ways to make it work, and it's not working, and now the risks are real. And oftentimes that's when people are sitting on the fence and humming and hawing. And sometimes people will meet like this, and 2 years later, they'll end up being a client. One of the questions that we ask is, what's at risk? What's at risk if nothing changes and it stays exactly the way it is? And I think someone said to me, many people decide to do something about it when the pain of going seems to be greater than the pain that it's going to require for me to be that change. And they make that calculation. And then they're clients.
Do you have any more questions for Kelly? Hold on then.
I don't talk loud enough? Oh, okay. One of the big challenges we have in agriculture is limited or lack of labor force, which probably comes from a lack of human resource skills on let's say, our part. Could you elaborate or comment a little bit about what I or we or the me's of the world can do to address that situation rather than hope for heaven coming from the sky?
Sure. So first of all, farm labor is a complex challenge. So I'm not going to say that leadership is going to solve all labor issues, but I'll say this. There is at least one person in every cohort we have that are there because the labor turnover on their farm is unbearable. And okay. And they're really realizing that, and that's at risk. Like if you can't get a crop off and you're a self-harvest crew and you've got to do, and you don't have the crew. So I'll say this, one of the things we do, and it's amazing because most people think that you either have it or you don't, like, you're either a natural born leader and all that nonsense. And you know what? Yeah, temperamentally, if you tend to have a certain type of temperament you're born with, you're going to go along with others. The problem is in farming and with entrepreneurs is that generally we're successful because we're generally disagreeable people. It just is, right? So what are you going to do? And some people, yeah, they'll hire the touchy-feely person who will be the mother, which sometimes it literally is. And sometimes there's the business owner or the operator. What I say to people is that you don't need to be an amazing people person. You just need to be effective. And sometimes that's about just stopping the things that always get in the way so that you keep getting always what you've gotten. And other part is just really understanding, and this is where assessments really help, because it's a very deep assessment. It's like 134 questions. And you don't do it on yourself. You do it on yourself, but you also get everyone who knows you best to assess you. And then it's normed through the data set. And that's quantitative and it's qualitative, which means there's comments. Tell me what you really think, which are blind. Nobody knows who they are. Like, well, some do, some don't. Depending on how you fill it out, you can tell because some of them you'll know who they are. But they're blind generally. And then you've got the large sort of multiple choice Likert scale, 1 out of 5. And every single one of those questions has been validated. And so we actually know, and they're doing great against these reactive tendencies, which are these drama behaviors that we have. So the drama triangle had 3 behaviors, right? You're either a rescuer, a victim, or persecutor. We break that down to the deeper one where it's 11. You can get your own special awesome sauce of drama, right? And everybody has one. And so, and that goes all the way back to what happened to you on the school bus. And if we can figure that out and we can make a choice, it's amazing what we can do. Amazing. And yeah, it hurts a little bit. But like I said about practice, nobody gets in shape without sweating. And leader development there's going to be some sweating.
You're gonna. Okay, we've got a couple online questions. Sorry, Tanya. So it says, what are a few challenges you have saw in leadership that has changed the last 2 years with COVID?
What are the changes in leadership as a result of COVID?
Sorry, the challenges.
Challenges. I don't know that, I'll be honest with you. In some cases, I think it's helped. I know that's maybe counterintuitive. I think it stopped people being busy and traveling. I was seeing a lot more people being reflective. Whoops. I have to honestly say, I would say the only downside of it is that for people who are highly social, that there definitely has been a mental health impact for some, and it affects, and there's whopping differences. For some people like myself, it turned out to be a good thing. And because if I'm technologically savvy and I'm free to live my life on Zoom, I actually had more human interaction that was of quality than bumping into people when someone's hitting their head with an overhead suitcase on a plane. So I don't know how to answer. I think it depended on how you, like everything, it depends whether you saw COVID as a persecutor or whether you saw COVID as a challenge, quite frankly. And for me, it was nothing but lemonade, really.
We have one more. It says, has leadership changed as far as new generations coming into the workforce? Leadership 40 years ago versus today?
Yes, big time. And that's part of what, when we start putting data analytics into this, we used to, so I'll give you, so here's some good news, bad news. Bad news is that being smart, working really hard, and having some special technical ability that makes you invaluable in your organization is basically just the price of admission. Like that's a given. You're going to have to be that. The problem with complexity is that nobody can know it all. So it involves bringing people into a problem and being able to listen to divergent ideas and understanding and taking time to listen to things, and even things I don't want to listen to and I don't like wanting to hear. And there's a part of me that just wants to not have to be in that room. For the moment, when something that nobody else knew before surfaces. And that's what we call new knowledge. And it's a nugget of gold that comes out of the bottom. And how many people have been in a conversation on a really, really nasty problem? And if you kept at your heads that long enough, something new was created, new knowledge. And that created the thing that you did next. And nobody even knew who came up with it because no one person came up with it. That's the kind of dynamic that is absolutely essential for success in a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environment. And here's the flip side. Guess who actually, by nature, tends to be better at that? By default. Not by a big margin, but by a little bit. Women. When they sift these data sets, large, they'll say the gender balance will be 60-40 men, women on the whole data set. And they say, okay, let's look at the top 10%. What are they doing? Funny, women are showing up 18 percentile points higher in representation in that high performing group relative to men. Why? Well, if you look at it, the behaviors which we call under caring connection, so it's mentorship, and maybe I got a slide on this, people are curious. I always carry a few bleeder slides at the back. See if I can get through it, just ignore me. But there's, just to give you an idea of how, like if you guys look at, like looking at data, oh, not there. Basically, there are things called caring connection, mentoring, and fosters team leadership. These are actual individual competencies. And what we know is that women score higher in these. And that creates clarity, learning, and partnership. And these are things that men, quite frankly, just haven't had to do because they could do it. They could do it on their own and they could just work harder. But complexity doesn't allow that because you can't know it all and you can't do it all. So the game is really about not how smart you are, it's how well you can partner. And that's the game shift. That's the total game shift. And that's internally and externally. And I think that's what the advisors are so desperately wanting to figure out is how can we find ways to partner with farmers so that we can show the value? And I explained to them, I said, well, you do understand that for many people who are operating on this drama triangle, that the actual interstate that's generated when they go to your office and sit down is the same physiological reaction that they would have if they were going to outpatient surgery. Same response for some people. Pretty hard to help people. Pretty hard for people to take the advice when they're just looking for any reason not to be there, polite as they may be.
Sorry, we're just about out of time, but we have one quick Question, is your leadership program available?
Absolutely, it is. National Farm Leadership Program is already rolling. So we do one intake a year. We do have a new program coming out that we just finished up, actually, the second one. It's called Leadership Insight, and it is actually the prequel to the National Farm Leadership Program. And I would say it's a vastly more accessible program. It's 4 weeks, 100% online. It's got an app. So again, for anyone who's interested, leader-shift.ca, and we've got our full offering. And the reason I didn't get in to do the training business, to be honest, but farmers really like when if you get, again, not necessarily farmers in your community, I mean local community, but when you put a community of farmers together from across Canada, and we create what, again, $25 word warning, psychological safety, where we make it okay to talk about what really matters, so that 65-year-old men can honestly say that they're overwhelmed and they don't have an answer to this. It's amazing what can get done. Because that's the point where actual learning and that there's that one thing that I could do that would make a difference. And for so many, we just love it because come about, what would you say, May, June, Garrick? So we send people out, they got to run the plans, right? And we know about practicing is that practicing is about 80% failure and 20% success. And then for that one moment where a possibility appeared that was never there before, like literally, it's like a door that was never there. Of course, it always was there, but it wasn't created because that person didn't show up in a way that made that happen. And when that magic happens, I mean, that's when they're hooked, because they truly believe they operate on faith initially. But when they can see it in their own businesses and they can see, which first comes is just what, overwhelming relief. Because one of the problems of operating the drama is that it is incredibly energy intensive. It is literally, and this is the part about complexity. It's like, complexity is like buying an 80-foot air drill and not upgrading your tractor. And then wondering why it just literally, it feels like you're bogged down. And that 80-foot air drill is the business and the environment with which you're trying to operate your business. And the tractor's you. And it's amazing how many people will try that. And then wondering why the thing starts burning oil. And at the slightest hint of bad weather or bad conditions, it just grinds to a halt.
Well, I think we're ready to move on for a break, I believe. And I think a follow-up to that question, they had asked if it was available in Canada, and I believe it is.
Yeah.
All across country.
Yeah, we don't do anything but national programs, to be honest. So.
Well, can we, give Kelly a hand for that? Yeah. Thank you very much.
It's a great group. So to moderate this producer panel, we asked Blain Hjertas to come up and share a little bit of what he's done and what he's seen over the years. Blain he's farmed near Redverse. He's been involved in holistic management and is someone that a lot of us on the SSCA board go to with questions, and he's usually got an answer, or at least more questions for us anyway. So join me in welcoming Blain Hjertas.
Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you very much to the Saskatchewan Soil Conservation Association for putting this conference on in person. It's awesome. One of the things that I think we all missed over the last few years is the social contact. You know, all these electronic mediums are wonderful, but it still isn't the same. So I asked Rob Wonder what I should do up here, and he said, tell him how you got here. So I'll do that. I've been at it for 48 years. This will be my 48th crop this year, so I should really quit pretty soon, but I'm kind of a stubborn old bugger. They always say that you can always tell a Norwegian, but you just can't tell them very much. And I guess that kind of came from my grandfather. And so we've been at it for 107 years on the spot we call home. But the first 25 years of my farming career, I was pretty much into high tech. When I graduated, boy, you couldn't give me enough technology, and I just bought a hook, line, and sinker, and I just got on that squirrel cage, and it started to spin faster and faster and faster, and I was a pretty slow learner, but about 25 years into it, I finally figured out this was not working. So I made a pretty major 180-degree turn. I started seeding grass. I was taught if it didn't go through a grain auger, you didn't grow it in Saskatchewan. So all of a sudden, here I was seeding grass, never owned a cow in my life. And so I pounded some fence posts, got some custom grazers, and started chasing them around. And that was a wee bit of a learning curve. And shortly after that, I got exposed to holistic management and did a course in that. And over the next few years, we actually got, so we were doing this pretty well. And then as my son entered the business, I had a little more time for doing other things. So then I became a certified educator in holistic management and done quite a few different courses and seminars and private consulting, various things like that. And then very recently now I have, the last few years, I've started another project. I work for a company called Understanding Ag. If you've never heard of it, I encourage you to look that company up. There is a phenomenal pile of regenerative resources on that website. Just incredible amount of stuff. And so we were hired by the General Mills Corporation, who is one of the sponsors of this particular conference. They're the people that make Cheerios. And they wanted to see if we could make a change in grain farmers, getting them to become more regenerative. So Michael Teely, he's actually at a meeting in Eli, Manitoba right at this moment, or he'd probably be here with me. The two of us were hired to start working on this project. We work with farms from basically Foam Lake, Saskatchewan, right through to the Red River Valley. And we've been at this now for 3 years. We do very extensive testing, all kinds of soil tests. Everything is benchmarked, deep carbon to a meter. We have ornithologists do bird counts. We have entomologists do insect counts. We collect financial data. So it will be the largest agroecological study ever conducted in the world as we understand it when it gets done here shortly. So we're gaining an awful lot of data. And I guess Michael and my roles is sort of like bumblebees. We kind of buzz around to each farm, pick up a few good ideas and go over to the next farm and kind of pollinate them. You know, we just push your button a little bit. And a couple of the guys are in this room that we work with, Rob and Garry and somebody else here too. But so you can ask them if they'll be happy to see this project in and be done with us. But so anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. That's why I'm here. So I just want to spend a few minutes talking about soil health. I think it's something we can all agree on, but I don't know if we always totally understand the severity of what's happening. So this is Ray Archuleta, who is kind of the soil guy in the US. He worked for NRCS for quite a number of years. And he has this saying, he says, the soil is naked, hungry, thirsty, and running a fever. And yesterday when we drove up here, I saw an awful lot of evidence of that. I saw dirt blowing across the highway on Highway 11. This is not 1930, folks. This is the 20s. You know, the UN a few years ago had an international soil conference, and they said we have less than 60 harvests left at the rate of soil degradation. It's pretty staggering. And that was 7 years ago. That means we got 53 now. So another one of Ray Archuleta's famous sayings is that plants and soil are one. You can't have a plant without soil. You cannot have soil without a plant. It's impossible. They're together. It's a living organism. When we talk about soil health, it's really important to understand that that thing that we stand on, drive our tractors on, is a living entity. And we could do an awful lot of things to make it healthier. So just to give you a wee bit of historical data, when we started agriculture about 10,000 years ago, our ancestors decided it was easier to grow food than chase it. So there was about 8 billion hectares of forest on the earth and 5 billion hectares of rangeland. Today, agriculture largely has taken the forest to 3.5 billion, and of that, half of that is cut once, so it's second growth. We have about 4 billion hectares of rangeland. We have a new category called 1.5 billion hectares of cropland, and we have also created 4 billion hectares of desert from the practice of agriculture. The Sahara Desert is not a natural desert, it's man-made. So we need to smarten up really quickly. We need to really get regenerative. There should be 1,500 people in this meeting today. So we aren't mainstream yet, but we have to get it to be mainstream. So the good news is here we have two identical soils. On the right-hand side, it looks nice and black. You can see the structure in that aggregation. And we have been able over the last 10,000 years to work that to what we have on the left-hand side. We've degenerated our soil immensely. But the good news is we have now learned how to take the stuff on the left-hand side and we can take it to what's on the right-hand side in a relatively short period of time. And the main difference there is you see on the left side, you got 1% organic matter and 25% space. On the right-hand side, you got 10% soil organic matter and 70% space. So it's basically, it's space is what we're missing in our soils. We've got to have that aggregation, the air entry, places for organisms to live. So the regenerative principles have been covered several times in the last day or two, but I'm going to go over them once more because I believe they're absolutely critical. And I believe the key to success is those things have to get jammed into here. So every time we go out to a field, we have to ask ourselves, am I doing this? Am I doing this? Oh, I can't. I'm going to do a little bit of tillage. So obviously I'm going to have some disturbance, but then I'm going to do this and this and this to make it better again. So that's kind of the whole idea of these. So there's basically 5 principles that are natural. And the 6th one that we use in understanding ag is called context. So I'll just explain that. So basically there's 4 parts to a context. So ecological is the first one. So if your farm happens to be in a low area, it's prone to flooding, that determines what you can do. If you're up on top of a ridge that's gravelly and stony and so on, that determines what you can do. You know, if you're up north of Meadow Lake or down south of number 13 highway, that makes a huge difference in what you can grow too. So these are things that are ecological. We can't change that. We just need to recognize that. The second one is financial. So if you happen to have $1 million in the bank, that totally changes how you would approach regenerative agriculture versus if the banker phones you once a week and wants an update. He's on your rear end to make a payment. So every one of us has is different there, and we need to recognize that. And our tolerance for risks is different. So the third one is societal. If you have, this is the one we see most often in what we do, is we have a son that's gung-ho, and the father says, hey, sonny, not in my farm, we aren't doing that. And so that becomes an issue. And so you need to work like our previous speaker. We need to figure that out. We need to have chats, and we need to work away and figure out how do we deal with that. Or it might be 2 or 3 brothers farming together, and one guy's really gung-ho to try regenerative ag. The other 2 say, no bloody way, we're not doing that. So we need to have these serious, hard conversations. And the last one then is spiritual. We all have beliefs. And that does make a difference in how we think about regenerative agriculture. So the first principle then, the natural principles are armor on the soil. And so the best example I can give you is if I took this arm right here and I shoved her into a fire for 2 or 3 minutes, first of all, you'd probably hear me say a lot of bad words. But in a day or two, likely the outcome would be the doctor would chop it off. Because this stuff here called skin is absolutely critical to my well-being as an organism. I cannot live without skin. And so it keeps me warm, it keeps me cool, it keeps moisture in, it keeps pathogens out. It does all kinds of critical functions to me as an organism to be healthy. Well, think of that armor or litter on the surface of the soil exactly the same. It is absolutely critical to your success if you want to start to regenerate your soils. And when I drive, this principle right here is not being done very well. It's not good at all. So just one more. This was taken this summer. It was a great summer for doing temperatures. So on the left bottom, the soil temperature there was 55 on bare soil. This is C, of course. The air temperature that day, I think it was the 22nd of June, it was 25. So it was about 11 in the morning, if my memory is right. So I took a temperature then. This is a laser thermometer. So at the top right then, I took a picture of the temperature of the litter. So the litter was 52. And then I just took my hand and I just scraped the litter back, just took it off, and it wasn't very good litter on this field. But I just scraped it back, and then you can see in the bottom right, the temperature is 34. So over 20 degrees C less by having that little bit of litter. And I think we all knew that it was pretty dry this year. So the question would be, why would we want the water to evaporate? I would far sooner have it transpirate. And when you have bare soil, it's evaporating. And We got nice kits back there, but this is one of the best tests to determine how you're making progress is water infiltration. Pound that ring in there, you know, set your fancy watch here and get the time, and then kind of keep track of that over a few years and see how it's going. So the next principle then is animals. Heard lots about that too. So there's all kinds of wonderful things happen when you have animals on the land. First of all, grazing, and we heard about the saliva earlier. There's tugging. Cows wrap and they pull. That breaks rootlets, which creates exudates to release into the soil, which creates new growth. It's exciting stuff. So we get a much faster regrowth after a grazing. And microorganisms are absolutely critical, and we need them spread around. Not every acre or every square meter has the same number of organisms. Cows are incredible at spreading microorganisms around. You know, if you ever watched a cow walk, there's dust constantly coming off the side of a cow. That's microorganisms. Every plant has microorganisms on it. And so she's taking a bite. Quite often they aren't very efficient. They'll drop some of it back out again. She poops out. So those are all things that help spread those microorganisms around. And the other key thing on grazing is that word movement. If the cows are not moving, then you are not regenerative grazing. And so just to illustrate that, this picture was taken July 16th. So on the right-hand side, there's actually a fence there I'm standing on. So where that Dodge truck is, that was grazed on May 16th, I guess it would be. And on the left-hand side, it hasn't been grazed yet this year. So if you actually went in there and measured what's happening as photosynthesis and all those things, you would find on the left-hand side, there's basically nothing happening. Those plants are mature. They have set seed. They are no longer actively photosynthesizing, sending exudates down into the soil. So that's just basically sitting there dead. But by grazing, I can go in there and I can do it again, make it happen, make that regrowth. So keeping it green longer is another critical principle. Most of the crops that we grow are green 70 days of the year. Not very long. We have the potential here to collect solar energy for 250 days. So what the heck are we doing for those other 180 days or whatever it is? There's nothing going into the soil. Your soil health is going backwards if you don't have green leaves up there, putting exudates down, feeding those microorganisms. That's why it's so important to get, you know, winter annuals or other crops, relay crops or cover crops into the system. So here's just another example of showing microorganisms at work. When you pull roots out of the soil and they look like this, it sort of looks like dreadlocks. That tells us that we have really good microbial activity. There's all kinds of action. Those roots are feeding the microbes are creating nice little homes around those roots, and that's awesome. If you pull the plant out and it's totally clean, that tells me not too much is happening. And here's just one more example of green. So here we have a drone picture. You can see most of the landscape is pretty brown. Trees are still green, lots of time to be capturing photosynthesis. And the only field is the one right below the drone. Everything else is doing absolutely nothing. And when you guys drive, that's the way most of agriculture is. So we need to think about that. So disturbance, the key is minimize is the word. There's tillage, there's overgrazing is a disturbance. High rates of fertilizer can be a disturbance. Pesticides could be a disturbance. Monocultures are a disturbance. So we lose carbon, structure biology, we decrease our sunlight capture, all these different things, decreased water infiltration, you know, and loss of biodiversity. Tillage does release carbon. You know, it introduces oxygen into the soil, causing oxidization. CO2 is released. It's not very good for fungi. We've heard lots about what these mycorrhizal fungi do, and tillage tends to be very, very negative to that. And wind and water erosion, I mentioned coming up here yesterday and seeing soil blow. Well, there we go. You know, the aggregation and the structure goes. Carbon is the fuel of the soil. So diversity is absolutely critical also. There's a great many different jobs that can be done by having diverse plants out there. This is an intercrop of flax and oats on paired rows. It's kind of a neat concept. So this guy is attempting to increase diversity on his particular field. And so just showing the difference in plants and root structures. Like it's incredible the differences. So if we only have monoculture out there, we only have one type of roots, only one type of exit that's going out, feeding only one type of organism. We put 2 or 3 or 4 or 25 crops out there. We have tremendous diversity. So the point here is these principles are critical to success, and get them jammed in there and think about, you know, each time you go to the field to do something, think about those particular principles. So with that, I now have the privilege of inviting some panelists up here. I don't know which one wants to come first. I guess I'll pick on Garry first. Come on up, Garry. So they're gonna each have 10 minutes to tell you what they do. And you want to stand here? You can sit on the chair and use the mic, whatever you want. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Did you have a PowerPoint here?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. There we go. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see all of you here. Thank you to SSCA for inviting me to share a little bit here. And thank you for all the good work you guys are doing for agriculture. A little bit about myself. I grew up on a straight grain farm, left, went to university, became a pharmacist, and practiced pharmacy for a number of years. 15 years later, came back to the farm with my wife, Lynn, and we thought we'd give farming a try. So earlier on in our return to the farm, we learned this principle, and it was really, really important because a lot of us don't maybe understand it very well. Farming is a commodity business. The only producers that will be consistently profitable will be low input producers. The average price of a commodity will usually settle out to be the break-even price of the average cost producer. So that's just simple economics. It applies to oil, potash, whatever. Stephen Covey said, if we keep doing what we're doing, we're gonna keep getting what we're getting. So if you are an average cost producer, you're gonna continue to be a break-even producer. You're going to have a net zero income. So as we understood this, we said, let's be a low input producer so we can be hopefully consistently profitable. So we learned this principle of biomimicry. So on the left, we have this nice picture, which is just on the side of the road. One day I was opening the gate to get into the pasture. You have this beautiful polyculture happening. So everything we do on our farm, we try and emulate nature. So when we grow a perennial species, stand for pasture, we try and emulate that with lots of diversity. When we grow grain, typically we want to grow polyculture, an intercrop of oats and peas as an example, with some other forms added in. And when we grow an annual type forage, we'll grow a cover crop. So at least 20 species or more. We took holistic management in 2003, and one of the principles we learned was the wealth is in the land. So picture on the left is native prairie on our farm. Organic matter, probably 10 to 12%. Picture over here is taken about 100 meters away on some of our cropland. Took about 100 years of farming to go from here to here. In my opinion, that's not really progress.
This organic matter is about 4%. This is how you build real wealth on our farms. The good news is we know how to go back from here to here. Ellen Savory said, as long as you spray for weeds, you will have weeds. So we're very good in agriculture at addressing symptoms and not getting at the root cause of problems. So rather than saying, oh, I've got a weed, how do I kill it? We should probably be saying, I've got a weed, why is it there? What gap in my management has allowed that weed to come in and cause me a problem? Or is it a weed? A lot of our best forage, according to my cows, are the dandelions they might eat in a pasture. Here's a question for you. What is more important for the profitability of a farm? Crop yield or organic matter? Crop yield or organic matter? Claire Lacan and Jonathan Lundgren did a study with regard to corn. Regenerative cornfields had 29% lower grain production, but 78% higher profits over traditional corn production systems. They found that profit was positively correlated with the particulate organic matter of the soil, not yield. So it begs the question, why are we driving yield? Why aren't we driving organic matter? Back in 2009, we grew our first cover crop, and in 2010, we had an adopt project on our farm. I had gotten to know some people from the Burleigh County Soil Conservation District in North Dakota. I said to myself that what they're doing is awesome. Everything works there. I'm 99% sure it's going to work up at Bangor, Saskatchewan, but I got to prove it to myself. So we benchmarked a piece of land. Organic matter was 4.3%. And I said to myself, if we can't increase the organic matter by 1% in 5 years, probably this practice isn't worth doing. So we went back 5 years later, and lo and behold, it was exactly 1% increase. After we did that, we started doing more and more soil testing to kind of track our progress, and we got stuff like this happening. So across the top here, these are plant available levels of all these different nutrients. So boron, magnesium, phos, all the rest of them. On the bottom here, we have a total nutrient extraction, which shows the nutrients that are in the soil. They may not be plant available, but they're there. So as you can see, we're in pretty good shape except for manganese. But if you look here, we've got lots of manganese in the soil. So I've got two choices. I can go to the manganese store and buy some manganese if it concerns me, or I can just move this manganese up into the plant available column. We've heard a lot about microbiology doing that, moving those nutrients up into plant available nutrients. There's other ways to do it. This is kind of interesting. Mike Bredesen did a study. He looked at corn monoculture fields and how many invertebrates, so insects, there were. And he thought it was easier to understand if he kind of equated it down to the size of his shoe, what he was standing on as far as the number of insects. So he had a size 12, I think he went down to 10 centimeters or something. And he found that in a corn monoculture, he was standing on 422 insects. Now, when they took and interseeded just a polyculture in between the rows, and Jay showed lots of this this morning, they had a 42.5% increase in the population of insects. Take this a step further, we're in the General Mills project, and this kind of characterizes our farm: no-till cover crops, polycultures, livestock integration, intercropping. When you do that, the number of insects under his boot was 837. So basically double. And the incredible thing, 246 different species there. And this is what they looked like. it was interesting because he didn't even know what some of these things were, but that's what they look like. And that's how, or one of the ways that I can move my manganese from here, bound up and unavailable to plants, up into here and plant available. This is a soil test. We had a barley crop. We did a fertilized section, and this is the soil test from it. This is the unfertilized section of the barley crop. We did soil tests on it. I just pulled some numbers out of those soil tests. So the soil organic matter on the fertilized was 6. We can just work our way down. CO2 respiration, so that's just a measure of how much life is there, how many living organisms are breathing. And then available NPKs. On the unfertilized section, the organic matter is 7.3. There's way more life, and there's more plant available macros, and all the micros as well that they measured were more plant available. This is kind of contrary to what we might think, because we fertilize this, shouldn't we have more N and whatever else? And we used about 40 pounds of N, which is quite a bit for us. But as you can see, probably the biggest difference here is the soil organic matter. So again, the wealth is in the land. How are you going to be a low input producer so you can be profitable? This just talks a bit about water infiltration times. We have better water infiltration now. That's valuable, especially after a drought. And we just know how important that is. We have a very unhealthy water cycle. This is from the General Mills project, and a lot of farms were over 10 minutes to infiltrate an inch of water. Here's another soil test. This is a crop recommendation. Spring wheat, 50 bushels an acre, 0 nitrogen. Canola, 40 bushels an acre, 10 pounds of nitrogen was their recommendation. These aren't always accurate, of course, but it gives you an indication. And we talk about reducing our greenhouse gases, our fertilizer use by 30% by 2030. And lots of people think that's impossible, but they're wrong. This is proof of it. We're talking about carbon today. Last year we had our farm evaluated as to the carbon footprint. The average farm in North America emits 600 to 900 grams of CO2 for every kilogram of oats produced. Our farm sequestered 758 to 853 grams of CO2 for every kilogram of oats produced. So we never set out to be carbon negative or carbon neutral. It just happens when you implement these simple practices on your farm. So hopefully you can believe, and I think you do, that's why you're here. You're here to learn more about regenerative agriculture, but you believe that it works. And sometimes you see some interesting stuff, and you know that the rain didn't just stop here. It's the management, the thinking that stopped at that fence. Agriculture was never meant to be done without livestock. We're in the Great Plains of North America. It was one big pasture. And when you remove those livestock, you alter the ecosystem greatly. This is something we did. We bought some land. There was a piece, it was wheat, canola. Piece of it never grew anything. First year we grew a cover crop on it, and we had an awesome crop of sow thistle, which we grazed with yearlings. And now, 3 years later, we're growing something on that land. And people ask, well, how do you get over that hump? Like, I got a cash flow, I got payments to make, I got to buy fertilizer, I got to do this, I got to do that. How do you get the over the hump with regenerative agriculture so you can build your land? And that's, in my opinion, how you do it. It's with livestock. And that actually pays pretty good, especially if you graze yearlings and you put weight on them. Here's just an example of us not wasting waste, as we heard this morning. grazing chaff piles. So it's a win-win for my cows. It's cheap feed and it's available, and it's cycling nutrients back for my grain crop next year. This is just a cover crop blend we use, lots of diversity, and we add in a number of biannuals. So I kind of subscribe to the cheap and lazy way of farming. So I don't have to do anything the next year. It just kind of comes on its own. First year looks like this. We string some poly wire, give the cows a day's worth of grazing. They chew it off, they build a thatch, they manure it, and we move them. And we just keep doing that. Next year, we usually graze it. We have about 8 species that will persist. We graze it, same idea, move them every day, tramp it down. If we need feed, we can make silage. We cut it so we keep green and growing as much as we can, lots of leaf. And we usually get 50 grazing days an acre after that. And then if you want, you can seed in a winter cereal in September. Again, the cheap and lazy way to do things with farming. You don't need a bunch of infrastructure. A few windbreaks, the cows spread the manure, a few bunks to feed in. This is just an example of a wire bunk that we use, high tensile wire. We drive along with our feed wagon, dump it in between, and the cows just kind of reach underneath there and eat away at a mix that we put in there. And when you do that, when you build your bunk, you do it on a nice day in October, take some friends out with you, take your family, enjoy the weather. And that's a big thing about regenerative agriculture. It's the planning, it's the thinking, it's the management. And that is a challenge, you know, for a lot of us who just like to farm. And it's a challenge for labor as well. We saw Jay's Johnson Sioux bioreactors. This is just built on a wooden pellet. Nothing fancy, bulrushes, leaves, green grass, some red wiggler worms, easy to do. That will probably give us about 1,000 acres almost of seed treatment. And we see just amazing results with germination and root development because of that. There's just another example. We put some winter trit in our barley crop, and we got a green leaf growing in November. And then there's those chaff piles, not wasting the waste. So John Maynard Keynes said the difficulty lies not in the new ideas, but in escaping the old ones. So we have a pretty deeply ingrained set of paradigms, I think, in our industry. And it amounts to change. You know, we don't really like to change, but maybe we don't have to. If our net profit is great, our return on investment is great, quality of life is great, less stress in our life, our ecosystems are getting healthier at all, maybe you don't have to change. But if you could improve on some of that, or you want to improve on some of that, just remember what Stephen Covey said. If we keep doing what we're doing, we're going to keep getting what we're getting. It gets back to that low input producer, better quality of life. So thank you. That's my presentation.
These are working? Perfect. I'm glad Blain talked about the spiritual element of regenerative agriculture, because I'm definitely someone who's deep down that rabbit hole. So if I come across like a total quack at times, please just bear with me. My name's Stuart Chutter, and I farm down near Melville in eastern Saskatchewan. I love this quote by Wendell Berry. The last line, it reads, "Without proper care for it, we can have no life." And while that's relevant and something I believe, if I'm going to tell my farm story or talk about my regenerative journey, I instead want to ask, with proper care for it, and when we look after things that are so foundational, how much more life can we have? I'm proud to have built a first-generation farm. I started farming with no assets other than a financed Toyota Corolla 12 years ago. I spent 7 years progressing through 2 rented farms, while I built my herd. And after those 7 years, once I had my livestock financing paid off, I was finally ready to buy the farm that I'm on now. I own 640 acres and rent an additional 640 of pasture land. And I also have an agreement with a neighboring crop farmer to purchase 320 acres each year of standing polycrops, so he can incorporate polycrops into his grain rotation. On my farm, I raise a herd of 200 registered purebred red Angus cows, and I'm trying to build a low input forage-only cow herd with a focus on calving ease and weaning a high percentage of their mature body weight. By incorporating the 5 principles of soil health and focusing on converting to perennials, planting diversity, bale grazing, and rotational grazing, I'm producing beef that sequesters carbon. Using these regenerative principles from 2017 to 2020, soil tests of my farm organic matter increased from 2.8% to 4.9%. And with assumptions on soil weight and the carbon component of soil organic matter, these soil tests show that my 640-acre farm sequestered 2,357 metric tons of carbon annually. But getting my calves through my farm and through to finishing and onto retail shelves does emit carbon, roughly 11.4 kilograms per pound of end beef. So the full value chain carbon emissions of the beef that originates on my farm emits about 807 metric tons. Putting these two numbers together, soil analysis and these industry benchmarks support that my cows are net carbon sequestering 1,550 metric tons annually. And that's the equivalent carbon footprint of about 99 Canadians. This is what gets me so excited about regenerative agriculture. These results and other effects of soil improvements, they're where I focus most of my effort on my farm now. And like so many in regenerative agriculture, my mindset has shifted from focusing on healthy cows to healthy grass, and now mostly on healthy soil. And the next thought in my mind of that paradigm is, what about the health of the people who are eating those healthy animals from healthy soil? So I tested and experimented with regenerative eating and living. I set out for 75 days to live on a meat and egg only diet from food that I grew on my farm from my soil. I filled my freezer with beef and I added some layer hens to a mobile chicken tractor that I pulled around the fields. For 75 days, I ate about 2 to 3 pounds of meat and 4 to 5 eggs every day and nothing else. I ate a self-sufficient nose to tail carnivore regenerative diet. But as we're all told, beef, it makes you fat, unhealthy, and it's terrible for the environment. Not in my experience. By focusing on a regenerative diet, anecdotally, I got stronger, more energized, and more capable around the farm. Numerically, I also saw improvements to my blood markers of metabolic health. I tested fasting glucose, blood pressure, HDL, triglycerides, and waist circumference. These are the 5 indicators that the World Health Organization uses to measure metabolic health, all while consuming in a way that sequesters carbon and aligns with my regenerative values. Living regeneratively through consumption, movement, continual learning, and building community, these then became the driving forces on my farm. I was starting to focus on other goals, achieving them, and learning to build my life with intention and direction. I realize now that the regenerative principles were building myself so that I could focus on optimizing my own life, not just the life on my farm. And for me, this process was leading to all sorts of transformational changes. One of these changes, and a huge influence on me from regenerative ag, has been learning self-acceptance as a gay man in agriculture. Diversity is so fundamental to soil principles. When analyzing systems in nature and finding synergies and efficiencies, one of the key lessons is how important diversity is and how much resilience it builds. Slowly, nature told me that embracing differences is what creates value, and that everything and everyone has a role to play. I was also looking out at regenerative leaders and pioneers and seeing how much value they had created by being different, how proud they were to influence change, and how they refused to take things personally. These regenerative pioneers challenged norms and were showing me that the neighbors will talk, the coffee shops will buzz, but living your truth and by your value gives so much more meaning to life. I've learned from regenerative leaders to have no hesitation to plant colorful cover crops in a sea of monocultures. So that's been my regenerative journey to here. Just as passionate now about building soil, but also equally committed to always regenerating myself. And it leaves me wondering, are these 5 principles of soil health about soil health, or are they 5 principles of life, of all life? For me on my farm, I'm committed to keeping growing, learning, developing as long as possible, embracing diversity, especially in my community, minimizing disturbance to the life I want to build and ignoring that coffee shop banter, keeping my values armored and protected and not taking anything personally, and incorporating the positive impact of nutrition, movement, relationships, passions, and goal setting. If you had found me 11 years ago at the start of my farm career, you would have found a quiet, lost, closeted, unhealthy man just letting life passively happen. But regenerating some soils really is what regenerated me. When I was learning to see synergies in nature and see how optimizing living and learning how to optimize living systems on the farm, I was learning the tools to optimize my own life too. Healthy soil makes healthy grass for healthy livestock, for healthy food, for healthy humans in healthy communities. And that best positions us for personal growth, connecting with passions, building relationships, and exploring all of life. So thank you to regenerative farmers and anyone here teaching or inquiring about soil. You're not just making more resilient farms. You're not just finding profitability or sequestering carbon. And I don't think you're just saving our soils. You guys have created the paradigms and the principles that have taught me how to farm, but also taught me how to really live. So thank you so much.
Okay, well, thanks Gary, Stuart for that. I guess I should have went first because those are going to be tough to follow. Mine's not nearly as fancy. So Wilmar Farms, that's, it started out as my parents' farm. My wife and I took over it in 2016 officially, I guess. And we really work together with them still today. They're kind of the backbone of our operation. They're our biggest banker, I'll tell you that. So we got to keep them happy. But when we started down, I guess trying new things, we are a conventional farm. There's no animals. We have a dog. that's about it. So we started doing trials on canola, wheat, different things like that, and always trying to improve. And so that's continued down, I guess, trying to learn every year what's worked, what hasn't. And so I worked at John Deere when I was younger in college, and I actually don't have any agronomy schooling officially. I have a finance and accounting diplomas, so agronomy was brand new to me. So stepping into the farm and telling someone who's been farming for 40 years that you want to try something different, it was really tough. So I went back to the numbers. I'm a numbers guy, and sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. We've had lots of successes and we've had lots of failures, but each year we continue to move forward. So one thing, my dad is not a very technology advanced guy. Working at a dealership, there's lots of new technology. I was in class and getting texts from guys back home in Melfort saying, hey, how do you set this AB line? I need help with this. And I said, I'm not a tech guy. I hate technology myself, but it makes things easy. It makes things, when it works, it makes things easy. It takes a lot of stress off things. So our goal is to continue to embrace new technology on our farm, but then go back to the basics and working with nature. And that's something we've kind of discovered the hard way because we started doing variable rate, different things like that. And we would try and put more fertilizer on, we would try different things, and sometimes it just wouldn't work. And it came down to nature. We got the rain this year, the next year we didn't. What things, changed from year to year. So I don't know if this is a term, but I just kind of made it up. I used to call it the variable rate cover cropping, but precision conservation management is what we started to do this year, where in those zones that we always had poor results, we started to try something different. We put a blend in on these low spots, saline spots, and I was scared to do it across the whole field. And it goes back to the numbers, because I said, well, if I lose a half section because of one stupid idea, this is really going to hurt. I couldn't explain that to my parents, so we did spots in it. And really, it started when we looked at our first, I guess, experience in regen was a OP intercrop. And we started with that, and we noticed on the one piece of land, so we had oats on one side, oats and peas and clover on the other, and then kitty corner we had monocrop peas. And that year we got 3 inches of rain in like a week, and there's 35 acres out of that pea field that just flooded out, and it was black. Nothing grew there. Now that 35 acres previous year sat underwater. It's low, it's saline. And so we said, well, if we would have had oats in that 35 acres, the oats would have sucked up the moisture. Maybe we lost a piece still. So it was kind of one of those light bulb moments where we said, let's start trying something different. So this is our home half. Just 310 acres. We seeded 63 acres of cover crop within the field. And so it's all the green areas. One of the challenges that I wanted to overcome was a logistic battle. So when we had this light bulb moment where we were variable rating grain seed on our monocrop, we said, well, I got this saddle tank on the side of my tank, and it's not doing anything when we're seeding oats or peas or any other cereal. We basically use it for canola. So we put this mixture in, and didn't really tell my dad at first. He's a drill guy, so and we seeded it, and it would come on in these green spots, and then it would shut off. So when he was seeding back and forth, it was on off on off. And we did 63 acres. Those areas were targeted because when we looked at our profitability, we were always losing money in those acres and trying to figure out why, whether it was lower whether it was saline or something else. So I said, well, let's try it. So this is our profit map from this year. In the top right-hand corner, this is what our variable rate fertilizer plan would look like. So we really cut back in these red areas. In the green areas, we put more fertilizer down. And if you remember, well, I'll just go back here. Where those green areas are, basically, it's where the red areas are in that map. So we followed that. Now, when we looked at our profit map here at the end of the year, we took our yield maps from this field, and it looks a little different compared. And I guess that's the one thing I like about variable rate is I'm trying to manage my risk from a financial standpoint, where those areas that are poor or low or saline or whatever the characteristic may be, I'm going to cut back my risk because I can and try and utilize that technology. Here's an area where, you know, it's all red here, and if you look, it's where we put the most fertilizer down. So when we look at costs on the farm, obviously fertilizer is a high one. And with the drought this year, that was typically the higher land, and it just didn't produce for us. Here's another example of a quarter. This front piece, it's lower, potholy. When it was really wet, we were going around water. Same with this back corner over here. We didn't have good success with this, though, when it came to the cover crop establishment. And a little bit of background is my wife is an agronomist, so I'm not a professional when it comes to that. She is, so I listen good. But she was wanting to go spray because she was worried about the weeds and that were there. And I said, well, we got this cover crop here. We can't spray it out. And she gets her book out and she starts going through and she goes, well, we can spray this chemical. I forget what it was. And it'll kill the dandelions, cleavers, and some of the other weeds, but the grasses will still be there, even though we didn't have good establishment. So that was something that, again, it was a light bulb moment to say, well, we didn't really have this discussion in March when we should have, but we are this March when we're planning what we're putting down and trying to strategize around some of these changes and some of these things that we learned last year. So in this quarter, it's 215 acres, I think. And yeah, 57 acres was seeded. And I guess I should add too, in these maps, we got spray maps done too. So anything in crop, the sprayer would go and it would shut off where it's green. So we didn't take out that cover crop. It was easy. We had the maps from springtime and we just put it in the sprayer. So logistically, it was very easy to do. Here's another quarter. This is where we had the peas. And you can see this low piece here. We just took 35 acres right out and put it into a multi-year cover crop. We had a local guy come silage it now for a couple of years in a row. But when we look at the profit map, the one thing, we kind of cut it off specifically for a reason, because we wanted to see this negative profitability around it. And when we look at that, it's low, it's saline, it's, you know, doesn't produce. So even in this example, when we cut back our fertilizer, it was still a negative return on our farm. So being a numbers guy, I keep going back to this saying, well, if we're not making money, what's the point of doing it? Like they say the best way to be a millionaire when you're farming is to start with 2, I think, and now I see why. But here's the map on our fertilizer that we normally would have did. So you can see this corner, it hasn't been good for a while. So this quarter here, we had into barley last year. Again, 35 acres out of 160. So on average, our fields are between 15 and 25% is going into a cover crop blend. And then we're not fertilizers way down and no chemical being put on it. So just a visual on it. So this quarter, what we did is we had a probe actually we put in here a moisture probe. And we wanted to kind of measure, I guess, the moisture in the ground. Bad year to do that. But we wanted to compare this to another field, and it's actually just kitty corner right here. And this is where we got a 2-year cover crop blend that's been silaged as well. So we wanted to compare one profitability standpoint from year to year, but we also wanted to compare kind of the health benefits of the cover crop versus a monocrop. So this is a soil or soil health test for that barley field. And it looks okay, nothing too special. One thing I'd like to point out though here, organic matter is 6.9% on this field. So here's what the result came back after 2 years of that cover crop being in. Now I'm a numbers guy and I like 68 a lot better than 22. And I like 78 a lot better than whatever it was. So we saw a major improvement on it. And then, so this quarter here, it was soil tested in 2018 and 2019. And the highest reading of organic matter we saw in that soil test was 8%. It ranged all the way from like 3.9 to 8. On this test, it came back at 8.7. Again, it's one spot. Maybe we picked it right with the soil test, but we're going to look into it more and keep studying to see if it's, we're actually growing organic matter. Looking at Stuart and Garry, the trend is there, so maybe we did something right. So this is some of the data from the soil moisture probes that we have. So the top one is the barley quarter, and this one is that cover crop. It really sucked looking at it because you just saw the moisture go down this year all the way until August. It just every day it was less and less. But when we got that first rain in August, the one thing we really noticed is on our cover crop that we had, the moisture actually went down to the 50 centimeter level on the first rain. Now on our monocrop barley field, it only went down to the 10 centimeter level. So it was kind of one of those things that stuck out. Now we continued to get rain that fall, and then eventually it did go down to the 50 centimeter mark. But again, on the cover crop, it went down even further and further with the rain. So it kind of has us looking at, well, what's the water infiltration like? What's the water holding capacity between the monocrop system and a cover crop system? So we got a lot of work to do in the coming years. This field is going to stay in a cover crop blend for another 2 years so we can monitor this field. Unfortunately, we're going to keep doing the same where we just do that precision conservation management program on it. But being that they're so close with the weather station there, it works with the probes. So hopefully we can continue to see the results that support the regen theories, and that our soils actually are getting better. They're getting healthier, holding more water. So we just need rain to help prove it, because last 2 years we haven't gotten any. But yeah, so those are some of the things that we're doing. We're working with a local agronomy company to help us with some of this stuff. Like I said, I'm not a big tech guy. I actually needed help with this PowerPoint. So thank you, SSCA. Appreciate you guys having me. Like I said, Stuart and Garry were tough to follow up, but those are some of the things that we're doing on our farm here and trying to learn, and hopefully I can share some of the knowledge.
Come on up here, Garry. All right, you've heard three excellent presentations there from three different approaches to regenerative agriculture. So I'm sure it must have tweaked a couple of questions. Nobody's got a question. Well, how about that?
You did a good
Everybody's
job, you
powered
guys.
out. Oh, Kim's got one down here, Mark. Or Tanya, I guess.
For you guys that have seen big shifts in your organic matter, have you been tracking the amount of carbon that you're bringing in, like in terms of bale grazing and that type of like that carbon input as opposed to photosynthetically derived carbon?
On my farm, the numbers I showed had no bale grazing or net importing of nutrients at that point. At that point, during those 3 years, it was all in annual polycrops. I was putting down some small fertilizer during seeding. I don't know the rates offhand, but not a lot, but there was no nutrient imports of bale grazing or feed in those numbers. I'll retest again this fall, and that's when it'll be interesting to see, since the last number, 4.9%, that's when I started bale grazing, and did that accelerate, decelerate? So the next reading will show transition to perennials plus addition of bale grazing.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, and on our farm, we import lots of nutrients, part of our plan, I guess, to winter feed that way. We haven't kept real close track, although when we had our carbon footprint evaluated, they took all those things into consideration. And that's what they ended up with. So yeah, probably a good thing to keep a little better track of, but I'm not a scientist. This is farmer stuff. So yeah, that's what we come up with. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good question because, yeah, you can skew stuff quite a bit if you don't keep track of it.
The one thing that we've done is we've done some trials with different fertilizer, and knowing that each fertilizer is not made equally as from a carbon standpoint, and actually on our barley quarter we did a 10-acre strip trial with different fertilizer to see if there's a yield drag, and we didn't see that. But then, yeah, we just haven't done the numbers to say, well, what's the carbon footprint of that fertilizer versus what we were using before. And we don't have any cows, just so everyone knows, because I don't want cows.
I don't think it's working.
A silly little question. You ate eggs off your farm. Are you turning into an egg farmer on the side? And after eating eggs that you produce that way, how do commercial eggs taste in the store?
Yeah, no, I sold the chickens and the tractor last fall. They were a great addition, but they were a big, for a few eggs a day, they were a big amount of work. So trying to simplify my farm, they were something that went after the experiment. I definitely am sticking to not that style of eating to that extreme, but I do generally just eat Canadian vegetables and meat that I raise or that other regenerative farmers raises. I buy beef or bison from a regenerative bison producer, lamb from a friend of mine who raises lamb. So that meat and Canadian veggies I'm sticking with that.
Got another question over here for you.
Hello, great to hear just some of your experiences from in your communities. In the global south, there's often this scenario of like some of this work grows primarily farmer to farmer or peer-to-peer learning. I'm interested to hear from each or all of you or whatever a little bit about your experiences in your community around folks that maybe on the side ask some curious questions or those kind of community dynamics in terms of, do you see interest and uptake simply from what you're doing, kind of, quietly demonstrating what you're doing on your land?
So being that there's hardly any cows in our area when this was seeded, there's lots of questions because people didn't know what it was. And actually the one farmer came to me and he goes, well, what is this? And I said, it's a cocktail mix and some grains and stuff. And he goes, well, what are you doing? I said, well, we're trying something new. And the comment came up, oh, we seeded crested wheatgrass, 35 years ago, and we saw a benefit for 10 years. And I just kind of looked at him and I said, well, why'd you stop? So like some of these guys are questioning what you're doing now, but it's been done in the past and it's worked. And I kind of said, well, 35 years ago, I wasn't even born. So like, why all of a sudden are you stopping some of this stuff if you're saying it worked and you still remember it, right? Like, and so I think there's lots of questions, and there's peer groups that I'm a part of, and General Mills is doing some work in our area too, helping with the support. So it's nice to see and bounce ideas off that group, because I find those peer groups are really positive. They want to see you try things. They're not judging you if you fail, they're picking you back up. So that community is really strong, at least, what I found. Now there's always going to be the naysayers and the negative Nancy's, but those guys are always negative, whether you got a bumper crop or not, right? They always find things to complain about. So sticking with that community, it's really uplifting, especially when you do have a failure, and it's, they're there to support you.
Yeah, I have a story. When I first bought my farm near Melville, the first year I seeded a quarter to 12 or 15 species annual cover crop blend full of flowering pollinators, sunflowers. And one of my neighbors who I hadn't met at that point, and a gruff old guy comes over and he says, oh, I hear you're the new hippie farmer doing crazy things. I came to have a look. And I didn't know him, so I was a bit turned off by his introduction, but I took him out and showed him the field. And 3 or 4 years later, after he was watching what I'd done, he sent me a text asking, where do I get my cover crop seed? So I sent him Kevin Elmy's phone number and, ask Kevin, he knows everything. And just this past winter, he sent me another text. It was a video of his cows out grazing radishes with some comment of, holy cow, look at what great condition they're in and how late I'm grazing. And so that was kind of a cute little story of influence, but also something I'd love to see the regenerative world change a bit on. I think often we crap on conventional ag, and maybe there's truth to it. Maybe we'd like to see movement happening faster, but I also don't think you influence. I think we need to be strategic in how we influence people. I'd love to see the regenerative ag world put a focused effect on strategic influence when dealing with our conventional neighbors.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I had one neighbor stop once. That's been about it. We do invite them to tours we have, and we'll throw out ideas, but like Stuart said, I think we got to be positive and not try and criticize too much. You got to build that relationship a bit and hopefully work with them in the future. I mean, it's great to see you guys buying some polycrop or selling some polycrop to neighbors. But community is hugely important, and this is a community right here, and SSCA is helping to create that. We've been fortunate because we have a holistic management club with a bunch of weirdos in it, like Rob and some others here. But anyway, that's hugely important, and mentorship is another thing. Pay it forward. We've been blessed with a lot of really, really good mentors, and we try to do that as well. So community is a huge part of regenerative agriculture, regenerating communities too. So relationships, they're good.
Blain, maybe this is a good question for you to chime in on as well. I've seen you nodding along with the other participants.
Well, I'll share a story. This goes way back to 20 years ago, and there was 5 families took our first holistic management course, and of course we were kind of, nobody knew what that was, so we were looked upon a wee bit weird. But just to show the kind of things sometimes you have to put up with, all 5 of us were reported to SPCA for cattle abuse that winter at bale grazing because it was brand new. And so the neighbors drive by, oh my God, those cows are starving. Now, every one of, none of us were charged, everything was cool. But it just kind of shows what the kind of the things when you step out a little bit, sometimes there is consequence, just about always there is ridicule and consequences to that. And, I think we just have to be positive and keep going. And, you have to develop maybe a little bit of thick skin and you have to believe that, what we're doing is we're on the right path. I don't think we know everything yet, but I think we're moving in the right direction. And sometimes there will be little hiccups along the way.
Well, and I'll just add one thing too. I think when you talk about conventional farmers, I think just farmers in general, we all have different risk tolerances. We all have different current settings. We were able to do some of these things because we did upgrades to our drill and things like that. Not everyone has the same tools available to them, right? And, everyone learns at a different pace. There's some quick learners, there's some slow learners. So, just because they're conventional, I don't think that they're doing anything bad. It's just maybe they're moving at their own pace. And really, in order to make that jump in anything, whether it's, farming practices or taking on a different risk, they themselves have to be comfortable with it, right? And I think the early adopters and the people leading the way kind of set the stage and they go, okay, this is possible, and provide that confidence. So.
Got time for one more and that's it.
We have one from online.
Okay.
You're all using various techniques on your regenerative journey. Which technique are you using now that you wish you could have started with when you started your journey?
Sisal twine for bale grazing. This year is the first year I've used sisal twine. I don't spend a cold winter, fall day cutting twine. I don't burn plastic anymore. I would always say I'm a regenerative farmer and have plastic waste. I hated that. So switching to sisal was great. And right now on my grazing plan, I'm 14 days so far this winter of extra feed than planned compared to what I would have gone through last year, because sisal twine is acting as a bale feeder, and instead of bales falling apart and that standard amount of waste from bale grazing, the sisal twine is holding bales until they're about a foot width. I'll have the round circle of a bale. It might be a foot wide left and it's still in a round bale. So this year it's sisal twine, 100%.
Garry, you got any thoughts?
When you do this, the level of complexity is extreme if you want to make it that way. So eventually your head can explode. But you don't have to do it that way. I mean, it's a spectrum. And I think to kind of keep things as simple as possible while still accomplishing your goals is probably the best way to do it. We can get spread pretty thin, pretty fast, and not realize it for several years. And you kind of crash into the wall. So keep it simple, stupid.
Well, and I was going to say that leads into mine, because really, when we started down the road, we did very little planning and very little reflecting on the results. And I'd go back to that, is the more you can plan, the more laid out, the more organized it is, the more, there's less hiccups, everyone's on the same page. And then the reflection standpoint is, how did it work? Why did it work? Why didn't it work? Because that's where a lot of the learning comes from, because you can do a lot of trials. And if you don't take that time to reflect and learn, you're going to make the same mistake over and over. So I'd say that.
Thank you very much, panelists. Let's give Stuart and Garry and Michael a warm round of applause. Thank you. Mark, it's 3:20. Look at that.
Thank you to Blain as well for hurting a bunch of farmers. It should be no surprise that we ask farmers that really care about what they do to try and talk about their places for 10 minutes. And of course, it's tough. We like to talk about what we love. So we have stretched our time a little bit. We're going to take a super quick break and we're going to get right back at it at 3:30. And we'll be listening to Kim Cornish. So stretch your legs for a minute, but don't go too far. We're gonna get started right back up again at 3:30.
Okay, well, we'll just get started as you guys migrate back to your seats or stand and visit, or anyways, I'm not really a enforcer today. So we'll welcome everyone back. I'm Rob Wonder, the second vice president of the Sask Soil Board of Directors. And it's my absolute pleasure to announce our next speaker, Kimberly Cornish. Kim has worked internationally in the areas of vocational training and food security, drawing on her education and background in political science and international development. Since returning to Canada, she has headed up Food, Water, Wellness Foundation to address agriculture practices that are environmentally regenerative. Her focus has been measuring and monitoring soil carbon sequestration to validate the potential of regenerative agriculture. She maintains many roles, including executive director and founder of Food, Water, and Wellness, a member of United Nations FAO Working Group on Soil Carbon Sequestration. She's a member 4 per 1,000 task force. She is a member of the board on the Alberta forage industry as well. So I personally had the great pleasure and good fortune to share the stage with Kim in Red Deer a couple of years ago. And I know she's a really tough act to follow. And that is the reason why she is our final speaker of the day. And after getting to know Kim a little bit personally, I understand why she has such an outstanding reputation in the soil health world. And I'll just leave it at that, and you guys can make your own decisions. So please join me, or please join me in welcoming Kim.
I have lots of beverages because it is the end of the day. And yeah, I always kind of love and hate going last because you needed to pay attention all day and then integrate everything that was said. And so I'm working on my presentation till the very last minute. And so I may jump around a little bit. There may be some gaps in the narrative because I'm going on a slight little eddy to answer a question that was maybe asked previously in the day. So yeah, bear with me, I guess, and I will try to keep it upbeat and as exciting as possible at 3:30 in the afternoon. So as Rob said, my background is in international development and political science. I never, ever thought I would be speaking at soil conferences in my wildest dreams when I was in university. I just wanted to basically, save the world, and I wanted to go to Africa and help people that had, vocational training issues or food security issues. And so that led me to this village called Ferguson in Namibia, which is right on the border of Botswana. And they are the Kalahari San people. It's a 20,000-year-old culture that, as Jay was talking about this morning, it's a perfect circle of sustainability. It was just they lived in harmony with nature, and it's the People from the Gods Must Be Crazy films, if anybody still remembers those. And it was a really amazing experience because they, as a village of 300 people that were from a culture that had been sustainable for 20,000 years, were completely reliant on a shipment of maize meal. This maize meal came in every couple of months, and their perfectly round society had flattened into a complete line where if they had it, and if they didn't, they were literally starving. And that was a very fascinating experience. I was 25 when I was there initially, and we had worked to just get them food for the, like, they had a point where they didn't have the maize meal for over the Christmas break. And we were like, okay, we'll just fundraise, we'll get food, it'll be great. I joked that I had my Angelina Jolie in the village moment where I was helping the African kids. And then we pulled out of there and I had this like sinking feeling. And I was like, what happens next Christmas? Like, we're not here. And so a group of us got together and we started to look at mechanisms that could be more sustainable. And that led me to permaculture and agroecology. And I started studying it. And then I came home and I realized that there was this amazing group of people in Alberta that were using a lot of the principles of agroecology on larger scale landscapes, which was really exciting. But as a North American food system, we were every bit as dependent. If there wasn't fertilizer or there wasn't key things to grow crops, we were way more exposed than I ever thought we were. And so that, though the nexus of those two pieces really led me to go, we fundamentally need to build food security. And the only way we can build food security is through more sustainable round systems. We need to start bending that circle again, or bending the line into a circle again, as Jay was talking about. And if we can do this on a large scale landscape, we have not only a mechanism for greatly increasing our resilience, but we also have a huge environmental impact that we can make. And so it was kind of really like, how do we do this? So founded Food, Water, Wellness, really as that nexus of food, water, and wellness. And I firmly believe that soil sits in the center of that, and we can't have any of those three things without the soil being the centerpiece. And what it's kind of evolved into as a role, which again, never really thought, is that I have become, and Food, Water, Wellness has become this kind of center point between agricultural producers and scientists. And the initial dynamic started with just going out and talking to farmers. And I met Blake Holtman from Shipwell Feeders in 2015. And some of you may know him. He had one of the first holistic management cells in, I think it was the second in North America. He started instituting HM in 1980 and just was talking to them about everything that had happened. They'd gone from under 1% to 4.7% organic matter. Their water use efficiency is, they use 8% of what their neighbors do to grow the same types of things. Like, it was just, there were so many positive outcomes. And he'd also had he'd also had some of the people from the research station in the neighborhood come out in the 80s and tell him that he actually wasn't getting more yield and there wasn't actually any impact to what he was doing. And so it was just this kind of confusing piece about there's all these amazing outcomes. Why is this not scaling? Like, why are we not in a megadome right now with hundreds of thousands of people? And also, what are the levers for change? What are the aspects? And so this is one of these like tangents. I'm going to go off now and try to keep it short. But I know you guys had Chris Nichols here a couple of years ago, and she and I have been working together now for about 4 years. And she always cites this paper. It's Lehman, and it's the contentious matter of soil organic matter. But what I love about the paper is it has a traditional view of how we understood soil organic matter and soil, and it has an emergent view. And I think that that's the critical piece that we're needing right now, is to understand that we're moving in paradigms in agriculture, to a more regenerative paradigm, but then we need to support that through a transition also in soil science to a more emergent view of how the soil functions, and that's a lot of what and why and how we're seeing things. And then we also need to mobilize technology to help support the data collection to foster those understandings. And those emergent views across all three paradigms have to speak to each other, because if we try to mix the emergent view with the traditional view, they don't actually speak the same language. And it becomes really confusing to try and speak. And so when we're looking at mechanisms to quantify differences we can see. So this is at Shipwheel. So on the left-hand side is their adaptive multi-paddock grazed area. That field actually, it used to blow, so when you drive over it, it undulates and there's little mini sand dunes, but they've stabilized it. And then to the north is they're right in Tabor and really high value cropland. And that's a kind of corn canola rotation usually. And just pulling the cores was just stunning to see, just the different color, moisture, aggregation, all of those things. So we can see these things, but when it came to quantifying them, we weren't really finding mechanisms to do that. And then if we can't quantify it, it's much harder to scale it because we don't have the numbers to back it up. So Shipwheel's frustration was that they'd increase their soil organic matter by 4.7%. And they were like, surely there should be some way we could get some sort of carbon offset for this. I know it was actually, Blain, I came to your presentation at the HM conference in Lacombe right around the same time all these conversations were happening. And so, in a 3% in soil organic matter, we're talking about 57 tons of CO2 equivalent, which is what the carbon tax or carbon offsets are traded in. And then in terms of large scale possibilities, and I apologize that this is Alberta because, obviously you guys, I know how Albertans are seen in Saskatchewan, and I apologize for that. Chris Nichols always apologizes for being American, and I kind of understand that right now. But just with just a 2.5% increase on less than 1% of the agricultural land in Alberta, we would see a 30 megaton sequestration rate, which is the number that the Liberal government put forward in this previous election in terms of all the trees that they were going to plant, the amount of CO2 that they were going to sequester through the planting of trees. And that's on less than 1% of the ag land in Alberta. And so there's so much potential for a climate solution. We just have to be able to find mechanisms to use those emergent views and technologies to actually be able to quantify that going forward. So I'm not going to go into this in a lot of detail because I think a lot of you already very much understand the mechanisms. But within that emergent view of soil organic matter, it is the process of the mycorrhizal fungi receiving enough enough carbon inputs because you're implementing all the soil health principles, and there's much more carbon coming into the system. There's extra carbon to handle the development of the mycorrhizal fungi, and then the nutrient exchange, and then to start developing aggregates, and then stabilize those aggregates with glomalin and other substances that actually protect the labile carbon, the one that is in and out, to stabilize them into a slower carbon pool, which is more of a 10-year turnover. But if there's increased carbon year over year, that's when you're seeing that increase in soil organic matter, because there's just more that's staying instead of the stuff that's going out. So it's actually moving from an annual pool into a 10-year pool. But if you can have the increase, if you're always pouring more water into the bucket, then the bucket's always overfilling instead of in terms of carbon, as opposed to just having that annual pool. And as someone mentioned earlier, we only have 90 days, it was Blain, 90 days that we have crops, but there's 70, but then you've only got actually, when the plants only allocate carbon to the soil during the vegetative state, which is often 8 weeks. And so by using these soil health principles and using the diversity and increasing the green living root, we really can increase carbon sequestration. But the issue is that we don't have any models that actually understand those mechanisms because they're based on a more traditional view of soil science and carbon sequestration. So again, some of you people know some of these people in the pictures, but it was just, for me, it's always, this all seems quite big and technical, but I will always go back to the individual land stories and see how if we can, do 16 acres or 2,000 acres at a time, we can have a really significant impact. And so, again, somebody had asked for a comparison of the different carbon offsets. And so this is to just have a bit of discussion about why, what we have currently. And we had a great presenter this morning that explained that, we have CAR and we have Vera and we have all of those different elements of how we can turn this carbon sequestration into carbon offsets and some of the issues that face that. And this website Carbon Plan, this is just their high level graph, but they have a very, very detailed CVS file that goes through each protocol in a lot of detail. But the mechanism of almost each of these carbon offsets is based on a model of the carbon offset or the carbon sequestration. And a lot of it takes that the above ground biomass is the major piece that is doing it. It doesn't understand that process of aggregation. We don't have any models that can do that. And so in my mind, I think we're leaving a lot of opportunity on the table because we're trying to use those models and we're using a traditional view to speak to an emergent system. So our work has been to see if we can measure and map soil carbon in a way that can take individual motivation and turn it into collective targets. And the thing that in talking to all the producers that I work with, it always kept coming back to, I'm not interested in a conservative average of what everyone else does in this practice. I don't want to get paid on that. I want to get paid on what I'm doing on my land. And if I'm doing more than somebody else, I want to get paid for it. And if I'm doing less, I'll suffer the consequences of that. But I want to be rewarded for that. And then the other piece that was really significant was I work and have known Grant Lestuka in Alberta, and I think some of you know him. And within the Alberta offset system, we had a conservation cropping protocol that is now defunct because it is no longer additional. It's considered business as usual, as you mentioned earlier today. But the reason that they were able to do a conservation cropping protocol is because that is a practice that is relatively easy to standardize. When we start talking about regenerative agriculture, we're talking about infinite numbers of permutations, like each combination of cover crop. If you have 18 species versus 14 species, and if those species change, and then you have all the other elements that come into play, if our goal is to try and standardize and find carbon, like coefficient numbers that say, this is this or this is that, we're going to definitely pull back on innovation and people trying crazy things because it means them giving up their carbon offsets potentially. And it also means that we're going to wait a long time for to ever be able to issue credits on these practices because we just don't have enough data. And the Living Labs initiative out from Ag Canada, I think, is a huge step forward in trying to collect that data. But I think it's still always going to be problematic because these systems are fundamentally adaptive and they're fundamentally dynamic. And when you try to standardize a fundamentally dynamic and adaptive process, you usually don't have a fantastic outcome. Also, we've looked at ways that we could potentially reduce risk through a pooling of that we're still looking at. We're looking at everyone having their individual carbon offsets, but that it is part of a bigger community that comes together, that is farmer owned, that is able to reduce risk, and that we actually, instead of just discounting based on this or that, we use data to have as many, as much foundation as possible for that as possible, and to truly maximize that economic opportunity. If you're able to go, Stuart, like 2 to 3% in a very short period of time, I think that your neighbors might be very interested if they knew what your carbon check could be associated with that. And I think that it still is a major leverage point that we have, and it has societal outcomes and it also has environmental outcomes. So it was in 2017, I listened to Blain in Lacombe and Richard Teague, and they were talking about, we have this much carbon. And it really came back to, there has to be a way to measure or map it. Like just measure it. There has to be a better way. I know that the science says this is it. And so that led me to go to the UNFAO, to the Global Symposium on Organic Carbon, and it was 550 scientists from around the world. And I was listening to a lot of really amazing scientists from Canada talk about how great the Alberta system was. And I thought, this is an interesting dynamic, because I've just spent the last 5 years talking to farmers about how frustrated they were with the Alberta system. And, but I met Alex McBrantney from the University of Sydney, who, just in commenting, he's like, I have a patented way to measure and map soil carbon. And I was like, I'm gonna talk to that guy. And that's also where I met Chris Nichols. And through the introduction to Alex, that led me to Tom and Ashani, based out of the Netherlands. And Tom is, arguably the world leader in digital soil mapping, and then Majid and Monterey at the University of Alberta. And Majid is a modeler and Monterey is a water modeler. And so we kind of put our heads together and wrote a project proposal, and we managed to get it funded. So it's definitely still it's a pilot phase, but we did sampling on 14 farms across Alberta. And we picked sites that are, I'm just doing this because it's hard to see sometimes, right from the Peace Country all the way down to Tabor. And we picked as many sub-bioregions as we could represent as possible, and the temperature gradient and the precipitation gradient. And then we used a technique called Latin hypercube sampling design to put together, it's through a machine learning algorithm, to put together the 60 layers of data that are on this very extensive slide, and you're not meant to read it. You're just meant to know they're there. But the machine learning algorithm looks for combinations in the data and decides where it needs to place, where it needs a sampling, a ground truth sampling to inform so it basically kind of takes all it knows about the soil and soil forming factors, and it makes an estimation of what it thinks the soil carbon is in that area based on all of those things, and then we ground truth it from there. So the process is, it takes all of these layers and then puts them together, and then it generates a sampling plan. So this is a sampling plan for ship whale feeders and their neighbors. And so that's, we wanted to not just do a measurement and remeasurement. We wanted to collect as much data as we could. We have a second round of sampling planned, but for the first round, we were able to do this. So this is the adaptive multi-paddock. Maybe I'll do it on this one, it's better. Adaptive multi-paddock area. This is their feedlot in the middle. And then this is cropland that has been fairly extensively cropped for since the 50s.
And this is, it was pasture and it was converted to cropland in 2018. And we have adapted some sampling equipment to be able to take a square core. So we're able to do bulk density measurements as well as carbon at the same time. And we've been, and for those of you that know Chris Nichols, we were not going to definitely just look at carbon because that does not tell the picture. Well, it's a key performance indicator. It doesn't tell the real picture of what's happening in the soil. So we're running this whole panel of different mechanisms that help us not only determine what we're doing for like what's happening with carbon, but also the factors that are contributing to the carbon accrual in the soil. Okay. And as a result of this, that data, so we sampled at 450 points on those 14 farms and over 40,000 acres. And we're able to generate with the data, we're able to generate a baseline map for 2020 for all of Alberta. And we have the accuracy for each pixel of the map. So we know which areas our predictions are really good, and obviously where we're sampling, they're very good. But it's still the R squared of we're sitting about 70 for the R squared of the entire map. So we're like 70% confident overall on the map. And it's given us an ability to see provincial averages. And then we can also look at, so if there's areas where we have management history, we can also start to infer what the effect of the management history is, instead of just trying to do simply, across the fence comparisons on localized areas. We're able to pull all that data layer. And also when we created these maps, they used an additional 200 layers of remotely sensed data to generate them. So this is back at Shipwheel. This is using the same, and I guess I should just, so we're looking at, with this one, it's 150 tons of soil carbon per hectare to 0. And so, and this is using the same, the same gradient. And so we are able to see that there definitely is more carbon down in the areas that are being grazed, but we use that because that's on the provincial scale. And then when we actually are able to calculate the numbers averaged on the cropland that we sampled versus the pasture, we see about 50 tons of CO2 equivalent per acre storage difference, which is considerable if we can, metabolize that into some degree of carbon offset. So this is the scale brought down to 50, and you can really see the differences. What I found fascinating was that this area that had just been converted only 3 years ago had a very similar amount of carbon to the extensive crop area. And that conversion, even within 3 years, is that significant. And especially, we're definitely looking at this as a means of being able to do a measurement-based avoided conversion of carbon as a first step, if there is an area for that, because I think we have to stop the bleeding before we need to start, we need the transfusion of carbon, we need the soils to get better, but we also need to stop the bleeding. And the current systems that are out there are not sufficient enough in terms of their carbon, of the economic incentive to actually stop that from being converted. So I haven't focused on this carbon. The climate solution is a water solution, but obviously that is a major issue, and that's always going to be another aspect that I think that when we look at carbon, we need to be looking at moisture and moisture availability in the soil every bit as much, because when it actually comes back to food security and being able to grow things, it's going to make a much bigger difference to the well-being of society than the well-being of society and the well-being of all of us to be able to still grow food. And what the CO2 levels are very important and it's very significant, but what is going to impact us all is really fundamentally water. And the carbon is just part of that story, I think. And so, and then, you know, I said, we can do this if people, I think this is a mechanism that we can use to incentivize people to do more adoption of regenerative practices. And, you know, our hope is to avoid this, as this is the Soil Conservation Association. This is actually this is in between those two quarters that are cropped, and that is 3 levels of fence, because that sand dune has been blowing off the cropland for the last 50 years, and they keep having to put another layer of fence up, but then they conveniently converted the other, so now there's no cattle to keep up, so they're probably done with fences. But it came up, so the sand dune comes to Blake's belly button, and it just is so interesting because Blake's been doing this since 1980, and those are the neighbors next door that are watching the sand dune form. So my hope is that you all continue to do the work that you've been doing, because it is the most critical thing I think that it can be happening in terms of the fight against climate change, but also just in keeping soil where it needs to be kept. It's done too. It's just like I've had enough.
There we go. Oh, there, it was flat. Anyway, thank you very much, Kim. We've got some time for some questions. If there's anybody that has any questions, just raise your hand. I'll run the mic over to you.
It is the end of the day.
Oh.
So I have to assume you know Brian McConkey
Mhm.
and the work he did for the Prairie Soil Balance Project. One of the takeaways from the early work that he did trying to measure soil carbon and the changes in soil carbon due to tillage changes and so on, was that he was dispelling what was the government's backup of all this was what was called the century model, which was the scientific calculations of how much soil carbon would change, given all the assumptions that you would use in a scientific model. And so, and his measurements then were considerably higher, but they weren't even close to what you're suggesting are the measurements now. And that he would have, in conversations with him 10 years ago and so on or less, that I've had, when farmers were just using anecdotal kind of data from soil tests and just saying, you know, like in the Red River Valley, farmer friend of mine was from there, and he said over the 10 or 15 years that he was farming, his soil organic matter had gone up on those tests, just in the random tests. So it's scientifically, his methodology was you have to take another test in 5 years and within a meter of the first one and really be detailed about it. And when we were talking to him, he said, well, you just can't have that kind of percentages of changes. It'll be incremental.
Mm-hmm.
So what is it that's also then dispelling his work to suggest that there is, you know, whole percentages over to have 1% in 5 years, 20,000 pounds, and my head is going numbers, and that's like 4,000 pounds a year. I mean, I don't know what the cropping is on that particular field and all that production, but it's way beyond anything that he came up with for numbers. So I'm just wondering how we can wrap our heads around what we're doing on our farms, and then how how we are able to measure this and really feel good about it, and how policymakers who, as John mentioned this morning, as you know, John, the national inventory is still, I think, using the century model numbers. They're thinking it's going to saturate a lot quicker than the other thing he pointed out. It wasn't saturating as fast as the century model would suggest. And so, you know, where do we go with this, I guess?
And so that's where when we look at that emergent view versus the traditional view, there's I should have some burn slides, because there's a really great slide with Ross C that is a similar type of model. And it shows what fits in Ross C, and then it shows the soil food web and the GHG fluxes and carbon inputs. And it shows how Ross C is only representing this, but there's actually all these other processes that are happening. I sat with Brian at GSOC for lunch one day, and he told me about Saskatchewan farmers that were increasing their soil organic matter, and he said it's just not possible. It's absolutely not possible that that's happening. And based in a traditional view of soil science, that's absolutely correct. If we look at soil forming factors as geological, it does take 2,000 years to create an inch of topsoil. But if we look at biological soil forming factors, which have been largely understudied to this point because we haven't had the technology, what Jay talked about, how much money was that, Jay, that you spent on not very many samples? $1,000, yeah. We're working on a Genome Alberta application right now, and holy crow, can you go through $750,000 quickly when you look at genomic stuff? It's shocking. Like, it's $600 a sample to run, because we haven't had those mechanisms to actually understand what's happening biologically. We've left a whole bunch of stuff on the table. Like, I think when I had talked to Brian then, he had said, I just don't know where the nitrogen's coming from. But if you can understand biological nutrient cycling, and especially in a cover crop or an intercrop where you've got grasses and legumes using the mycorrhizal fungi to trade carbon for phosphorus, then that enables the rhizobium to make more nitrogen available, and as well as just a lot more life being supported by a lot more above ground life and those root exudates feeding the microbes. There's a whole dynamic interchange that's making that nitrogen more available, which then allows more life to grow. And if those things are satisfied and you have all this extra carbon coming into the system, we can see much more significant changes. But these regenerative practices haven't been commonplace enough to have enough data behind them to actually support and understand what's happening. And so I think we have this very different, the carbon balance, Prairie Carbon Balance Project was done largely on we weren't talking about 17 species cover crops. And so we don't have that data to be able to infer what our sequestration potential is. I don't know if that answers your question, but I feel like it tries to explain why we have had that gap the way that we have to date.
We've got an online question here and then one on the floor. The online question is, what are the next steps for you and the technology?
We are hopeful that we applied for a living lab application, and so we are hopeful that we're going to be able to expand the sites that we have to 100 additional farms in Alberta. And we have been talking to Manitoba about potentially starting a similar type of pilot project. And if there was mechanisms for we'd love to work across the prairies if possible, because all of the all the data collected, the more data that goes into the map, and the larger the area and the more permutations and dynamic interactions that are there, the more accurate the map gets. So I think that that definitely is our goal in the next few years, is to branch out of Alberta and find ways to scale the technology, and then also look at, we are trying to develop a potential offset protocol. Either, there's been discussions with B carbon potentially, which we can see that there's potential there. I think that because it is a measurement-based protocol, but we really want to develop something that has good incentive and permanence in a way that works really well for farmers, as well as being able to use data to prove out additionality, et cetera.
Hi, thank you very much. I've talked to you over the phone, but I haven't seen your presentation, so thanks for this. You had noted that getting research done is incredibly difficult, and even the living labs probably won't answer all the questions, but I was wondering, I guess, what do you think would be an ideal research setup or methodology so that we could learn a little bit more about this and it could be a bit easier to translate to other producers and other agrologists?
I think that having sites that are implementing and have actually gone down the road of implementing these practices with cooperative neighbors who have not implemented these practices, spread out throughout the province in a way that you get different soil types and bioregions and all of those things. I think that that is a significant mechanism to kind of be able to show. So I think using the predictive soil mapping as a means of data collection, it gives us the ability to show, not just at a demonstration site, but using the data as well as through like the on-farm demonstration. Does that answer your question? I feel like I have a very extensive application. I have 168 pages of my ideal research proposal if you want to talk about it more.
Have you, either yourselves or others, looked at, I haven't heard much of it today, about going back and actually measuring original native undisturbed soil to know what was there geologically?
Yeah, we have in some of our sites been able to access those types of sites. It's the issue is that native, if that native soil hasn't been being grazed, like we see in grasslands, like what we saw in Grasslands National Park, that's not actually representative of what native conditions would have been without the grazing pressure of bison. So is it better to use proximal numbers from kind of adaptively multi-paddock managed native grassland, or is it better to have an exclosure? Because there's a site at the Waldron where we've seen that the soil organic matter is actually quite a bit lower in an exclosure that they have from grazing than where they've been doing cell grazing. And so we have some sites that have not been tilled, and that does help us tell the story of what is there. But then I still think that there's management impacts on those native rangeland, and to determine what's original condition is difficult, because without animal impact of original ecological conditions, you don't actually have a significant proxy.
But I think you'll find that, because I've had several work done at our place because we could show them original native.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you should be trying everywhere you can to get as good a possibility, because you can say, this is where it started 120 years ago when farming started or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then be able to say, okay, yeah, we know. And there was lots of studies done in the 70s and 80s, at least in Saskatchewan, where they know that the organic matters had dropped to about 50 to 60% of original, you know, because they had the comparisons.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think it would be useful as an arguing point, longer term, you know, to be able to say, okay, yeah, it did go down, but then practices brought it back. And if you can then start saying we actually have gone above,
Yeah.
I think you got a really strong argument.
And that is the nice thing about the predictive soil mapping is that you have that extrapolation of the samples over the whole province. So you can be able to look and then go back and ground truth the predictions of that based on it. But we have, where we could get native prairie, we have been sampling it, certainly. And it's interesting to see even difference in management changes on native prairie.
I've got one question online. What benefits do you see by combining ground truthing with, or sorry, combining ground truthing with the sensory technology?
The first and foremost is cost. It actually is cost effective to be able to sample large areas of land. I know that one of the producers in our project had gotten a quote to do part of his land using more traditional soil sampling analysis, and it was $250,000. And we've been able to do 40,000 acres for a similar price point with a considerable amount of volunteer labor. But that is, I think it actually does become viable to sample and combine those things. Because if we do just ground truthing, like you're looking, if you're just ground truthing without any remotely sensed or baseline data, you're probably looking at about a minimum samples of 100 on a quarter section. And that's kind of USDA certification to actually quantify that because of the variability. And so the remote sensing data takes the burden off the sampling and uses the data to fill that gap in the data.
I just have a question. Yeah. So you were saying that you want to expand across the prairies, right? So what's it going to take to get similar soil organic carbon mapping in Saskatchewan?
Probably funding. How much? I think, like, honestly, I think we could do a significant project for, you know, around the $750,000 mark per province. Like we could do an initial sampling round for that if, you know, with it as kind of a mirrored type of project. Like, unfortunately, I have burnt through so much of my in-kind contribution, but that's, yeah. I think for $750,000, we could do it in a way. And then we've been working with Monica Gorslack at Egg Canada. So we're also getting samples processed. And if it was part of an expanded project, we'd have to kind of negotiate if that would still be the case. But under $1 million, I think could be very doable. So. Are we done?
No, one more over here.
Oh. Okay, well, thank you guys all so much. I really appreciate it. And you were hopefully not bored at the end of the day. And there's still lots of you here. So I appreciate you staying.
Thank you very much, Kim.
Thank you, Kim. So this concludes our 33rd annual Soil Health Conference. Really like to thank everyone for coming out, attending, both those of you who came out and braved the weather, and also those who are online and participating on the on the app as well. Like to thank our sponsors one more time. This event is just a big idea that isn't doable without the backing of businesses that believe in the ideas and some of the messages we're trying to spread. So if I could get a round of applause for our sponsors one more time, please. So SAS Soil believes that events like these are just so important for getting producers and stakeholders, researchers all together, getting some information out and getting everyone the perspectives that they need to make balanced decisions about how they manage their land. We plan to continue this journey. We'd like to do webinars, podcasts, hopefully many more in-person events related to soil health and carbon. And if you guys would like to participate, we would love to have you along for the ride. So please become a member, join our email list, reach out and talk to board members, talk to Tanya just to see what we're all about. We're so happy we had so many people to engage with us today. And I think that the more people and the more of this that we can do, the better the conversation gets. So thank you very much. It's been a great conference and it's your fault. So we will be having our AGM right away. I'd like to invite anyone who wishes to stay to participate and stay. For those of you planning not to attend and are heading home, safe journeys and thank you so much for being with us today. And it will just take us a few minutes to get organized for the AGM. So yes, please stick around if you'd like. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. Thank you for the few of you that are sticking around. I will do my best to keep this nice and short. I know everyone is probably looking to get moving either towards the lobby or the bar or on their way home. So we'll get this rolling. So if I could get you to forward ahead to the, oh, I've got it. All right, is everyone able to see the agenda? Just take a quick glance there, and then I would ask someone to approve the agenda as is, or we'll make alterations if needed. All right, Derek has made the motion and Tyler seconded. All in favor? Looks good. All right, now we're going to approve the minutes from last meeting. I'm going to get Tanya to read those for us.
President Jocelyn Vlasic called the meeting to order at 10:12 a.m. Motion 1 was to accept the agenda as presented. The motion was made by Ian Boyd, seconded by Carl Strobel, and the motion was carried. Motion number 2 was to accept the minutes from the February 6th, 2020 annual general meeting as presented. Derek Axton made the motion, Mark Hoymer seconded it, and the motion was carried. There was no new business arising from the minutes. Dwayne Laskowski from Laskowski and Wright LLP presented the financial statements. Motion 3 was to accept the unaudited financial statements for the year ending October 31st, 2020 as presented. That motion was made by Angela Bedard-Hahn, seconded by Rob Wonder, and the motion was carried. Motion number 4 was to waive the requirement for a full audit and have a financial review completed for the year ending October 31st, 2021. The motion was made by Angela Bedard-Hahn, seconded by Derek Axton, and the motion was carried. Motion number 5 was to appoint Laskowski, Wright and Wright LLP as the auditor for the year ending October 31st, 2021. Cody Straza made the motion. It was seconded by Carl Strobel, and the motion was carried. Motion number 6 was to waive the requirement for a full audit and have a financial review. Derek Axton made the motion, Rob Wonder seconded it, and the motion was carried. Motion number 4 was to accept the 2020-2021 budget as presented. The motion was made by Derek Axton, Mark Hoimer seconded it, and the motion was carried. President Jocelyn Valestek thanked the SSCA members and the board for their support and gave an overview of the past year's activities and projects. There were no member resolutions presented, and Cody Straza adjourned the meeting at 10:41 a.m.
All right, thank you, Tanya. Now we're going to have the financial review, and we've got someone joining, or thank you, Tanya. So if we could get a motion before we go on to accept the minutes from the last meeting. Rob, seconded by Chuck. All in favor? Thank you very much, guys. Now we will do our financial review. We have someone joining us from Zoom.
Yes, it's Dwayne Laskowski here.
Perfect, thank you. You've got the floor.
All right, I'm Dwayne Laskowski from, like was mentioned, Laskowski and Wright LLP, Chartered Professional Accountants, and we were engaged again to do a review on the annual financial statements. So hopefully you can see my screen here, and we'll just go through them. For the year ended October 31st, 2021. So as part of our review, we issue the review engagement report. And the financial statements are prepared in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. As mentioned, an audit was waived, so a review provides lesser assurance on the financial statements than an audit otherwise would. And we concluded here in the final paragraph that the statements presented do in fact present fairly in all material respects the financial position and the results of operations. So it's an unqualified review opinion. And we just have an emphasis of matter paragraph drawing attention that COVID-19 is still affecting the organization as described in the notes. These statements were approved by the board on February 15th, and that becomes our report date on the review engagement. So moving into the numbers, the balance sheet or statement of financial position, as it's called for non-for-profits, cash decreased from 35,000 down to just under 18,000 during the year. But investments had a substantial increase up $34,000 from the prior year. The restricted cash remains the same, which is the carbon fund balance. And deferred revenue increased as there was some cash collected for projects yet to be performed, and we'll go through that in note 4. Jumping ahead to the statement of fund activities, which is essentially the revenue and expenses for the organization. We recognize the remaining revenue on the Prairie Soil Carbon Balance project as it was closed out during the year. We've got the membership fee revenue and a substantial decrease in conference revenue, obviously due to COVID with less projects going on. So the overall drop in revenue was from 179,000 down to just over 26,000 for the fiscal year. And with that, expenditures were also lower. The major changes there are a substantial decrease in conference expenses, as well as decreases in salaries. So overall expenses for the year were down from 176,000 down to just under 70,000, resulting in a net loss before investment income of 43,000. However, the investment funds did really well, resulting in a $27,000 gain, and therefore the overall net loss is just under 16,000. The fund balances, I won't go through in detail. That's just the reconciliation between the opening fund balances to the end fund balances in the year. The statement of cash flows, I'll just touch on briefly as net cash from operating activities was a loss of 11,000. And the investing activity with some purchases was a loss of 6,500 in cash. So that just reconciles the overall cash decrease from 44,000 at the beginning of the year to 26,000 at the end of the year. Moving to the notes, this is the same disclosure as last year with regards to what the organization does and the potential impact COVID-19 is having on the organization. There is no change in any accounting policies from the prior years, so I won't go through those in detail. And the deferred revenues. So this is where you see the new cash coming in for the Water Security Agency project, none of which has been recognized or spent during the year, resulting in that substantial increase in deferred revenue, which will be recognized as that project takes place. A couple commitments that the organization has. There's still a commitment for the contractor agreement with the annual salary, which you noticed in the expenses. And this other project with regards to the University of Saskatchewan, and that is all unchanged from prior year. These commitments were also in place a year ago. And the last note here just goes through some risks that the organization had. Again, we highlighted the liquidity risk due to COVID-19, and hopefully we're close to the end of that, and the interest rate risk with regards to the investments and fair market value changes that could occur there. And that is the annual review of this financial statements for the year ended October 31st, 2021.
All right, thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions to do with the financial statements? If not, I could ask for someone to approve the financial review as presented. Derek? I'm broke. There we go. All right, Derek has made the motion to accept them. Do I have a seconder? Rob, all in favor? All right, motion carried. Thank you, guys. So an oversight on my part, I forgot to include nominations for the board members whose terms have been up. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I should be paying attention to the slides. Could I get someone to make a motion to appoint Laskowski and right? Thank you, Cody, for that save. We need a seconder, please. Tyler, all in favor? Fantastic, thank you. This one. So this is the next motion that we have to deal with. Waive the requirement for a full audit and have a financial review for the year ending October 31st, 2022. Could I have someone make this motion, please? Derek? A seconder, please. Chuck, thank you. All in favor? Fantastic. All right, before we do the budget, an oversight on my part, I should have included the nominations in the agenda. So we had 3 terms come up this year, 1 producer term and 2 associates. We had 3 nomination papers submitted. Maurice Bourgault, Chuck DeChamps, and Cody Straza. If there are no other nominations to be made, then I will ask for some approvals of these. No other nominations. So can I have a motion to appoint these three to the board? Can we do it all in one? Okay, Rob Wonder. We have a seconder, please. Tyler, all in favor? Perfect. This year's budget. Tanya?
So this year's budget actually started in November. So we're a few months into the budget already. COVID has hurt us because we weren't able to have in-person events. So this budget looked a lot different a month ago when we weren't sure, or 2 months ago when we weren't sure that we were going to have the conference. So this conference is included in this budget, and it really did change the bottom line for us. So for our revenue, we had $20,000 in bus tours and events, $10,000 in conference registrations, $40,000 in conference sponsorships, $15,000 in memberships, $24,310 is part of our deferred revenue that will get moved over this year for the Water Security Agency project, giving us a total revenue of $109,310. For expenses, we're anticipating $250 in advertising and promotions, $500 in bank charges, which includes credit card processing, $5,000 in board expenses, $7,500 in event expenses, $15,000 in conference expenses, $12,500 in conference speakers, $54,904 in contract work, $500 in contractor travel, $3,500 in office expenses, $250 in other expenses, and those other expenses are things like our annual report fees and just the reporting that we have to do as a nonprofit organization. $14,310 is our payment to the University of Saskatchewan for our Water Security Agency project. And then our review engagement of $2,300. So our total expenses for this year will be $116,514, which leaves us with a loss of $7,204. But we're positive that will be in the black this year with the addition of our two new projects that we only approved yesterday, so they're not included in the budget, but they are in the works for this year. Any questions on the budget? No.
Thank you, Tanya. If there are no questions, could I get someone to make a motion to approve the budget for 2021-22? Carl? And a seconder, please. Maurice, all in favor? Carried. Perfect. President's report. I realize that this is the only thing stopping us from going home, so I will make this pretty darn brief. So this is the first, this is the end of the first year with having me as president. I said some pretty nice things about our board members in this, and now I don't really want to say them out loud while they're all looking at me, but it's it's been a great opportunity, and it's fun to work with people who all believe in something, and it's fun to see what we can accomplish when we're all pulling for the same thing. Also, and have a much greater appreciation for the work that Tanya does, and I sure have appreciated her carrying me through the learning process, which is going from not understanding to trying to help run things. So it was very challenging to get things done last year with COVID happening, but we were very fortunate to be able to have a in-person field day down in Gladmar. We pulled together over 90 people to talk about soil health. Between stopping at my farm and Axton's farm, we were able just to spend the whole day talking about soil, the management practices we do, and it was a fantastic day, and it was extraordinarily well received. 2019, we received funding from Water Security Agency, and we are now working with Discovery Farm, the University of Saskatchewan, and the Sask Stock Growers on a project to measure and look at nutrient movement in drained wetlands. So that project is ongoing, and I believe it will wrap up next year. The Living Lab has been something that's consumed our board and a lot of our time for the better part of this year. If we're successful, it will bring on-farm, farm-scale research into Saskatchewan, and will provide us with some really helpful data and helpful demonstrations to prove out some of the things that we're pretty confident are beneficial when it comes to carbon sequestration. SSCA board member Carl Strombel has taken the lead on this and put in just a ton of work. And this October, we also hired Luke Struckman to act as project lead, and the two of them have navigated us through a very complex application, and we're very hopeful that we're going to get it approved. Lots of people and individuals helped with this, but wanted to make a special mention to Sask Pulse, Sask Wheat, Sask Oats, Sask Canola, Sask Barley, and Sask Flax for helping us with the phase 2 application and allowing us the opportunity to put that in and make a real effort towards getting approval and getting some of this truthed out on Saskatchewan cropland. So this year saw a big change in the direction of the carbon initiative, which has been a big part of the SSCA for many years. After much discussion, we've decided to move away from government lobbying and towards producer education, and just doing our best to get a lot of the information out there that's been lacking over the past few years as far as understanding of what producers can be getting themselves into. We hope that the Living Lab is also going to help us with some of this education and to help us give producers and policymakers a clear idea of what better management practices can achieve with respect to carbon sequestration. With the winding down of the Carbon Committee, we'd like to give a special thanks to John Bennett and Jim Stallwick and all of the past presidents of the SSCA that have helped out with the Carbon Committee over the years and helped to give producers a voice when it comes to being paid for the carbon in their soils. This isn't something we talked about a lot this year, but we also did a little bit of a rebrand and updated our logo, and I think it's turned out pretty well. It's a good representation of what the board stands for. It's short, it's sweet, and it sums up in 2 words who we are, what we represent, and what's important to us. We also did a little strategic planning and adjusted our mission statement a little bit. It's now advancing agricultural systems that improve the land and environments for future generations. Not a big change, just kind of tweaking things here and there to reflect the new directions of the board. So the SSCA ends this year with a strong board of dedicated producers and soil advocates. We look forward to several projects that will see continuing the discussion of how important our soil is in the future. I am excited to see what the upcoming year will bring for our organization, and I am confident that there will be great things ahead for us. And that is end of my president's report. And if there is nothing else that anyone has to add to the meeting, then I will ask someone to adjourn. Can I have a seconder? Carl? All right, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.